Apparently I've done some before.
How you doing? Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're from. We're live, so thanks for coming in, guys. And if you're watching this later on, thanks for having a look. So, how are you all doing? Been on time this week. Hope you all had a good weekend, and Monday's out the way for you. So let's do the business. Let's have a look. This is the bit where Bikereddie's going. It's got to be done. Got to be done. Right. So it's Yvonne. Right, Yvonne. 3. Right. Plod. I know you're keen, mate, but you lost out this week, didn't you? Tough. Alligator. Oh, Yvonne says alligator. See you later on this one. Yvonne, I can't believe you didn't do already. True statement. Just soak that one in, people. Not worth looking at, really. Oh. Why? Oh, I know why. I know why, Yvonne. But we'll keep that a secret till later on. Give me the thumbs up if you want to talk about it. People are thinking, what's he on about? Welsh Lynn. Welsh Lynn. Welsh Lynn, isn't it? Boy, oh. Robert, how you doing, wee man? How you doing, Robert? Hey, thanks for coming on last time. You came on. I can't remember whether it was Friday or Tuesday. Trouble is, when you meet up with to plod and not to plod, you get confused a bit. You know what I mean? You'll know all about that as well. Paul, no, I'm not having it, mate. Hello, by the way. Good stuff, right? You can't blame it on that. No excuse. See you when you get back, Paul. No excuse. And they're off. Thanks so much, guys. You don't have to start an evening off pleasantly. Yeah, Bikers here, guys. The one and only twat in the chat. He'll be on in about 45 minutes. Please, I need my breath tonight. My breath, I mean. Plods in, we've got to talk posh. I need to have the throat cleared for a live stream, you know. Listen, Yvonne, don't you start. Thought you was my friend. Oh, Robert, I don't quite follow it. Who are they playing? I didn't know you was a Man City supporter either, Yvonne. I think Plod might have something to say about that. Just take a look at his logo again. You know, he's absolutely crazy on that Scouse team. How you doing, CC? Great to see you. Always is. Always in, and thank you very much. It means a lot. It means a lot, this. I'm nearly there, I think. Oh, hang on. Controversy. It was Yvonne, then Plod, then I forgot already. Sorry. I'll get reminded, no doubt about it, but I'm sure it was Yvonne tonight, weren't it? Don't you stare, alligator. Controversial comment there. I need confirmation. Deanology, massive respect. Yeah, just pops in once every time and just puts same comment up. Boring. 2-0. What? Kicked off already, Robert? Right. Plot second, yeah. Gate of. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Where's Yvonne gone? She'll put this straight. Oh dear me. Hiya, Paul. Good evening, mate. How you doing, Paul Hutt? Paul Yeoman's back as well. Hey, Paul. Is it chill time for you now, Paul? I reckon so, mate. Get your feet up, have a little drink, and chill out, mate. You deserve it. UK, how you doing, mate? Thanks for coming in, saying hello like you always do. Appreciate it. Thank you. Alligator, you're fucking nicked my son. John Walker, how you doing, John? Nice one, John. Good to see you. Hey, Smokies, where you been? Where you been? Listen, as always, a nice hello from Smoky, guys. Please pay me a lot of respect. Let me know you're okay, mate. Please, because I think last time you spoke to us all, I think you were getting better, but not quite there. Let us know, mate. And of course, you're welcome on. Of course you are, mate. I'm not sure if that's a joke. um, hey, Sparkies, I'm good. Thank you very much, mate. I hope you are too. Yeah, last Friday. I can't believe that. Sorry, mate. Just as soon as I saw you backstage, I thought Sparky's here. God, bring him on, and then not thinking straight. And when you came in, I thought I need to tell you about that. And I believe it happened on yours as well. It's ridiculous. We'll just crack on though, right, mate? No worries. Thanks, Sparkies. Um, Massive respect to you, mate. Oh, don't worry, he's gone for an haircut, Robert. Don't worry about him. After that, right, it'll be his beard. Hopefully, he don't suit it. So as long as you keep coming in, guys, the longer he stays away. I mean, the longer he can see to himself and get sorted out with his haircut and stuff. Are you doing Carol? Carol N. Man, shitty. Right, okay. Oh, right. Carol N. Squirology. Uh, whose channel's that? You know, every time I see Trevor's name, guys, I just smile automatically. I say it every week, but he's such a nice guy. Thanks for coming in, Trevor. I need to catch up with you, the new normal stuff. Please check Trevor's channel out, Trevor Random. Thank you very much. That would be great, guys, if you did. And give him a sub. Hey, D, how you doing, mate? Good to see you. Always. Just love your comments, AD. Bring them in and do what you normally do. Keep it on that level, and whoever comes in and we decide to talk about it, great, mate. You bring the subject up, no problem. Shit, that was 5 minutes ago. Right. Listen, you. No. Troublemaker. Are you doing Teflon? Angela Rayner's Ginger Secret. Well. Fancy having a name like that being a bloke. I'm sure he's a quitter. I'm nearly there. Honestly, I am. You know this. Every week, you must be used to it by now. It's got to be done. And what Biker's doing right now in his chair is going, tough shit. Shouldn't have said that. Please say hello to Starstruck, everyone. This is a wonderful person, and this is the person who I've been in touch with about the charity thing, which you've all heard me talk about. I'm going to bring it up later on because it's an important one and it's a local charity. So forget all your big Oxfam and all them and British and cancers. You know where I'm going. This is a local end of life care hospice which relies on donations because they get fuck all from elsewhere. So I'll bring that up in a bit and what I'm going to do for that charity, and I want your ideas as well. So, Starstruck, thank you for coming in, sweetheart. Hiya, Darren. How you doing? Cheers to you as well, mate. Thank you. Brilliant, guys. Absolutely brilliant. I've just got to your comment now, mate. Nice one. Sounds like you're on the up, mate. So that's great news. Listen, you've got my number, you know. Oh, Sparky, what have I missed? What did? What have I said? There's my friend Al. How you doing, Al? My love to Caris, and I just keep going, mate. That's all I can say. There's no point me saying, "How are you doing?" You know what I mean by that. So huge respect for LT, guys. Another person I've met along the road of YouTube. Do you know what's great about you lot? The mixed sense of humour. And you all get it. I've noticed. Patsy Kelly, how you doing? Good to see you in here. I think Caris. I'm sorry, guys. The chat is just, and you know me. I don't want to miss anyone out. I think it's Caris. You're just saying hello. Right, who's starting trouble already? Listen, you need a day off. To be honest with you, okay. You're not auditing tonight. You're on a live stream. Okay. Keep it pleasant. Don't cause any trouble. To plod or not to plod, guys. Keep your eye on him. Oh, he's a mod as well. Be careful though. Right, you'll have to when plod's in. You'll have to put up with him and Biker being lovers, basically. Masterovic, how you doing, my friend? Right. I didn't see the last part of that short sentence. You know, banned. Neil, I've got a few in the bag. It's just I've not put them up yet. That's all. And I've been doing out and about, and I've had to do a lot of busy things in private as well. But I have got some. I'll be putting one up tomorrow. I will be putting one up tomorrow. So I ain't stopping. So, but thanks, Neil. Yeah, they'll keep coming, mate. Simple as that. That's it. I think. Yeah. Right. So it's only been 12 minutes. Put the link up now. I always dread this bit. I don't know why. Mr. Deegan, welcome again. Okay. There it is. Well, come on then. No. No. You got 3 seconds or else I'll boot you. Right. Until you do what you know you have to do, I'm not going to do it. You absolute. No, you absolute. Right, get off before I bring you on. Oh. Stop it. What do you want me to do? No, really? Sorry, guys, I'm not going mad. Right, I'm doing it now. Right, right, he's here, guys. Can't believe you just wound me up like that.
What me, mate? I didn't do that.
Really?
Positive, weren't me?
Whoa! I did have a feeling, to be honest, mate.
No. No, I was on a live with somebody else on theirs and they've changed my name, so I've just realised to change my name. When I
Right,
came
well,
on here.
yeah, I know you'd have done that anyway, but I had to say it to make sure
Well,
because of
yeah, you did right.
recent
did right, mate.
events. Yeah.
Anyway,
Hey, up.
20 minutes anyway tonight, not bad. I'll give you that.
20. No, 18 minutes actually, to be precise.
Well, let's say 19 and we'll not argue anymore.
Just imagine if I was a big channel, right, and I did the same thing and I got like 300 people in with about 50 waiting.
Yeah.
We'd never start the live, would we?
I might as well just go to bed fucking now, haven't I, really?
Oh dear me. How have you been anyway? And how's little Heidi? I said little Heidi.
Yeah, she's
Her in real life. She ain't that little anymore.
No, she's growing up.
Definitely, yeah. That last video you did, brilliant. I love it how you're doing it in stages, like, you know.
Yeah, you just see its size growth, you know, that's all. That's all they're about. They're not special, none whatsoever.
No, she's beautiful, mate. So glad you're well anyway.
Yeah, everyone's
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. I'll have to make it up to you.
What was that? I missed that. Sorry.
Yeah, Yvonne's falling out with me.
Oh yeah, she has actually.
Yeah, I'll have to make it up with you.
And I'm going to back her up on it. Actually, Yvonne, do you want to?
No, I know exactly why.
Yeah, but do you want to let everyone else know?
No.
Yeah, Yvonne, do you want to just?
No.
He brought it up, right? He's just brought it up.
I didn't. Yvonne brought it up.
Well,
it's secret. I'll bring it up. I'll rectify the wrong. Don't worry.
That was funny. That actually, I know people might not know what we're talking about. She'll bring it up.
Yeah. Right, I'll say my hellos. Good evening, everybody in chat. Thank you for the welcome messages. Appreciate it, as always.
Yeah,
a face in there that I've not seen around for a few weeks. Smokey, how you doing, mate? Welcome back.
Yeah, it's good to see him, and you were probably watching anyway. But I got that he's a lot better than he was last time and the time before. So good to see him. So,
yeah,
and he's welcome on, of course.
Yeah,
be nice to hear him again.
Well,
oh, the link. It's no good asking me, Yvonne. You know, I hope. I know what's going to happen. Oh.
What's wrong?
No, I've kind of sussed it out, really.
Have you?
Yeah.
Go on, then.
I know, because I know you're set up, if I can put it this way, and I reckon on one piece, you've got it ready and you just have to go. And by the time I've done it, I've no chance.
No, you're nowhere close with that one, mate.
I'm not even going to bother. Right. Guys, please make this fella warm and feel very warm, because he's a warm fella. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing, gentlemen? You good?
Smokey, you've got something going on in the background there, mate. Turn YouTube off.
Yeah, there we go. Here we go. How's that?
That's a bit better, mate. Is
Bit
that?
better. Yeah.
I don't know
How
what's
you
going on
doing,
with my
Baz?
phone. It's gone really, really quiet. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, you've got your voice has gone really quiet, mate.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right. I'm going to come out and come back in, lads, all right?
Yeah, try that,
Yeah,
mate.
yeah. No worries. Good evening, Dad. Thanks for popping in, saying hello like you do.
Good evening, Baz. How you doing, mate? I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I hope you're all right tonight, Dad. What day? We Tuesday. No rugby on tonight, but what about a good old classic film or something? Chill into the night and get yourself some good rest. My dad's not in good health, guys, and I'd appreciate your support for him. Just by saying hello and that, it'll make his night, you know. So thanks a lot, guys. Always supports me, and he knows I appreciate it as well. So Smokey will pop back on soon, no doubt. So right, Ron, do you want to come on? You want to bring anything up? Teflon. There you go. I don't know who this is.
Oh, what in background?
I
Right.
do.
You do? All right.
Yeah.
Oh.
She's thinking.
Yeah. I think that Wyvon's muted. She's muted and she's Wyvon.
She'll be all right in a minute.
Hello.
Is that better?
Hello. Wonderful. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good.
How you doing, love? You all right?
No, I fell out with you.
All right. What talk to you then, bugger off?
Because you
He
didn't
knows he's
say.
in for it.
I know. I'll make it up with you later. Don't worry.
Well, it's all right. I'll let you off this time.
Oh, go on, lads. Smack my ass later. Don't matter.
Hey,
Behave you.
calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Anyone in from the Galapagos Islands tonight? Someone's got background. Could be you again, Smoking. Sure.
I can't hear on that. It's not. Nobody's doing
Is that? It might be me because my phone can get a bit loud.
No, it's
No,
all right. He's not smoking.
Right,
Yeah,
that.
right, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Hi, Smokey.
How we doing, Yvonne? How you doing, darling? You good?
Yeah, I'm all right. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Well, trying to be. I had a little bit of COVID returning yesterday. You know when they say the bottom falls out of your world at some instances. Well, I had the other way round. I had the world falling out of my bottom.
Oh dear.
So yeah, it wasn't very clever. I felt like Hansel and Gretel every time I went to the toilet. It's not pleasant.
Oh, lovely.
Sorry.
Oh, it's fine. Anyone just finished the dinner?
Yeah. That was so graphic.
Yeah, apparently it's a side effect of the old kung flu.
Oh.
Well, I had it all the week.
Apparently.
I didn't get that, so I must be fortunate.
Yeah. Well, I didn't have it when I had the kung flu. I'm having it as an after effect.
All right.
Yeah, it's a strange one. I sort of rang the doctor and said, look, the world's falling out of certain places, and he said, you've had COVID 4 times. He said, so what do you expect? Your body's trying to recuperate. And I thought to myself, well, wonderful, but when does it stop? After 15 Imodium tablets, I'd think it'd fucking stop.
Try a cough.
But it is what it is. It is what it is. Other than that, I can't complain.
It's fair enough, mate.
Well, you sound a lot better than last time, mate. And then
Yeah,
last time you sounded a
I
lot better
I
than
am a lot
this
better,
time.
mate.
It's been a
But I
slow
have moved into my new
process,
property. I've moved into my new home. So that's all I've done. And that's why nobody's seen me. I've been busy with moving and getting all that sort of crap sorted. But I'm in my new home. I'm away from the two people that were giving me a nightmare of a time. And one has been arrested, and we're waiting for him to be prosecuted now through DNA and handwriting analysis. So
Oh, right.
progress.
Right.
Good. Is that YouTube related or non-YouTube related?
No. It was there was two neighbours of mine when I was living at my other property. There was two neighbours of mine. They've got quite horrible fancies, to be honest. I'm not going to go into big details, but I hope they found things on the guy's phone that he shouldn't have on there. Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
No worries,
So
mate.
if I'm going to put one of those naughty people away, happy days. And anybody can call me what they want. I don't really give a fuck. I'm protecting a lot of people by putting one of them away.
No worries, mate. They're in the wrong. Severely in the
Well,
wrong.
they're very in the wrong.
They need putting. Yeah.
You know,
Keep doing
so
your
as
best,
far as
mate.
I'm concerned, I'm protecting families, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah. Then don't forget yourself as well, because I know you put a lot of people and that before yourself, and then you start forgetting about yourself, then you become ill and things like that. So
Yeah, that's exactly what I do. Yeah,
keep it balanced out, mate. It'll be a lot easier.
yeah, I
You're
am
not
trying, mate.
selfish.
I am trying.
You're not
But as I said,
selfish.
I've moved into my new property. It's an absolutely beautiful little flat. I've got a horses field in my back garden, more or less. So that's all I hear: the horses and the farmer's dog. It's great.
Good stuff, mate. Sounds more
Yeah,
chill
it
and
sounds
peaceful.
perfect, does that, man?
Yeah, it is nice. It is nice. I've got a shade garden with about 6 or 7 other people, but they've got like a beer bench out there and everything. So it looks like they have a good time in the summer. So I'm quite looking forward to it.
Excellent.
Oh, you'll be getting your barbecues and all that going, and
Oh, my mankini will be out. Oh yes, baby.
oh, that image, that mate, please.
But I just hope the bottom doesn't fall out of my world with my mankini on. That's all I can say.
Me too, mate. Me too. As long as you have a good time, I think.
Yeah. I got to be honest. I'm going to enjoy living here. It's back where I used to live. It's back around my family. It's back around all the old friends I used to have. So it's pretty good. Things are looking up.
You sound a lot chirpier, like a lot happier than last time. Sounds like you.
Oh, I am. I've got a decorator in now, which is painting the flat because I obviously can't do it myself because of my illnesses. And it's coming along lovely. It is. It is really, really nice.
Great.
When I get it done, I'll do a tour. But other than that, when it's not done, I won't do it. But when it gets done, I'll give a little tour.
You can take your time on that stuff, can't you? Though,
Yeah, of course. But I'm one of those people that want to get it done.
Oh, I see. No worries. I know people like that.
I've got to get it done. It's bugging me. It's bugging me that I've got like blown plaster on one wall, which needs to be done. I've got, places where they've repaired things and they've not repainted and things. So the things need to be done.
No worries, mate. I'm really pleased for you anyway. So I hope you settle in.
Oh, it's good. Yeah. It's really good. Thank you, Robert. Yeah, it's really, really good. I'm in a good place at the moment. I'm still a bit sore with my skin condition. I got to be honest, and I'm a little bit, still sofa bound and bed bound a bit, but I'm slowly on the mend.
Great stuff, mate. Keep it up here.
That's nice to hear.
It is.
Yes, it's good. It's good. It's good.
But I do relate to you, Smokey, because I had COVID. 6 days I was poorly.
I've had
In
it
bed.
4 times, right? Five. I think I've had it 5 times, to be honest, right? Because there was one time where I was so violently ill, violently vomiting. I had the lot. I just couldn't control anything. So I
No, I
think
didn't
I
have
had it
nothing
five
like
times.
that.
Oh, I was rough. I was
Mine
rough.
was just, I just couldn't move. I was in bed. I've never been in bed. I was in bed for 6 days. I was so poorly,
Tired,
tired,
aching.
aching. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's how I knew what it was, because of the way I was, the way my body had reacted. I've had the flu. I can cope with the flu. A few Lemsips or Beechams, and I'm fine with the flu. But I was swallowing Lemsips and Beechams like you won't believe it. Nothing was happening, nothing whatsoever.
No, I
So
didn't.
yeah,
I didn't give it a try.
You know why, Smokey? Because it's simply lemon flavoured paracetamol. And
yeah, of
honestly,
course.
I'll tell you what does work, right? It's worked for me, and you get your full vitamin C for the day. Half a lemon, squeeze it, juice it, and I make a normal brew, cup of tea, but don't, keep it weak.
Yeah,
I'll put some plant syrup in it and the lemon, and honestly, it's more natural. There's no drugs in it or anything. There's no paracetamol or anything like that. If you're in
yeah,
pain,
yeah.
you're not, but it's chemical shit. But you can seriously have a lemon, water, hot to cold, brew it with tea, have it plain, mix it with something else, and
I've turned into having honey in my tea at the moment. Honey, and honey in my coffee. So that's what I'm turning to at the moment. I'm sort of cutting out sugar.
I'll tell you what's worth trying. It's called agave, Agave, and it's the same thing as honey, near enough, different
Yeah.
taste. It's from a plant, and it's beautiful. We don't have to nick bees' food. Sorry, don't want to bring.
Yeah,
Honey's good for
yeah, but
you.
it never goes off, does it? It never goes off. So, do you know what I mean? You can have a pot of honey in the cupboard for years and it'll never ever go off.
Yeah. Well,
Right, Dino, Bikereddie, and Smokey. I'm going to go back in the chat now, but it's nice speaking to you all.
Lovely talking to you, Bear.
Wait,
Lovely.
Yvonne, do you want to talk about that later on?
Yeah, you could talk about it later on or now. It's entirely up to you.
No worries. Right.
I'll pop back on after.
Oh, good.
See
Okay.
you in a bit.
All right.
Thanks.
See you
Take it
later.
easy, Yvonne. Take it easy.
See you later. Bye.
Bye-bye, love.
Bye.
Bye.
Very nice
Bye.
is that to have someone on the panel who's been around for you since day one. And,
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Amazing. There's more to it as well than that. But Yvonne's my number one, if you like. Paul, how you doing, Paul? How you doing? I've not seen him, and I didn't see him last week, but I hope he's all right. Yeah, honestly, Robert, it's a wonder fruit. It really is. But not wax, though. Don't buy wax ones. Don't buy them from supermarkets. An eye for an eye. How you doing? How you doing, Darren? James Patrickson, guys. I've no idea. I mean, it's a mystery, to be honest. Maybe she's having a break or something like that, or maybe decided to change her name and have another name or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or two, maybe three. So, yeah, Paul, thanks for coming in, my Irish friend. Great to see our Irish friends in here. Thanks very much. So, Smokey, what do you think about all this Russia thing, this Ukraine?
I can understand where the Russians are coming from, but I think as far as killing civilians, I think they've overstepped the fucking mark. Well overstepped the mark when it comes to brutalizing civilian people. That is something I cannot agree with. Do you know what I mean? And it's not just mainstream media that's producing all this either. You know what I mean? It is fact, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
You know,
We
Master Ron will probably be the one to have on with that one as well, because
I'm hoping he'll come on. It's going a bit too out of hand now, isn't it? It's
what are we doing, Herb Sniffer?
Sniffer, how you doing?
Yeah, it's I can understand them wanting the Donbass region, and I can understand why, but I can't understand why you would want to rape people and damage people, civilian people who've done nothing wrong. You know, I just don't. I don't get that. I
It's
don't get
part
that.
of Master Ron. That's one area of the agenda. That's all I can say about that. But
You know, I don't understand where that is going to get anyone.
yeah,
Where they're opening corridors for people to escape and then shooting them down in the street. I just don't. I don't get it.
I'll tell you where it gets them, Smokey. It gets them to where people become more scared because they know they're in the firing line. It's not just about soldier against soldier. They know they're in the firing line as well, whether they're not fighting the war, you know. So I think there's more. Don't forget, there's more civilians get murdered than soldiers. So for me, that's.
But when they're aiming, you know, rockets at civilian buildings, what do you expect? You know, knowing people are hiding in certain buildings, knowing they're civilians, and then deciding to send a barrage of rockets over to, you know, to damage civilians. I can't see where that's going to gain any progress.
It would in the fear and control factor. But all these soldiers, don't forget, they're not spread out. You see them in groups in strategic places, if you like. So that target can be like, you can concentrate that target, but you just want to obliterate everything, really.
You know, like they're saying, what do they say? We've liberated Mariupol. I don't think you've liberated it. You've absolutely decimated it. That's not a liberation. That's a decimation. It's desecrated. It's just so badly damaged that to rebuild that town now or city or whatever it is, it's just going to cost millions and millions and millions.
Yeah, I mean,
which no one has.
Money is a massive part of war. Don't forget.
Oh yeah, it's a massive money maker. War, yeah, absolutely, it is. It is a massive money maker.
Yeah, and there's a lot more to a war, isn't there? I mean, today I heard possible Third World War. I saw that on some news channel.
Well, why else? Why else would he name a nuclear missile Satan II, and then decide to show everybody what it's capable of? That is a message.
Yeah, well, they've always done that, Smokey. Do you remember do you know what I mean? The Red Square thing, the tanks and all that. And I heard someone on the news today say that's kind of what he wants. This fella, he wants to claim victory and march through the streets and feel all powerful and mighty, because that's what he's about.
My question is, like a lot of European countries now that are surrounding Russia, I think Sweden, I think Poland, they're all getting troops on the front line around there. Now, I don't believe that he's willing to go into Poland or any of the other countries. I think he just wants that Donbass region.
Why?
Why don't I believe that he's going to invade in a European country?
No. Why does he want that? Why does he want Ukraine? Basically,
I don't think he wants all of Ukraine either, to be honest. I think he just wants the Donbass region where the separatists were.
Well, do you know what that'll cause? That'll cause, like it happened in Yugoslavia and all these places. It's going to be like a Northern Ireland. It's going to be like a constant border battle, if you like. It won't sort of. You take half of a country, the other half are still Ukraine native or whatever, and they won't like. It's like the Berlin Wall type thing, is it not? They're not going to say, "Oh, at least you've not taken all of our land. You've only taken that part." So yeah, we'll
Yeah, but what you got to look at, Master Ron was right. When I talked to Master Ron about it, going back a while ago, and he said, "Oh, what you got to look at is the separatists," and he was right. The amount of bad shit the Ukrainians done to the Russian separatists is unreal. It is unreal. So I can see both sides of the argument a little bit there, you know?
Yeah, you can. I mean, all this is based off mainstream, right? So
I've done a bit of reading outside of mainstream as well, and mainstream. I think where mainstream is concerned, they like to big everything up. They like to make everything 20 times worse than what it is.
Yeah, but that's the biggest thought missile that they put out there into everyone's head, if you like. So you get people who research.
Yeah, well, it's a propaganda war, isn't it? It's a propaganda war as well as a real war.
Well, of course it is. But you get people on the ground.
But if you remember, before they went into Afghanistan, before the British and the Americans went into Afghanistan, they tried to do the same thing. They tried to say, "Oh, well, look at all these Afghanis now. They're slapping women about with fucking sticks, and they're not letting them, be taught in schools." And they started the propaganda war. But the problem with that was nobody gave a fuck. Nobody cared. So they had to create something so they could go in there. And this is where I think the conspiracy theory of the Twin Towers was done by their own people, unfortunately, was done by Bush. Just to start something that they tried to start through a propaganda war, which took no hold whatsoever. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
They try the propaganda bullshit first. They do. And if the propaganda shit don't work, then they try and do war. And that's basically the end of it. Do you know what I mean? Now with this, Putin have just gone in. He's just gone in. He ain't tried no propaganda war. He's just gone straight in.
Yeah.
Unlike someone like George W. Bush Jr., who decided to try it, and Blair and that, obviously. I think it was Blair that was in there as well. They tried to take over through propaganda. That didn't work, so something had to happen. This is why we had 7/7 and obviously the Twin Towers. And that was just something so we could say, "Oh, fucking hell, get over there quick." Do you know what I mean? Stop them doing what they're doing. The Taliban are bad. Yeah, the Taliban are bad. Fucking right they are, but it's not in our country. Why did we have to get involved? The only reason we got involved? Oil.
Well, I think that's one.
And opium.
Well, the Afghanistan thing and opium, that's been a massive income for this country. It started way back, didn't it? And there's no way we'll ever defeat them. It's just a stage. It's just like, no one says, well, we need to get rid of these fellas because they're banging opium out there and it's affecting our country. And it's the biggest drug dealers. I know I'm not going to get monetized for this, but it's the government. Then it goes to
of course.
The barons. Then it goes down to the big guys. Then it goes down to the smaller guys. Then it goes down to the streets.
I remember watching a documentary going back about 4 years ago called Cocaine Cowboys. And that was about the CIA in Colombia and places like that, and all down those Southern American countries. And they found out that the CIA was controlling the cocaine that was going into the American country, and this is what it's all about.
Well, that's what I meant by the providers, then the big boys, your agents, then the big boys, then the smaller guys, then the streets, if you like. But I want Biker's opinion on it because it.
Yeah, my opinion, pretty much same as what Smokey has said, pretty much what Master Honor said. I mean, going back to Iraq, they went into Iraq, what did they achieve? Fucking jack shit.
Yeah.
They went back into Iraq again, achieved jack shit. They went into Afghanistan, they achieved jack shit again. They did fucking nothing there.
The only person that I right in those countries, right, was George Bush Sr., who stopped on the borders of Iraq and Kuwait.
Yeah. I mean, they
And he
went.
stopped, and they were genuinely protecting people, genuinely protecting the Kuwaiti people.
That's right. That first Iraq war,
Yeah,
that was because they invaded Kuwait, right? Because
yeah,
the Iraqs, from what I understand, were trying to decimate the Kuwaiti oil system to benefit their own supply.
yeah.
That's what I understand about that war. But I mean, going back to Afghanistan, it weren't so much about oil, but that played a big part. It's also about lithium, because Afghanistan is rich in lithium, and lithium
Oh, I
is
didn't know that either.
Yeah,
But I would have said it was more about oil because obviously the Kasparov Sea is one of the biggest oil reserves in the world.
Yeah.
Don't forget, one of the biggest tactics of any major government is distraction.
Yeah, but with lithium now, everything's sort of all progressing to electric cars and such like. All the batteries are lithium based, so they need a mass, and it lasts a lot longer than lead acid based batteries.
Yeah.
Afghanistan is a major source for lithium.
The new oil, yeah. John, I need some clarification, mate. I can't just go off an empty logo. Right. Hiya, John. Fusiliers in. Come out and see us.
Hello, Fusilier John. How are we doing?
I love AD's comments. Politicians no longer promise things will get better if you vote for them. They say things will be even worse if you don't. They peddle fear. Peddling's a good word. Capitalism, last product, all other resources spent.
Yep. I totally agree with that comment.
Yeah. AD's comments are brilliant. Always keeps it clean as well. I think he knows his stuff. Electric cars are useless, says Robert. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hang on. Master Ron. Long message. Is it this one? Ronovich. I believe that they are hiding the fact that there is a sickness bug going around, since people not being as social as normal. Easier for health ministers to put it down to, if you want to read that last word, it's fine, but don't say it. I want to. Probably.
Cupcake.
Yeah, they can put it down to that common cold thing.
Yeah.
Nice one. No, anyone? Basil Brush, boom, 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 boom. Okay, yeah. John, whoever you are, you're going to have to show me some proof. So a quick flash of your face or whatever.
I'm good, Fusilier John. Thank you very much, man. I hope you're doing well as well. I hope you're doing really well, my friend.
Yeah, well, John's in chat, mate.
Yeah, I've said hello. Did you miss that?
No, I'm just saying he's in chat, so I've just checked out. So the guy in the chat is the original John.
Oh no, this guy backstage is John Smith.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Blank log. I think I've had there's been a John Smith before.
Yeah, I don't think he has a camera, mate.
Just be careful, because apparently there's been a bomber flying around doing things.
Tell me about it, Smokey. I think I've had about 3 or 4 on the trot. Last Friday I had one, and it was Sparky's logo, and whoever this person is knows for a fact I would bring Sparky on. Bang.
John Smith.
Yeah.
John Smith, do me a favour, just type hello in chat for me, please.
Yeah, anyone who's coming, thanks for coming in. We got Smokey back, guys, and at least we know now he's doing all right. He's doing all right. Yvonne's been on earlier as well. I think she might be coming back on a bit later. Where is Mr. Fizz? Says Paul Fox. I don't know.
Right, John Smith, can you type hello into YouTube chat rather than StreamYard?
Right, I'll tell you what. Mazdaron, can you just put that comment up
Cheers,
again then?
Scott, wait a minute, mate. I'll just check it somewhat.
Tap it in. Be easier instead of me scrolling up. Back chat. Oh, hang on, private
I
chat.
got to be honest, if it wasn't for Master Ron, I wouldn't have looked into this Ukraine Russia thing. I wouldn't have, and I would have taken it all as gospel, and that's the end of it. But fair play to him. He made me look at things in a different light.
Hiya, Ronald Crossland. How you doing? Yeah, I thought I'd seen John Smith before, but
Yeah, I'm checking. I've just checked his channel, mate. He's got a channel.
right. Right, I'm gonna, John, forgive me, but things happen.
You're going to risk it for a chocolate biscuit, Dino?
Yeah, he has been on before, mate. He has.
Yeah, I thought so. Right.
His channel is not recent anyway.
Okay, no worries. I think it is in. So forgive me, John, if I'm a bit worried. It's just last 3 or 4 weeks I've been getting people are trying to disrupt the live stream. So okay, we go. How you doing?
Oh yeah, good evening. How you doing, man? Sorry. I've got no avatar. I mean, I'm sure you recognise my voice. I've spoken on here before. I've had.
I recognise your voice, mate.
Yeah, thank you, Eddie. Yeah, I don't know why my avatar isn't showing. I just recently changed it, so I do apologise for that. There's no troll here. I'm just a normal, everyday, regular dickhead. So how's everyone doing? I just was picking up in the chat when you were speaking about Kuwait and Iraq, and it's very interesting. I mean, I'm a 50-year-old, well, 51 now, and I was in my 20s when that war, that conflict happened, and it's very interesting because it's sort of reverberated across like my whole adult life, and I've looked into it really intrinsically, and it's amazing because I mean the only reason why the coalition went into Iraq, not in Kuwait when Saddam Hussein invaded, it was purely a resource grab.
Yeah,
it was a resource
absolutely
grab.
I agree with you.
Yeah, because I think it was in 2003, the Ba'ath Party and Saddam Hussein, they wanted to change their oil bursa from petrodollar to eurodollar, which more or less effectively cut out the American economy from the oil that is, produced and distributed in Iraq. I mean, you got to understand that 80% of the oil produced in Iraq goes to Asian markets like China, Korea, Japan. They're very, very dependent on Middle Eastern oil to fuel their economies. And of course, economically, we in the West, we rely on a lot of our products that come from the Far East, like China and Japan and Korea. We're very dependent on those products. They fuel our economy. So it was purely a resource grab, and what was spoused as weapons of mass destruction. It was all bullshit. It was all bullshit.
Oh, of course, it was just a made-up fallacy. That's all I was. Just an excuse to go into the country. That's all I was. As they say, it was Tony Blair's illegal war, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a lie propagated to get the public on board. When if they would have just been honest and said, well, look, we need to control the flow of the spice so you can watch your television, that you know the plastic that surrounds it is, you know, oil based, and you know the toys that you give to your kid are basically byproducts of oil. You know, maybe that would have been a little bit, oh, okay, but no, the lie. And that, I will never forget. I will never forget the look on Tony Blair's face when he come out of the meeting with George Bush Jr. I'll never forget the look on his face when he come out of that meeting with Camp David, and they presented themselves to the world press. The look on Tony Blair's face, I will never forget it. It was the look on his face. He's like, "What have I just got myself into?"
Yeah.
I'll never forget it. I'll never forget that. The look on his face. And yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah, I'll agree.
Can I just interject here a minute? There's a comment that's all gone up. Ronald Crossland put up.
Yeah.
Well, I think you saw it, mate. Anyway, about somebody that had passed away 6 months ago. Oh,
yeah, he put, "I've got some news for you," so I've tried to listen and read. But yeah, it was a video I did, and it was a cottage, like an abandoned, but on the side someone was living there, and he came out to me. It's still up, so I couldn't get in the abandoned part, but he came out. So apparently he died. He only looked late 30s or something, and apparently that building's burnt down, and it was still smouldering this morning. So I might go and have a look. It's not far from me.
Yeah.
Wow, that's bad news. I wonder why it went up in flames. Bit weird.
I'm good, thank you, Eamon. Thank you, buddy.
17th century. It was a listed building. It were listed. Anyway, Ronald, I didn't know you were local. Good to see you, mate. Thanks for that information. That's horrible, because that's been around for a long time. Around that area was a lot of cottages and stuff like that. They've all gone. Well, there was a power plant round there as well, and that was the last remaining cottage out of all them houses around that area. Wow, sorry about that, but yeah. Cheers, John, for what you've just said. Thanks for your opinion on that. So it was in Wigan, Paul, near me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I filmed it on an abandoned thing, but I didn't end up getting inside. Went round the back, and a guy came out, said, "I live here," and apparently that's the guy who died, and he's on my video. So
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. I remember the guy.
yeah,
I remember the
God,
guy.
what a shame.
Sorry,
As you
Master.
say, hey, live life today, because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Exactly. I mean, look at that. One of 3 buildings in Britain with the kind of church roof. And now it's gone.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks for bringing that up. So cheers. No one else backstage. Anyone who's coming, thanks for coming in. Gregory's in there as well. All done.
Well done. How are you doing, Gregory?
Well. How are you doing, Eamon? Missed you last week, mate. Where was ya? Mike A. Super Yachts. Trafficking. What's that? What's the WWG thing? At the end of that comment. Not sure what you mean. Super yachts.
Yeah, I think that's in reference to the oligarchs and wealthy Russians across the world, where their assets have been frozen. They don't have access, or they can't fly and live the life that they was used to. obviously due to sanctions and yeah. I mean, there's a documentary. A friend of mine was saying to me, was speaking to me the other day, and there's a documentary on Abramovich and how he rose up from more or less. Abramovich was a young criminal. He was a thief, and he rose up the ranks of the oligarchy or the Russian, and became this very wealthy person that he is today, and it's steeped in controversy and thievery and skullduggery, for want of a better word. And he said it was a really interesting documentary as to how a lot of these oligarchs actually became so wealthy. If you want to talk about that, it's just the guy put the comment there about the ships being seized, and I just thought it would be a point of discussion. But
which one was that, John? Sorry, which comment was that?
It was said all of the super yachts have been seized. All the various oligarch super yachts, in Monte Carlo. Some are parked up in Turkey. There's some parked up in Spain, and they've all been seized.
That one?
No, it was a bit further back. That's it. That's the one. Mike, yeah.
Oh, right. So, yeah. So, do you want to repeat that then, John? So people, I'll leave that comment up so they...
No, there was just a friend of mine was speaking to me, and he was watching a documentary on, I think it may have been Netflix, about Abramovich and certain oligarchs and their rise to wealth and power. And it's not a very pretty picture, so to speak. Apparently, Abramovich, in his youth, was a thief. He actually hijacked an oil tanker and used it as leverage to make money. So it's all very sort of underhand. It was just, I haven't seen the documentary myself. He sent me the link for it. I haven't got round to watching it, but just sort of gives you sort of an insight into the corruption and how money and power corrupt people.
Absolutely. And like you say, oligarchy and things like that. Most of the wealth for me comes from royal blood.
Well, I mean, I'm guessing a lot of the Russian wealth is from fossil fuels, because obviously Russia provides vast swathes of Europe with gas and oil. I mean, the UK actually, a majority of the UK's oil supplies actually come from Norway, and I think it's only 3% of our oil imports come from Russia.
The thing is, for me today, right, and we're going about oil and things like this, like fossil fuel. I think we've almost done with all that. Like, we don't need as much today as we used to in the past, do we? Because we've gone like electric a lot, things like that, and we don't really need. I think they use that as where do you see a lot? See oil being used, really.
Well, I mean, you got to understand the derivatives of oil are not just petrol and oil.
There's a lot of byproducts in it.
The byproducts from fossil fuels, especially like crude oil, is vast. I mean, vast. Everything that's plastic around you, everything that's plastic, even your girlfriend's stockings, they are made. They come from that. That is a byproduct of oil.
Yeah, you're right. Nylon.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, you bang on the button. There's a lot of products we use which are byproducts of oil.
Yeah, I mean, everything that's plastic. I mean, my keyboard, my musical keyboard in front of me, the case is all made of plastic and it's all oil based.
Well,
Yeah.
how much oil do they need to do that? You know
Well,
what
I
I
mean,
mean? It's just a
it
small
depends.
amount.
When they've distilled oil, right? When they've distilled oil, they get the petrol, they get the diesel, and they get a lot of byproducts. All the byproducts are then forwarded on to chemical industries, which then distill it again, and they fractionate it all off, and they get certain chemicals that are fractionated. They're then refractionated, and you get a different chemical off that, so on and
Yep.
so on and so on. And that's how it all starts. So it all originates from oil, and it all goes down to fractionated in distillation. I've just given my old job away there. Sorry.
No, you're right. You're right. I mean, excuse me. I've like I do maintenance, so a lot of my work is you know, I work in quite a few different corporate blue chip sites in the city, and you know, we work on certain floors, you know, doing air conditioning maintenance. And when you work, you know, and I actually looked at this flow chart. It was a massive poster on this office wall, and it more or less broke down the derivatives of oil, and I was absolutely fascinated as what the byproducts of oil are. And basically, fossil fuel fuels the world economy in terms of products and, you know, distilling it into diesel and petrol. And that's just a small percentage of the byproducts of fossil fuel. And it's amazing. It really is. And a lot of people are not actually privy to this information because, you know, people just live their lives and they don't really look into, you know, where you know, tires are oil.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Tires.
Rubber, oil. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
is that the
It's a
major
byproduct.
commodity for war? Would you say
Sorry.
oil? Would you say that that's one of the major commodities for countries to go to war, where the oil exists in abundance?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because of
because
the amount of derivatives that you get from
yeah,
them.
yeah.
So, you know, why not make a deal instead of throwing missiles and murder and children dying and
Yeah,
things
but
like that?
it's economics because it's economics because
That does
as
make
as
that does
as
make
the
it money.
quote as the quote from the film June, or from the book June, those that control the spice control the universe.
Yeah.
Right.
So you
So
know,
the Iraq thing, that was meant to be all about oil, right?
oh, definitely 100%.
Okay.
And it was an attempt by Saddam Hussein and the Ba'ath Party to more or less eliminate America from the petrodollar and convert their oil bursar to the euro dollar, therefore cutting out America from that monetary, you know, more or less just like.
Weren't America, they were going into, was it Venezuela and places like that? Plus, they've got tons of oil of their own.
I mean, oh man, I mean, America have got vast, even from their own territory, they've got vast oil reserves. And Venezuela, yes, has got, you know, substantial oil fields. But then we can also talk about gas. I mean, gas, you know, natural gas fields is another. I mean, you know, look at some countries in the Far East, like Thailand. They're a huge majority of the vehicles, like cars in Thailand, run off LPG, which is liquid petroleum gas.
Yeah.
John, going back to that, you mentioned about going into Iraq. They wanted to, they wanted to have a go at America and convert the oil from dollars to euros.
Yeah.
The first Iraq War was 1990.
No, it was 1991.
Well,
It was when Iraq invaded Kuwait.
Kuwait, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's right. 2nd of August 1990. That lasted.
I mean, the second Gulf War was in 2003, and in 2000, the European Union accepted the euro as its default currency. Whereas us in the UK, we didn't adopt the euro as our currency because at the time, pound sterling was a very strong currency in world currency pairs.
Yeah, John, I agree with you. Sorry, John. Fusilier, John, yeah. There's many distractions and things. Like if something's in abundance, I don't believe you have to go to war for it. I really don't. I think they make people panic thinking we're running out of resources, so we need to grab it from somewhere else. But I think it's all about power and land and
it's about
as well as oil and opium
it's power and money and who controls
and resources.
Yeah, definitely 100%.
So but there's always war, isn't there?
I mean, war is perpetual. There will always be war. As long as human beings exist on this planet, there will always be some kind of war, whether it be for resource or whether it be for religious or political ideologies or theologies. There will always be human beings will always be in a constant, perpetual cycle of violence.
Yeah, a bit weird. I don't know why.
But it's human
Destructions
nature.
of human beings will be human beings themselves.
Well, I don't know because I mean I was in the army and I don't reckon I'd have pulled the trigger. Because
but if it come down to you or someone else and it was you alive, of course you would have pulled the trigger.
I mean,
yeah, in that sense, but
if it come down to you alive or theirs, then you've got to pull that trigger. Because if you don't, you don't come back.
In the army, when I was a kid, but me as a person.
As I said, my brother-in-law, my old ex-brother-in-law, he passed away on a motorbike, right? But he done tours in Iraq and he also done tours in Afghanistan. And he shot a 5-year-old child because this child decided to pull the revolver out on him.
Yeah.
And he had to deal with that up until the day he died.
Yeah, it's not in my nature to kill, nor is it in many others. But if you join an institution and you're brainwashed highly, and you're highly trained, things like that. But I still think, and I have heard there's guys who've been to war. My brother was in the army 27 years, and he's seen loads of stuff. And he just said there were guys there they just could not pull that trigger. It just wasn't in their nature. So it's not in everyone's nature. Not everyone who's in that one-to-one can do it. People shut their eyes and wait for it.
So in a hypothetical situation, say like, we live in the UK in a free and democratic society. We enjoy our freedoms and we're quite fortunate as human beings to live in a part of the world where we can exist peacefully and we've got a democratic way of life. We've got social systems in place. But if an invading country decided to invade our country and take those rights away from us, would you defend that right to the death? Would you be prepared to kill another human being in order to protect your way of life?
Some people
absolutely.
Some people might be prepared, but some people might not be. And not everyone's programmed to kill.
No,
they're
not. I understand that, Dana. I understand that. 100%. But in order to protect your way of life and the freedoms that we enjoy, if an invading force invaded the UK to take that right away from us, and
No,
is still
I
there.
understand what you're saying in the concept of a war situation, but we can't even do that now. When you say we've got freedom, yeah, up to that fence, and then we might be allowed through that gate beyond that fence, but to another fence, you're locked in. We can't even fight our own rights over here, which are being taken away from us. Never mind a bloody war coming to us. So
All right.
unless we're willing to do the basics, how are we going to managing a war?
I mean, okay, all right. I'm gonna really sort of like no offense, I'm not, but you know,
All right.
someone invaded your home in the night
Yeah,
to you know do harm to you and your
yeah.
family. What would you do to protect yourself and your family from this person that has come into your home in the middle of the night with like some real ill intent? I mean, what are you gonna do? You're gonna do whatever you can do to protect yourself. So in order for
Yeah.
you to survive and your family to survive and to protect
Yeah,
your property and what is yours. I
yeah.
mean, if it meant I had to kill another man to protect myself and protect my family, I've got absolutely no qualms about ending another human being's life as long as it meant
No,
my
mate.
life
Absolutely.
and my the people that are very dear to me and my property. I would kill another man and I would have no conscience about it whatsoever.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I'd probably do the same thing. Just like I'm a vegan, and if it came to survival by eating another human being, of course I'd do it. Survival instincts, but you can survive without killing.
You can, but unfortunately, in how human beings are and how the human race is, I mean, at some point or another, someone's going to get killed. And the last thing I'd ever want to do is kill another human being. I would be, but if it meant my life or yours, then the gloves are off. And I don't condone
Yeah, I mean,
killing. I don't condone war. I don't condone
yeah,
any sort of violence.
yeah,
Far from it.
we've gone from war to one-on-one, which is fair enough. But in war, you've got less of a chance, haven't you? Because there's bullets and missiles being
Yeah,
thrown
but
at you.
the thing is, in war, you could sort of convey the same sort of meaning from personal protection to protection of your society and your way of life. And if someone wants to invade your country and take away your way of life and your community's way of life and instill some brutal sort of dictatorship where there's no freedoms that you enjoy, then you're going to have to fight for it. You've got no choice.
Yeah, I understand that. But
I'd rather
when you
die on my feet than die on my knees.
no, I totally understand that. Now that's human nature. But yeah, going to war isn't. You know what I mean? If you look
No,
at
but
the amount of people who survive who get attacked one-on-one compared to the amount of people who don't survive because of one missile. But we've gone from war to one-on-one. I'm talking about devastation in numbers, not when it comes down to the last person to person or anything like that. We're talking about war,
of course,
about war and survival. Yeah.
And Eamon McCann in the chat. You're right. War is wrong. No one wants to go to war. No one wants to go to no. The last thing I'd ever want is, a situation where people go to war. Nations go to war. What is the reasons for? There's always an aggressor,
Yeah. Power,
a-
greed, and land.
and there's always going to be a defender. So
yeah. Yeah. The thing is, like you said before, John, it's like a natural thing, and we've always gone to war, yeah. But it's kind of an acceptance for us now, as if it's normal. And some of
No,
us
it's not.
think, well, it isn't normal, but most people do. They actually sit there and watch the news, and it's like day 3. It's like a frigging Hollywood film.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. So the agenda is not what they make it appear at all. I think, but they use all kinds of tactics, oil, terrorism. Where do you see that? Do you know what I mean? They put all this fear into people by saying terrorism and then putting it into the authorities to pull people up. And so where do you see terrorism over here?
Well, you don't.
Well, since
I mean,
the late 80s, 90s, we haven't, have we really?
no.
But
I
Really,
mean,
all you have to do,
God forbid, we've had Manchester bombings and things like that, right? And
yeah,
7/7, and a
you
lot of
said
people
that
have
was
passed away. But when we had weekly terrorists, it was when we were fighting the Irish, when we were fighting the IRA.
yeah. But they've got these 5 levels now, haven't they? Severe, substantial, moderate, and all that. Why?
Yeah,
Where'd that come from?
I've always had that, mate.
yeah, yeah. Because it should be
I
terrorism
don't
or
think
not
they have.
terrorism. It should be one or the other. Like, there's no level of it, is it?
No, they've not always had that at all.
They have that went back to IRA, mate.
Yeah,
but the thing is, I mean,
That's not
you know,
always, is it?
what we would construe someone as being a terrorist to the people that support them, they're a freedom fighter.
I think
So
that's probably when that term came out, Northern Ireland terrorists. I think that was round about then. So yeah, a good use of that political war over land as well. Don't forget, But yeah, terrorists, and who was the terrorists? I don't know. Us, them.
have you guys seen that the documentary called "The Cult of the Suicide Bomber"?
No.
Very, very interesting. Basically the premise of the documentary is that the cult of the suicide bomber was sort of formed in the Iran-Iraq war from like 1984 to 1988, where the Iranians would send like kids. They'd strap them up with suicide belts, and they'd throw them in front of the Iraqi tanks. And there's a
Yeah.
massive cemetery in Tehran where it celebrates the death of these so-called
John,
suicide bombers.
they were the
So
terrorists. Sorry, John. I mean, there's that many different opinions on it. A lot of things don't add up, but I don't think people should just accept war as normal.
no, it's not normal. It's not. It's far
I
from
mean,
normal.
when they say fighting for freedom and things like that, you're not even doing it in your own country.
No,
Never mind against other countries. All your rights have been taken away from you over here without a bullet being flew. And people think we're free and democratic. It's not like that in my eyes. No leader is elected. They're always selected. They're about fucking 20 years ahead on their agenda, in my opinion. Anyway, it's just an opinion. You're all allowed that. But for me, most things, what you see on TV, papers, and all that, is a distraction. That's why most people read it, when the programs come out and that. You don't really know what's going on and why. But it's a bit
no,
weird. Most of the time, these outcomes tend to be where the West, if you like, have moved a bit further in and taking over more power and land and things like that. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what the real agenda is.
Not behind the scenes, you haven't got a clue.
No. But look at all the devastation and things like that. You know, why have they got to sort things out that way? I don't get it. You know, why put the fear into everyone, like with nuclear this and parading on the streets with missiles and that? Is that the world we want to live in and accept it as normal? I don't think, not for me. And I reckon that's what's going on today with all that, and people who wake up at an early age. A lot of these people commit suicide as well. They don't want any of it. It don't feel right to them. It's not natural. I want out. You know. So
Ask yourself what is natural, mate, anymore.
But this country got it well wrong, because you have people that will fight for this country and fucking tooth and nail, right? And have their lives dedicated to this country. And then when they're not dedicated to fighting for this country no more, because they're either too old or they're retired or they've come out of service, they're treated like fucking donkeys. Because they're no longer any use.
As a living entity, a biological being, would you class that as natural or man-made?
Yeah, but we're talking about society, mate. I mean, what
you said what is natural.
Yeah. I mean one thing, political and that sort of thing.
Nothing.
That was sort of topic of conversation.
Yeah, it's all
based on all that. What is natural anymore? Nothing is. There's nothing natural anymore about the regime and everything else that we live under.
No, true, because it never has been. So it's never even had 1 millimeter of natural.
That's what I meant by what is natural, not what is natural as in the physics of organic growth or whatever. I was talking about the political side of things. But there's nothing natural there. There's nothing natural within how any country is run anymore. Nothing whatsoever.
No, so it's all made up, right? It's all scripted.
Well, it's not made. Well, I suppose it is made up, but it's to suit agendas, and that is it. And the agenda doesn't include the population.
No, but we take it in as natural, don't we? No, we think, we go to war and we march down the street and have poppies and all that and victory and peace. And if it weren't for that war, we wouldn't have peace. When have we had peace since the last war? That's World War II, Peacetime. I think they still call it peacetime. I've never seen peace ever in my life.
No,
and that is something that doesn't feel natural to me.
As I said, Dane, the human beings are always going to be in a perpetual cycle of violence.
We celebrate war. We celebrate it.
I don't think people celebrate it. I just think
do. John, they do. They have what do they call it? Poppy Day. They celebrate a victory of war.
I don't think it's a celebration. I think it's a remembrance. Remembrance Sunday.
Remembrance of victory. Don't they use that word victory and Victoria Cross?
Well, okay. We have VE Day, victory in Europe, when a great sacrifice. We went to war with the Third Reich, and we tried to attain some kind of peace. A great sacrifice to ourselves and to others.
What a shame they fought for nothing. They died in vain, really, didn't they? Because look at the state of it.
I mean, if the Third Reich had achieved their aim of 1,000-year Reich, would we be having this conversation right now? I don't know.
Going back to your poppies, Dean. That is a remembrance. Even those that died in Iraq and Afghanistan and all certain wars since World War II, it's not celebrating that they won. It's a remembrance.
No, I know. I get that. That's why it's called Remembrance Day. But it's still reminding people that the war is a good thing. We can't forget the ones who died. Well, I'll tell you what. There's been thousands who've been forgotten. so they can parade as much as they want. But the parents of them soldiers are dead and all that.
Yeah, but
Lest we forget, I'm telling you now, it'll all be forgotten. They'll all be forgotten.
but
What I
you know,
mean,
when you know,
parading, they're
yeah,
celebrating a war.
no,
They're
but the thing is,
celebrating,
when we have
yeah,
Remembrance Day, it's
in
not
a
a
war.
celebration. It's a very solemn.
So we have to remember people who died to give their freedom for us, lest we forget. But we're forgetting they did all that because of a war. So that means we're accepting that people have been brave and died for our non-existent freedom, but they only did that because of one major factor, and that was war and destruction and death and murder. And but yet, we can't forget these people who did that. So it's still, for me, it's still highlighting war as being a good thing because people die for you. So naturally, it will follow on in the future. We have to defend
No,
ourselves.
I get
The only
that.
option
I
we've got
don't think
is
it's.
I-
I
to
don't think,
fight
I
and
don't
die.
think it's highlighting a war as a good thing, mate. I think it's highlighting a war as what has happened and the atrocities and everything else. And war, as we all know, is a bad thing. It's not highlighting it as a good thing.
No,
It can't.
I didn't say. I didn't say a good thing. I'm saying it's part of the process where people take it as natural, going back to natural. Or the next war, people will die for our freedom. Rather than thinking and saying, we don't want any more fucking wars. We don't have to do it this way. So it becomes a natural flow of, yeah, there's the next war. That's what
But
happens.
it's always the guys. Hey, listen, it's always the guys that don't pick up the guns that are making the decision. Simple as that.
Exactly, mate.
It's the ones that are not picking up the guns are the ones that make the decisions.
You can't accept that people who die do it for your freedom and that's all right. And that's only been done through a war. I'm not saying it celebrates a
No,
war.
I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the way. I'm
Everyone's
grateful for
going
the
to
people who
remember a
passed away in
war.
World War II. For me,
Yeah,
to
how
have
many
my freedom.
millions of pounds just selling poppies every year. It should be free. Why are they making money out of that?
I'm grateful. I'm grateful to any man that puts his life on the line for his country and his fellow. I mean, it's not even for the Queen. It's for his brother that he stood next to. It's for the man
Because he
that's
has
next to
to.
him.
It's because he has to. That's why. There's no choice. He has to stand and fight. He's in the army. He's contracted. He can't just say, "I'm going home tonight. Can't be asked. I've no bullets left." He has to. He's no choice. And that guy,
Yeah, but it
he's got
doesn't come down to that anymore, does it? When you're fighting with your countrymen, and you're fighting for a reason, right? You protect the people that are around you, and you're hoping that they'll protect you. And the duty that you've got to your squadron, battalion, whatever it is, right? It's not for the Queen. It's not for the people of this country. It's for the person that stood next to you, that's in that fucking trench, or the man that's in that tank, or the man that's out in the front line with you. You protect your own, and that's what it's all about. And unfortunately, peace will only come when somebody gets the biggest gun they can ever have. That's all, and that's what it is. Peace will not come until someone's got a fucking big enough gun that no one can compete with. Easy as that.
I don't think it's
If they haven't got, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. I just
You
think
know
we
what I
should.
mean?
No,
It's down to
I
the
know what
person
you
who got
mean.
the biggest fucking gun.
If that's everyone's perception of that's the only answer we've got, then for me, no. I think we can do things differently. To devastate and murder is not the right way, the right answer.
Of
So
course,
they're
it's
doing
not
that.
the
So
right way, and
that's part of the.
it's not the
You know,
answer. But sometimes when men and governments are aggressors and perpetuate violence, the only way to fight these people is violence begets violence. So if you're going to be violent towards me and my fucking country and my way of life, and the only thing I can counteract with you is to be violent. I'm not going to
Right,
allow
My-
you and your
My
your
brother-in-laws,
party
right? There's two
violent
brother-in-laws I had that joined the Queen's Dragoon Guards, right? They fought, and they said we joined the Queen's Dragoon Guards to actually fight for our country. In the end, when they come back from when they had their fights, right, the first thing they said was, "Do you know what? Fuck that. I was actually fighting to protect my brother in arms."
See this right. I'm going to go off for a minute. I just want to say hello to a few people who've just come in recently, like Georgina
Cool, Dave.
McBrown.
Cool.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, I just think we're accepting mentality as was okay.
No, it's
That-
not
that's the
okay.
way I look at
It's not okay. It's a
But we
it's a
accept
That's far from okay.
it's a unnecessary evil.
Yeah.
but we don't do anything about it. We don't even do anything about when we're not at
Yeah.
war, which we've got no rights really. So if we can't tackle handkerchiefs, how do we tackle guns?
You know what, right? If Boris started a war tomorrow, give him a gun and send him wherever he's fucking going. Simple, right? Don't leave it to the fucking common man that's got to go out there and fight a fucking war. Give him a gun too.
Let them fight it and stop them from
Exactly, but they
popping
won't. See, this is the problem. This is why we need people like what Fusilier John done a long time ago. What my brother-in-laws have done.
Well, I'll
We
tell you
need
what,
this.
I would love, John, if you're still around, can you come on? Because given it from an older world point of view, where it's led up to today, the Berlin Wall, etc., things like that. If you want to come on. I'm going off for a minute.
Yeah,
Anyone who's coming, thanks
I
for
want
coming in.
Fusilier John to come on, mate, because he's made a comment earlier on. It's quite upset me actually as that comment.
All right. Well, listen. I'm gonna jump off for tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you guys.
You too.
Thank you for letting me on, Dean. I'm sorry for the mishap and with the no
all right.
avatar. I don't know why, but it's always a pleasure, never a chore. Dean, Eddie, Smokey, it's been an absolute pleasure. Everyone in the chat, thank you for having me, listening to me. You may not agree with me, not everyone does, but there you go. Such is life.
Thanks
Dino?
for your opinions, John, and thanks for your respect. And
Thank you.
Yeah, cheers.
No problem.
Yeah, take care,
Everyone,
John. Take care, man.
have a good night. Take care. Peace and blessings to all. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Take
you,
it
mate.
easy.
Cheers, John. Take care, fella.
There's a lot
Thank
of
you.
people
Goodbye.
saying good
Good
night
night.
to John as well in the chat.
Fusilier
night.
John, do you want to come on, mate?
Yeah, John, if you're still listening, can I nip off as well for a quick break? I'll leave you free to it. You too, sorry. John's just gone off. So Barker's put the link up there, John. Let me just read Eamon's last comment. This is now pieces the word. No worries, Eamon. Just keep your opinions and comments coming in, guys, because you've kept it clean and respectful. So why not carry on if you want to? Right, John's coming on. John. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, mate.
Right.
How you doing?
Good evening, Fusilier John. Big respect.
Hey guys, I'm just a little bit shocked in what I'm hearing on. I'm just a little bit shocked. I'm just a little bit shocked on what I'm. Hang on, I've just got the StreamYard open now. Yeah, you know, makes me feel as though I was a bad boy because I joined the army. You know, because I did it.
No.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you're hearing, and I have to say, and Ron should come on, Master Ronovich should come on, because we want our freedom. It's all very well saying we haven't got freedom now, but we have a choice. We have a choice to vote. We have a freedom to vote fairly in an election. And other countries like Russia hasn't got that freedom of choice. Other countries haven't got that freedom of choice of having a vote. They're told to vote for. Is that freedom? No. Is that democracy? No, it's not. We could, if I wanted to say fuck Boris Johnson, I could say fuck Boris Johnson and not walk out the door and get nicked for it. You know what I mean? So I have that right.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit disturbing when you're hearing, well, well, it's a little bit going back to 1939, isn't it? Like, you know, peace in our time and all that crap. So, you know, I did get a little bit upset over certain things. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't mean to.
No, mate, that's
No, it's all right, man. It's all right. It's all right. Like I said, if it wasn't for the people that fought in 1939 and so on, right, we wouldn't have the freedoms we got today. We'd all be talking fucking German.
Yeah, without a doubt.
So no matter what nationality you are in Europe, you've picked up a gun and you fucking, you know, you fought for freedom. You fought for your countries. You know, it's as easy as that. It's not like the Ukraine war that's going on today. Nothing is like that, what went on in World War II. Do you know, you had your own wars yourself with people who had strong beliefs, usually, John, when you went to Ireland.
Yeah,
And by God, didn't they have strong beliefs?
Yeah, because those people were fighting for a cause. I mean, I can remember when the official IRA packed it in. They was fighting for a cause, and we treated them with 100% respect. What they did, what they was doing, trying to fight for a cause. But when you had another lot come in,
like the Ulster freedom fighters and all that lot,
Irish people told me some of it was criminality. And with these oligarchs now, you know what I mean? Let's be honest, where are they exactly getting their money from? You know, who's financing them? Where do they get their money from?
Yeah.
Is it a case of Ronnie and Reggie Cray again? Like, you know, let's have a bit of protection racket.
Yeah, it could be. It absolutely could be.
As you know, John, my son served as well.
I know.
Stuff he went through everything else. I mean, he's had some shit from that as well.
I'll salute your son, Eddie. I'll salute your son because he is a comrade in arms, mate.
Yeah,
he decided to sign on the dotted line, and I would defend him 100%. But there are others out there who don't give a shit, to be honest, and that's what annoys me when you hear sort of like those comments being made, and I think, what the fuck did I do that for then?
Yeah, I mean, he's even had shit fucking thrown at him, not literally, but you know, verbally. When he's been doing, you know, in our village every year we have a march through village, to Cenotaphic village, and he does it every year. He gets a wreath from his old regiment, and you know, he's had some stick over years just for doing that. I remember once he were marching down in his number twos, full dress, carrying the wreath, everything else, and he got some real fucking grief for walking down the street. He was the only one. The older guys still have the berets, don't get me wrong, still wear them, right? But he was the only one in full dress. He was the only one that was serving at the time, and he was on leave from Afghanistan at the time, and he got some fucking real shit thrown at him verbally, not literally.
Wrong, absolutely wrong, absolutely 100% wrong. You know, I mean, and how much your son must have felt though, Eddie? You know,
I asked him about it. Did it bother him? Of course, it bothered him. Did he show it? No, he didn't. We'll put it this way: I got hold of one of them that started giving him grief, and it didn't end well for him. But that aside, I would do that any fucking day of the week, mate, for any soldier. For any soldier.
I mean, people go on YouTube, they go on this bloody thing, and they get stuff off it. Oh, I've got this information, I've got that information. What are they doing with that information? Sitting on their computer, that's it. That's not going anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, my son did call one. He gave one a comment. He says to this guy, he says, spend 6 months in my boots, mate, and then come back and say that.
Well, I've done more than that, Eddie. I think I would have took him around the corner and kicked the shit out of him, mate.
Yeah, well, he wanted to, mate, but he was in full dress. He weren't going to do that in full dress, mate.
Well, behind the wall's good enough.
Believe me, he would have done. He would, if he hadn't been in full dress, mate, he would have done.
I mean, when you see things on the chat like Master Ronnie's commenting, now if it's that good in Russia, could he walk around Red Square wearing his freedom mask? I doubt it.
No.
I doubt it. He'll soon be taken off to the fucking gulag somewhere.
Yeah.
That, mate. I mean, John, don't ever feel that people are having a go at you, because there's more people out there that appreciate what you have done, what my son have done. Anybody that served what they've done, they appreciate 100%. You've just got these people that don't know, don't fully understand, and that is it, mate. Don't take it to heart, mate.
No, I'm not Eddie, but I'm not taking it to heart, Eddie. I won't take it to heart. But the point is, there are two sides to every coin, isn't there?
Oh,
you know, it's all very
well. Different opinion, experiences with their own family and things like that. But at the end of the day, there's that many different opinions on things.
Yeah, it's all very well.
Experience or through no experience, but if there's that many opinions, for me, we don't know fuck all.
It's all very well having this appeasement attitude, but where did it get people? You appease a bully, that bully would go on bullying people, wouldn't they?
Possible.
You know, so we can't have this appeasement saying, oh, that we shouldn't be doing that, we shouldn't be doing this. I know we shouldn't be doing this and we shouldn't be doing that, but it's the way the world runs and operates at this moment in time. She agreed from parliaments, from governments, from politicians, from MPs, from big business. It's greed, it's business, killing people.
Yeah, it is business. You're right. It is business.
Yeah. Just going back to what I said, like, do we need to do it that way? And people accept war as being the everyday thing. But, well, we've always gone through it, so we always will, rather than, can't we do something about it? And some people do say that, then you get protests and things like that, but that's not really doing anything about it. And I've said this to Master Ron. Listen, I don't want any drama, right? Now, Ice Chain is, listen, please be respectful in that chat. Have your opinions. You can be as strong as you want, but draw that line, guys. And it's quite healthy to have strong opinions. Don't forget that. There's nothing wrong with that. But keep it on a level. So if you've got a different opinion, who's right and who's wrong? No worries. Thank you.
You know, I personally think the services that are here to protect us, like Fusilier Johns and Eddie's Boy and all that, right, from the World War II, we're not using them right. We're using them not as a defense, but as an attack. Now, we should be using them as a defense. If they come and attack us, or someone, you know, fair enough. Fucking send the boys out there to do their jobs. But don't send them off to silly-arse countries like Iraq and Afghanistan to do that bollocks, right? Because as far as I'm concerned, right, they're a million miles away from the UK, a million miles away from fucking Europe. It's got fuck all to do with us. And why are we sending youngsters in to die?
When my brother, who was in full whack, went to Afghanistan, I think twice, Iraq twice. He did Northern Ireland early days and all that. Seen it, done it, been there, seen it all. I said to him when it came out, I said, kid, what was it all about, that Iraq thing? He said, kid, not a clue. Not a clue. None of us, not a clue. All we got told was this and that. And that was the major thing. But the soldiers on the ground didn't have a clue what they were fighting for. All they knew was we just had to do what we were trained.
We just had to kill them, and that was it. Yeah, that was the experience of my brother-in-law as well.
Yeah,
he said exactly the same thing.
Yeah, well, for me, innocent murderers.
Well, yeah. Effectively, they were sent to do a job that it was fuck all to do with us. Now, when it come down to World War II, we were in fear. We were in fear that the Third Reich was going to invade this fucking country and take over our country, simple, and push new ideals in, Nazi ideals, which couldn't happen anywhere in Europe, let alone in Britain, anywhere in Europe. Do you know what I mean? We were fighting for democracy, freedom. There was a fight there for that. When you're sending youngsters off to Iraq for fucking oil and opium, and fucking Afghanistan for oil and opium, what the fuck? That is fuck all to do with us. Leave it out, because those youngsters could have families, their kids, and fucking suffering. Nah. Fuck all that.
Yeah,
I got respect for the boys that have gone out there because they've been ordered to do a job.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
No matter what the job was, they were ordered to do it.
And at the end of it, when they all come home and meet the families and that, and they go, "We've done it. We've got our opium. We've got our oil. We went out there and got that for you. Oh, and we give you
Yeah.
peace as well. And you know, we can back up our force now to attack terrorism. You know, you're all safe. But we got the oil and the opium. That's what we was in there for." But I asked my brother. He said, "Not a clue. I haven't got a clue. Just go in and do what we tell you. If you don't come out, sorry. If you do come out, well done. You might get a badge."
There you go.
It's not normal war, but we accept it as being. It's about time we. In fact, when I saw a little video of, I think there were Russian. It was early doors on this Hollywood show. I think he landed in Ukraine, or anywhere, whatever happened, and these Ukrainian people looked after him and fed him and everything like that. So not everyone sees it as being the right thing or the only way to go. I think these people are saying, "Look, you're my enemy according to that and that, but to me, you're just we're going to look after you, mate, because you could be in danger here by people who don't like you, but we're Ukrainian, we don't want this, so Luke, we'll look after you, you know." So you've got that natural element to it as well, to war. We've always had people on both sides looking after each other, which is more of a natural element than thinking
if somebody comes and attacks your home tonight, Dino, what are you going to do? Stand there and let them in? Or would you fight? Would you fight for your own? Would you fight for your own?
Yeah, of course I would. But in war, I might act differently. And we're talking about war.
Yeah, but you wouldn't though, because you've been trained to think that somebody's invading your backyard. So you wouldn't think like that. You would do what you were fucking told. You would go and fucking, if they said, "Oh, there's 50 of you men, you got to go and kill 50 of them men," you're going to do it because you've got a fear of them invading your fucking house.
Yeah. And as a soldier,
simple as that.
You're not sat there with nothing happening. Then all of a sudden, someone walks through your door because you know, as a soldier, you're prepared, you're ready, you're there to kill. Sat in your home and some fucker comes in and tries to beat your head in, that's totally different. I've not been institutionalized, or I've been in the job. I'm not saying it's a bad thing altogether. It's just I'm not trained to kill someone who might walk through my door. It would come naturally.
When I was living in, I tell you the story now. When I was living in a council estate, right, somebody broke into my house and I was there lying on the sofa, right, and I was cutting food up on a chopping board with a knife, right. Now this person, I heard stuff go in the bathroom or fall off the fucking windowsill. I thought, fuck, didn't think nothing of it. Then I heard the guy, he come into my fucking living room, but as he come into my living room, he wasn't expecting me to have a big fucking carving knife in my hand. So I chased him out the flat. He couldn't open my door quick enough to get out the fucking flat, right? He couldn't. So I'm telling you now, if he stayed, he'd have had that knife in him. Because my son was there. He'd have had that fucking knife in him. Simple as that.
Yeah.
No ifs, no buts. I wouldn't have asked a second question about it. Now,
yeah.
If I was stuck in the same position of my brother's in arms next to me and some fucker's invading my fucking space and invading me, then fuck me, the first thing I'm going to do is protect my brother in arms. I'm not thinking of the Queen. I'm not thinking of myself. I'm thinking of the bloke that's fucking next to me. As he should be thinking of you. Am I right, Fusilier John, or am I wrong?
Well, you've got mates, you've got colleagues, you've got friends, you've got really good friends in the army. I mean, and you know, and you're interested in saving your life and saving their life. And it's an horrible decision to take. And I dare say his son's been in the same position.
Yeah.
It's an horrible decision you have to take to pull that trigger. It's a horrible decision. We'll live with those people who have pulled that trigger for the rest of their lives. You know, it's the thing that's
well. As I say, my brother-in-law killed himself because of a decision he made.
And over in your head. Yeah. Did I do the right thing? Did I do the right thing?
Yeah.
You know, and I have to say, sometimes people don't understand that. You know, you
when
relive that
Dean
experience.
when Dean come home from Iraq, right, my brother-in-law,
you relive that experience of just pulling that trigger on your finger, you know, and it plays on your mind for the rest of your life.
When Dean come home from Iraq, right, on leave, I sat down and I made him a cuppa and I made a spliff and I sat down and we started talking and he broke down in tears and he told me what he had to do about shooting a child, right? Because he had to, because this child would have killed him, outright. And he said, I can't live with that. And he couldn't. And within 9 months, he was in Osnabrück and he decided to top himself on his motorbike. Right? Now, shit happens. But that's the reason why he done it, because he couldn't live with shooting a 5-year-old child that had a gun trained on him.
That's
Now,
the
that
difference
5-year-old child
between-
didn't know why the gun had to be trained on him. The 5-year-old child didn't have a clue. He was just forced into it.
Yeah, that's the difference.
But as he said,
you know.
it was him or me.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And it's unfortunate, but that shit happens. Now, my view is, if Boris or the leader at the time wants to send people out to fight a war, pick up a fucking gun yourself, mate.
Exactly. And there's a difference between natural survival, like what do I do in this? I've only got one option here, you know.
Yeah.
Rather than the difference being I've got to go in there and kill, so I've not got the last option of I must survive now. You might get in there and something might happen, whereas you've got only that one option left to save yourself. But initially, you're going in there to kill yourself. If you sat at home, someone comes in, you're not thinking, I'm going to kill someone.
I missed a comment on there then. Pulling the trigger is easy, but living with it is difficult. Now, that was I missed the other guy, caught the end of it as it went up the screen. Now, that's very, very true.
Yes, it certainly is, mate. My son.
Very true.
My son has only spoke about one incident. And he said there have been many, but there's just one he's spoken about. And how that affected him weren't good. He didn't get any help for it, no fuck all.
Nope.
It's another point.
The only help he got was from his family. But yeah, but that aspect of what he did and what he told me about, I'm thinking, I understand why you did it, and I support you for what you did, because if you hadn't done it, then I won't be sat here fucking talking to you.
Yeah.
Right.
And that is it. That is the thing. But I'm going to answer a question that Master On brought up. What about all these troops that have come back since Afghanistan, since Iraq? They've left the army. They've come back with fuck all. Literally fuck all, because they left with fuck all, or most of them did.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot of them, they're on the streets, they've turned to drugs, they've alcohol, everything else. They're getting no fucking help whatsoever. And these are the guys that have been sent out, that signed up. They've been sent out to wars to fight for the cause.
Yeah. And they're being treated worse than a prisoner in prison.
Right. And they're getting nothing whatsoever. Not a fucking rat, not a place to live, no help, no guidance, no counselling. Absolutely jack shit.
Yeah.
Right. That really fucks me off.
Yeah, I'll agree.
And the amount of immigrants that we're fucking housing now and everything else, it goes against the grain for me. It really does. I'm not being racist.
Well, there we go. A god when you're fighting for the country. You're a god when you're fighting for your country, and a dog when you're not.
Yeah, well, as I said,
it's no longer required.
But yeah.
You know,
unfortunately,
whether you die in wartime or whether you die on the streets, you know, they don't care. You've got all these charities. When I worked in Kerr, I looked after this guy who went to Afghanistan. He was only young, and it was a decision, left or right, and he got ordered right, and he got his legs blown off. One eye was out, half his fingers missing, wheelchair for the rest of his life. I looked after him. He went to the veterans. He went to all these charities. He hardly got anything. Luckily, his parents, I better be careful here, but there was money in the family. So luckily for him, he could get looked after. And what the charities did give him or fund towards him were things like, because he only had one eye, he had these machines where he could read magnified things, and the Alexa thing where he could speak, and things like that. Luckily for him, but you know, I've seen ex-soldiers on the street and things like that. So it just proves to me, it's like, if you can go in there and do your best for us and kill and survive.
I think what people have got to understand is when, you know, I mean, look at all these that were repatriated. We used to see it on news, and it was so fucking heartbreaking that seeing them repatriated every fucking day. Right, but what people don't realise is those that did make it back, part of them is also dead. And they don't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's right, because they don't show it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, sorry.
it's all right now. Take yourself off. Right. The thing is, I know Biker's story a bit deeper than you guys about his son and things like that. I'll be all right in a minute. The overall view for me is it was wrong, and we shouldn't accept it as normal, because look what happens before, during, and after. Simple as that. But that's just me, guy. I'm just a peaceful guy. I wish things could happen overnight like we all do, but it won't. Like John Smith said earlier.
Unfortunately, Dino, right? There's not enough peaceful men out there to go down this road, right? There's not. It's a shame, but it's true. There's not.
Yeah,
and unfortunately, man's destruction is going to be man.
Right. Well, for me, the starting point for me would for people to realise that it's wrong, and like, where do we go from? We don't want it anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're never going to stop it. This is the problem. You're never going to stop it. Look what happens in Mogadishu and places like that, you know, that we don't hear about. Do you know what I mean? Out in these African countries where they're all fucking killing each other left, right, and centre. We don't hear about that. When Mugabe was in power, who wanted to take Mugabe out of power? No one. The fucker was killing loads of people. Who the fuck went over there and said, "Oh, Mugabe, you're a prick, stop fucking killing your own"? Nobody did, because it was fuck all there for him to fucking take. That's why.
Well, he was allowed to, weren't he? Because if you've got a country like Ukraine with a fair bit of power, why didn't someone take someone out who lives in a piece of sand? It's ridiculous. So they're allowed power.
As I said, we've all lost people. We've all lost people, friends, family, and everything. You know what I mean? Due to war, due to conflict.
Yeah, it's wrong. It's not right. It's
right,
wrong.
and it's not just the war that have killed people; it's the fucking after effects of it that have done it.
Exactly, as well. Yeah, absolutely.
And it's the non-support. It's the support that the boys don't get, and the ladies that fight for this country. They don't get it either. They get no support.
So how can we support war? You know.
Yeah, but we don't, do we? It's the politicians. It's the politicians that start the wars. That are the ones with the big mouths and said, "I'll send 50,000 troops here and 100,000 troops there." It's bollocks. They should be picking up a gun themselves, not the fucking youngsters that are doing it now or have done it in the past.
Yeah, but they employ the masses, don't they? Because if they were to do it themselves, they'd get beaten in the first 10 minutes, wouldn't they? So they use everyone else to do it for them, which is power, land, greed, things like that.
That's all I'm saying is, right, for people like Fusilier John, Bikereddie's boy, my brother-in-law Dean, right, I'm telling you now, I've got all the respect in the fucking world for their jobs, what they've done and what they've achieved.
No,
everything that they've done, I've got a massive, massive respect.
Same here.
Because without those men, right, we'd be fucked.
Well, I think we're fucked anyway, but yeah, I know what you mean. I think the time after the war, when it finished, my dad was born in 44. So back then, it definitely was peacetime because it was a build-up of the country again. Then you started getting your holiday camps like your Butlins. And
We were recovering, weren't we? It was a recovery.
well,
That's what it was. From 44 was recovery.
What it was like a morale booster for the country again. They've been living underground in bunkers on rations, things like that. But actually, that's what brought people together. And then when it came out of war, we went through the 50s, then you saw advances in technology, and then you saw advances towards space age.
Unfortunately, we are not going to see another war like it was World War II. It's all going to be button pressing.
That was a primitive war. That was cowboys and Indians type of war. Then in the 60s, you saw a difference in music, which meant a difference in people's minds. Technologies moving forward, things like that. And then I think once everyone had settled down in good morale, things started changing again. 70s, 80s, just I think.
Look what Robert put up.
There was that period.
Look what Robert put up. We don't support war, but we need to support our comrades in arms. Absolutely.
And always remember the poem for the fallen. And most of you should know it. They shall not grow old as we are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn them. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
Yeah. You know, like my son is 19 years old, right? And I try to teach him what people have given up for his freedoms. He's 19, mind.
Right. Eamon, I remember one night I said something about that kind of thing, and I know you agreed. So we fought to contain our ethnicity, our culture, etc. And if you look at it now, is this what we fought for? Because I put in for a move. I've been where I live now for 18 years, and I put in for a move, and all I got told was go on the list and keep your eye on it, and when something comes up, you'll get it, because there's a lot of shortage of houses around here. But I've seen so many houses get built up so fast, like we do everywhere. Cheap materials, they go up so fast.
Yeah.
But I'm not being funny, right? But the majority of people who've become residents of these places, council places, people who are not born here or things like that, and I'm on a waiting list. So it makes you wonder what kind of system they've got going, where people who
I'm not being racist. I'm not being anything like that, right? But the best decision a Conservative Party member has come up with is send them all to Africa. Rwanda is the answer.
Well, it's ridiculous, because I've noticed an attitude problem with I don't know. It's very hard to put. If I wanted to put it how I wanted to, I'd have my video taken down. But there's people in certain positions where we've got native people who can be in the same position, but for some reason we have people in positions where they don't fit into the culture properly. They don't, they're not. It's just they've come in, learned, got position, and not been here long and worked in that.
I just think we're full. I just think the country is full. We're only a little island, and we've done our bit. We have, we're full to the brim. We can't get no more fucking people on this fucking little island if we tried.
No, we can't. But there's not enough houses where I live. I can't move. But then again, I keep seeing people moving in all the time, if you know what I mean.
But, yeah.
So I don't know what's going on there. But it's not right.
You know, the
And
houses they're
then
putting up now is terrible. They're terrible. They're awful. They are. I live in one. Believe me, they're fucking wooden shacks with fucking cladding either side.
yeah, I mean, I think I said it a few weeks ago. I went to hospital visiting, and I was asked to sign a track and trace sheet, and it was a foreign nurse, and I said no.
I hope you use that second word as off. I do. I hope you use that. I hope you use the second word as off, because I won't try track and trace. I won't do none of that shit.
Oh right, yeah. Sorry, yeah. So puts the sheet out, passes me well. I didn't take the pen. Showed me the pen. Said, "I'm not giving you any of my details. You have to." I said, "No, I don't. It's excuse me, but it's hospital policy." I said, "I don't care what your policy is. I know for a fact I don't have to sign that. Forget your policy." Yes, you do. Yes, you do. COVID symptoms and all this. So the person I was visiting side of the bed, while this person who's not native was getting on her high horse, said to the person I was visiting, when you go home, if you get COVID symptoms, you know where it's come from. So I reported this sister, by the way, not a nurse, a sister, giving out medication, saying to me, saying to this patient, if you ever let this person in, basically, and you get COVID symptoms, you know where it's come from, because he hasn't signed the track and trace, as if that would stop any COVID symptoms. So we're getting people who get on the right horse, just down to the small things, like if you're walking along a path, they won't even. There's no courtesy fading away. There's a lot of ignorance going about from people who are recent to these lands, if you like. And I'm not racist. We've got a lot of European people who live where I live. They're wonderful people. When I go around filming certain places, and certain people, they all seem to be not clued up on certain laws or whatever, or I can't really tell what they're saying half the time. I'm not being funny, but I've kind of lost my way in a natural, native way, in a cultural way. I feel all the culture's gone and things like that. Everything's changed. Feels a bit weird to me. I feel like I'm getting told off of people who've come here maybe 10, 15 years ago, learned a trade and got into that job and gets on their high horse like I experienced that day in the hospital. That it just felt so wrong to me.
In all honesty, racism in any shape or form is absolutely fucking vile and disgusting. I don't care.
Yeah, absolutely.
What anybody says, it is fucking disgusting. Yeah. Right. Just sort of backtracking slightly here. You've got your footballers, they're all taking the knee for the racism cause and everything else. I fully understand that. Initially it was for Black Lives Matter, but that aside, let's forget them. Because they weren't what they were meant to be anyway. But do you not think that the people of the UK, that are UK born and bred, right? And no way am I trying to be racist here, none at all. They are now getting all these immigrants coming in, they are rehousing them over the UK, or they're giving them priority over the UK citizens that are in need as well, but they're getting that priority over the UK citizens. Now, what is that going to make that particular UK citizen feel like? Why do they come in from this country? Blah blah. Now you're going down the racism route. You're breeding racism.
But
correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, by all means. But that you're going to get to a point where somebody's going to come out and say, right, that ethnicity person there, has got that house over me. He's got 3 kids. I've got 4 kids. Why should he get it? And it seems like it's been incited back into the culture of what they're trying to get rid of. And I don't understand that myself.
It's like we don't say anything, though. It's like you're forbidden to tell the truth because it hurts, and it's the truth, like, but you don't say it, or else you're this or you're that.
Yeah, you get labelled. Yeah.
So when people talk about freedom and rights, forget it.
Yeah.
Is this, is this what we fought for?
I mean, let's go on to the topic of you've got your Ukrainians. They asked the UK public open up the houses, rehouse, or home a Ukraine refugee. Brilliant idea, really good. We'll give you £350 a month. Really? £350 a month? But yet they're going to bring illegal immigrants in that come off of the dinghies, the sick in hotels, £250 a day per person.
You know what annoys me more than anything? Maybe people, they reside and they really do help, and I've met many nice people who've come across and things like that. But what gets me is their ignorance of our culture. And I think that's part of why our culture's fading out badly. I mean, despite the Americanization of our country since the 70s, maybe, British, English, come on, where's it gone? And at least be respectful of the culture of the country and the places where you not just visit for a holiday like we do, but where you're going to end up bloody living with some decent, you're not going to struggle. You ain't going to struggle.
Well, we are the 51st state, didn't we?
Mate, you might struggle then if you don't do it right. But I mean, for now, come on, settle in. How you doing? You all right? Well, yeah, thank you very much. And like I went to, I fancied a bit of rice and curry today, and I said to the guy, I said, can I just have some rice? And is your curry vegan? He said, chicken masala. I said, no, some people put yogurt and milk in curry, but is yours vegan? I'm vegan. He said, chicken or madras? I said, excuse me, I'm not being funny, but do you know what a vegan is? Right? And he were a nice chap. He was smiling. And I said, no animal products, or like the curry, has it got milk, or I don't know. I said, oh, okay, it's fine. Thank you very much. Now, that is not understanding not just our culture, but a worldwide thing. It's ridiculous, to be honest. Our culture's being lost, and it should be kept alive, and we're trying. But when people come over here and kind of ignore it altogether, it's just all they see it as is a kind of place where they can now have a better life, settle in, and get as much as they need without having any problem, and it's made easy for them. And
I watched a video the other day on a load of immigrants that were going to come over on a dinghy, right? And they stopped themselves from coming over because they said, I ain't going to no fucking Rwanda. That's exactly what they said. I ain't going to Rwanda. I ain't going to Britain.
But a question that should be asked is what I'm going to ask under the FOIA, right? Is since 2 years ago, when this all started up and it got really heavy, how many of those people that landed on the beaches of Dover have committed crimes since they've been in this country, and how many of them have scarpered out the system? Now, I know the answer I'm going to get from the government. We can't tell you that. Now, that is a load of old bollocks for a start. And it's not racist. It's just asking the question under the Freedom of Information Act what the current state of play is.
Because they weren't vetted in the first place, mate.
Sorry, mate?
because none of them were vetted in the first place.
That's right.
Well, they have got a list of those ones who landed it, the ones they're arrested. Let's put it that way.
Well,
Hi, Markhamsworth. How you doing, mate? Good to
How
see
many
you.
people are coming into this country that have committed crimes in their own country to get away from it?
Well, you won't know unless they dredge
Exactly.
the middle of the ocean, unless they dredge the middle of the English Channel for all their bags that they're thrown over.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, what about that grooming gang? Quite a few years ago now, I went to a protest about it, and
Was that in Bolton, the Bowie?
I forget what.
Huddersfield.
Yeah. No,
Huddersfield. Right.
no. I went to one in Rochdale.
Oh, yeah.
See, there's so many of them, we don't even know where the fuck they are.
Well, these do. This is what I'm getting at.
That says it all.
This is my point. I'm trying to get to. These guys are well known. They've been put inside for a short time. They've been allowed back. They're not allowed within a 30-mile radius of this area where they were grooming children. So there was a protest, and I went there in Rochdale, and it's a group called Parents Against Grooming. And I saw a lot of heartache. I saw children who'd actually been involved, their parents crying their eyes out outside the cop shop. No one wanted to know. There was actually a police inspector, I believe, involved in that. And so they did the time, came out, and they was allowed 31 miles away from these kids, from the area where they were grooming. How about that? And they weren't born here. Sorry. No, they came over. There you go.
So we can extradite them 31 miles away, but we can't fucking send them back to their own country. It's fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
And that's just Rochdale. And Rochdale was, it had a big thing going on at that time. I think there were more than one gang. But they really picked on Rochdale, these lot. And of course, Rochdale's just a biggish town, but just imagine.
Gracie Fields were turning her grave.
Absolutely, mate. You're right, John. I'll tell you what, it's my fault. I started it all off serious early doors. So let's have a laugh. Let's have a laugh about something. Let's break this up. One of the girls ended up pregnant with being raped. Yeah, Yvonne. Yeah, I know. I think her father was there that day when I was there. It was sad.
Just another thing for you. When you see the footage of all these people coming over on dinghies, just think back. How many women did you see on those dinghies?
I haven't seen much.
Right, back in a minute.
No worries. Right, Yorkshire Monkey. How you doing, mate? Cougars. Not doing too bad. Mick Brown. Nice one. Ian Hill. Thanks for coming in. John and Smokey.
I'm sure I see Mark Kelly in the chat as well somewhere. Big up,
Yeah,
Mark Kelly.
Mark Kelly was there earlier. I did put my thumb up. He knows. Teflon, James Patrick.
Always got to say hello to Mark.
Thanks for putting them links up, James. I really appreciate that. Nude Guru, Eamon, brilliant stuff. Honestly, guys, thank you so much for all your respectful comments in that chat tonight.
Oh, Master Ron wants to come on. Look out.
No worries. Right. Now, hang on, my screen's gone blank. Okay. Right. Yeah. Right. Okay. I'll put the link up. James has done it for me. I'm gonna nip off for a minute, but I'll bring Master Ron on first. say hello, and then I'll leave you guys to talk peacefully. How you doing, Dave? I'll put it up again.
Always got time for Master Ron.
Do you know what? He's been around a long time for me, and he's a sound bloke, and he's allowed his opinion just like us, and he has strong opinions, and he has that side of opinion. You have yours, but it's all about respect on here, guys, and we can only move on and get forward if we talk to each other in a debate. No arguments, no drama. We don't need that. That sets us back. We'll never move forward in that way. We'll move forward in a respectful debate.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Right, the link's been put up twice, Mr. Blue. Adrian. No one's come backstage, so this will give me a chance to. Oh no, they have now.
I don't know what Master Ron was asking for the link.
Yeah, he's here now. He's just arrived.
Hello.
How you doing,
Hello.
Master Ron?
Yeah, I'm doing well.
Mr. Ron.
Thank you, comrade.
How dare you mention squirrels?
Well, you know what I mean. I have to stand up for the SLM, mate. Somebody's got to. Squirrel lives matter. Squirrel lives matter. I'm going to get some people to join me on that one.
Especially red ones. They're dying out.
Yeah, I'd like to hit a few points. One was Smokey brought up a really good subject earlier on, and it's about Putin and civilians being killed and everything. The question I ask is this: near enough half of the Ukraine is actually pro-EU and pro-NATO. They're Russian-speaking people. So you have to ask yourself this: why would Putin want to go in to certain sections of the Ukraine and kill people which are more likely don't want to be part of the EU and NATO? So I do question some of the.
Why Mariupol is flat.
Yeah. So I do question what comes out from whoever. You know what I mean? I do question that sort of thing.
Yeah. This is why I don't understand why Mariupol has been flattened, because that's supposed to be a Russian separatist area. So I don't understand where their logic is by flattening it to the ground.
Yeah. So I do. You know, I wouldn't take mainstream media from either side. To be honest, I don't listen to it from either side. There is one guy that we have followed, which is actually in the Ukraine, and he does his own YouTube channel. He even does lives and everything. So that's one. I can't remember what his channel's called at the moment. One day I'll find it and I'll put a link in this chat and what have you. So there is information on the ground, but it's very hard to find and everything. The other thing is that when I was talking about democracy in the UK and everything, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. And the reason why I say is this is because we are not governed by Parliament. We are not governed by the Queen. We are governed by people much higher than those. It doesn't matter who you vote in and what have you. You get those people, not the people you vote in. They are the puppets. They have masters. See, and to me, my great-grandfather and my grandfather fought in the First and the Second World War against tyrants and tyranny. Yeah? Now, if they were alive today and they saw how the squaddies were being treated and the civilians were being treated by the government and by the royal family, we are her subjects, and she doesn't give a fuck, then why should I give a fuck about them? I'm being honest with you. We know of too many squaddies which are now coming out of the armed services for quite a few years now, where they're being discarded. They're used as cannon fodder. They're pawns for the elitist game.
Right.
To me, I have big support. One second, please, Dinner. I have big support for all military servicemen. I've got quite a few family members which have been American and English, which have served for this country. And so I was patriotic, but no longer am I patriotic, not to this country. It's treated people like shit for many years. And the last 2 years, it's really shown how democracy is being taken away in this country. Thank you.
Can't argue with that. I can't argue with that. And Ron went a bit deeper at some point there about the puppets. Now, he knows that I agree, but that's a way deeper conversation. We can bring it on if you want. We've all got our opinions. Now, Rally Sniffer, right? You just put it's not a channel for freedom of speech. You're absolutely wrong, mate. You're on your own there in here with that one. You've just heard freedom of speech. You heard it from Smokey, you've heard it from John and Biker, and you've heard it from myself. So what are you on about? If you're in here to disrupt this chat or the channel, you'll either get removed or you may as well go away, mate. Yeah? So don't rub your emotions like that. Why don't you come on and have your freedom of speech and prove me wrong? Right, I'll nip off for a minute. Master Ron, thanks for your respectful introduction and great questions. I'll let you guys crack on with whatever answers you've got to that.
Well, just a quick one for you, Dino. We can lob a donation in for you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you missed it. Don't worry, it's there.
Oh, Eamon, there it is.
Big up Tony P.
Thanks very much, Eamon. I appreciate that. You know where that's going, don't you? That's for Friday. Thank you very much. He does that. That's like saying, Dino.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
I hope that explains to you. I hope that explains to you where I'm actually coming from. It's very hard to put it in text and everything because you've got small space, you know what I mean, and then you've got no more that you can type and what have you, so it's very hard. But hopefully that explains from where I'm coming from. I look at a bigger picture, you know, of it all. And I totally understand what John was saying and what have you. But at the same time, I'm looking at the bigger picture and who is actually running the show. And the problem is that nobody, we know who's running the show, but our governments definitely ain't running the show. You're delusional if you think that we've got democracy, because we haven't. At the drop of a pound, it can change. And that's how it is. Money talks. Who makes the money out of medication? Pharmaceutical companies. Who makes the money out of war? The arms dealers. Those are the people which uses everything for their own gain, and the puppets, which are your politicians, play along with it.
We're not going to go down the Illuminati route now, are we?
No, it's just the fact of it. That's how it is.
The JP Morgans and all that lot, the Rockefellers. And
the Rockefellers, the Vanguards, you know, these are the people.
Even, I don't know about Master On when I've thought about, I mean, we've been on that level for a while, but what about even them fellas are a distraction to who the real fellas are?
Could you say that again, Dino? Sorry, mate.
These Rockefellers and the Illuminati and stuff like that, fair enough, they exist. But what about if that's a distraction for the guys who really do pull the strings? So we can go even further. It's a bit of a labyrinth, really. So why
it's a hell of a rabbit hole. It's a rabbit hole.
Why would we get all this knowledge about the Rockefellers, the Illuminati, the
JP Morgan, all them,
all that? But why allow us to know that and go, it's those guys, which some of us do, but maybe that's a
Really?
distraction. Why tell us about them? Why are they not the secret ones? When we say these guys are pulling the strings, maybe it's people above them, because these are
well, no,
you guys talking about man-made stuff.
mhm.
There could be someone above them. You know, I don't think we're meant to hear or know about who it is, who the real controllers are.
We're little fish in a very, very, very big pond. That's all we are.
There's something going on, and all we are, you know, all the world's a stage, and we're just actors or players.
Yeah,
I don't think we are the actors. I think we are the pawns. I think the actors come down to government and above.
Well, maybe, but but you know, just to use that word, like because I've used the word stage, all the world's a stage.
We are the lab rats. That's all we are.
that's exactly what I was going to say before you said it. Lab rats. We're an experiment. They love to play games.
That's exactly what we
and
are.
We are their things to play around with. Our emotions, everything.
Yeah.
Keep us fighting against each other.
That's today, right? So I just think, right, that's today. Now, don't forget where John's come from, like, you know, in his generation and things like that. Now, it's been leading up to today since the beginning of time, really, to one degree. Or I always say since Roman times, it's kind of still the same kind of system, but with development.
Well, the first coin.
Technology.
The first coin. Yeah.
Excuse me, I wasn't around in the Roman times, Dino.
What are they trying to say, John? What are they trying to say, mate?
I know I look old, but you know, I ain't that old. They wanted me to be
respect for each other, guys. Absolutely, so many different opinions. Super.
They wanted me.
Fantastic debate.
It's all right, Fusilier, John. It's no problem, mate. I heard people from Wigan, right? They're so close to Neanderthal. It's unreal.
Well, they wanted me to become a centurion, but I didn't pass the grade.
I've just had a flash of life of Brian then, with the John Cleese, the centurion, where he got hold of him and went, "You're fucking Nick, my son." Right, I'll just nip off for a minute or two. But guys, honestly, thanks so much for your respectful opinions and the way you've debated things tonight. It means a lot. Thank you.
Right, fuck off and nip off. You've been nipping off for the last 10 minutes and you haven't done all yet. Go.
Walking.
I know, his back teeth have got to be swimming.
No, it's not. It's Master Ron's fault. Sorry.
You'll be pissing yourself.
Yeah, of course it is. I can handle it. I'm a big boy now.
It's your fault because you mentioned squirrels tonight.
I know. I'm a big boy. I can handle it.
Go for it.
Anyway, thank Tony P's here as well, guys. Please make him feel welcome.
Tony P is a legend.
Oh, thank you, Master Ron.
Well, it was Smokey who said it, so okay, what are you thanking Master Ron for?
You echo. I just
you know I love you, Tom. You know the score, man.
I do, mate. Smoky Pie, POI.
You know you.
Wonderful.
You're a gentleman, my friend. You know.
Thank you. Bikereddie, what a guy. He's so funny in his own way. Fusilier John, who I speak to daily. Superb guy. Master Ron, of course, who is a legend, really is. And of course, the missing person, Deanology, Dino, who strangely enough is from Wigan. Although saying that, he's not actually from Wigan. He's actually from Howbridge originally. Lived and went to played rugby for the same.
Is that rugby league, Tone? Because that isn't rugby.
it was the
If it's
league.
rugby league, it isn't rugby.
Is it not?
No, rugby league isn't rugby, man. Rugby union is rugby.
Oh, steady on, Smokey.
Well, it is, isn't it? You know what I mean? You don't get touched and then drop a ball and then pass it back. What the fuck's that all about? You get fucking tackled, smashed to the floor, and get the ball taken off you. Simple. That's proper rugby.
Rugby union is boring. It goes
Union
on
is
and on and
fucking
on.
brilliant.
Get into a scrummage, you know, feel each other's bums and everything.
Yeah,
And
throw a few
grab them
punches, get a
around,
few cauliflower. You're
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
right.
Grab a guy,
What a
grab a
fucking
guy
game.
when there's a throw in and everything. Grab a guy by his hip, get his crotch in your face. Oh no, it's a bit gay for me.
No, it's far from fucking gay. Far from gay. Union is so much better than league. League is stop, start, stop, start, stop, start. Fuck, at least union flows.
I thought that'll trigger you.
Yes, it did a little bit.
A little bit.
It did a little bit.
But I don't
no,
watch rugby.
I don't rate rugby league as even a fucking game. Terrible. Terrible. And Martin O'Fire, what the fuck was he? Anyway, you know, I try to be honest, rugby union is the best. It is the best rugby game out of the two.
Well, coming from a Welsh guy.
Fucking winding me up, Ron.
Coming
Thank
from
you.
a Welsh guy. Coming from a Yorkshire guy, I'm sorry, but
Yeah, if
Yeah,
Dino was
but
here,
before-
I know he'd disagree with me. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be his trigger, that would.
oh, it'd kick off big time, I'm telling you.
Yeah, wait till he comes back on now.
Before I
And I'll
come
tell
on,
him Wigan
I believe-
Warriors are the biggest bag of shit to have ever walked the UK. He'll love that.
Before I come on, you brought up a subject, didn't you, Bikereddie, about the immigration situation?
Brought up a few things about it, I think, which part of it.
Did you
You
hear
had
about?
to be careful what you said, though, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
And how you put it.
I did.
Well, I don't know if you know about this in the Republic of Ireland. In Canada, last year, September 13th, they brought in the Emergency Act in a place called, if I can pronounce the word, Saskatchewan, in Canada, where they could actually seize your property and all your property and everything under state of emergency.
Yes, Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much. I can never say that bloody name.
Yeah,
Well, in the Republic of Ireland, they've basically trying to do exactly the same thing. The ministers have actually turned around and said that people may be forced in the Republic of Ireland, because there's only 5 million people who live there, but they said that they may force people to have Ukrainians live in their property, or possibly it could be that they'll take your property away from you, and all of your property, business, the whole thing, and they will take it from you under emergency to house these people.
Right, I think the thing in Saskatchewan were slightly different, that were based on the COVID regulations at Canada.
Yes, state of emergency, yeah.
Right. The thing in Ireland is slightly different. It's not COVID based, but the thing in Canada was actually taken to Court of Human Rights and it was thrown out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the thing in Ireland is going to gain as much sort of legway as what it did in Canada. It won't happen, mate. It can't happen.
Yeah, it's just it's an actual. Well, it's like this country, a minister coming out and turning around and saying, "Come on, boys, go to Ukraine and do all this shit." And it's an actual minister, wasn't it, who actually quoted and turned around and said this. And it's like, wow. and I saw it was on You Go Talks, and he even showed a bit of footage of where they've changed a community centre into segments for Ukrainian civilians to have somewhere to sort of live, sleep, however way you want to put it. And then they've got a whole load of tents outside. So once more and more come in, then they're going to start doing that before they'll be able to put them in accommodation one way or another. But there's a picture of now. What we are being told is that it's going to be women and children and men of 60 years old and older. In the picture, you've got a woman with about 5 guys, who the eldest was around about 35. Seriously. And I've seen a lot of pictures just exactly the same. There was an Irishman who went to one of the docking, where immigrants, well, anybody, airport or whatever it was. And he asked the security people, can I go and actually interview some of the people? And he asked an official if he would be allowed to, and they give him the go-ahead too. And he went up to some guys. One guy, you could say, resembled a 60-year-old. But the other 3, the other 3 were definitely under the age of 30. And they weren't even Ukrainians, although they were saying they were Ukrainians.
Yeah, that's why you've had the issues with all the visas and everything else. People are wanting to, adopt them into their own homes, but they've got to wait for the visas and everything else. That has been the issue with the visas, because you've got that many immigrants coming in, pretending to be Ukrainians. They've got no passports, have got jack shit because of the conflict, blah blah blah.
Yep.
And that is the reason. And what you given the scenario, do you let them in or do you just send them back? Are you going to send them back to a war zone? No, you can't. You can't send them back to a war zone. You've got to give them that help.
Yeah, but these are coming through proper channels. These aren't smuggling in or anything.
No,
that's bad.
It is bad. It is terrible. It's atrocious. But they're coming through and they know the system, right? Ukrainians are now coming in, right? They've got nothing, literally nothing with them. Clothes on the back, right? They've got no sort of real forms of ID other than like bank card, that sort of thing. They haven't got the passports. So you're getting the other side of the immigrants coming in through.
Good night, Yvonne.
Through the Ukrainian corridor.
Yeah, quick stop. The wonderful Yvonne. Thanks so much, Yvonne, for everything. Absolutely brilliant. Did you want to know? Is it too late now?
Right, I'll sort that one out, mate. Right, good night, Yvonne, and I will see you on Friday. So it's good night from this twat in a tree. Take care, love. Bye.
Good night.
Take care, Yvonne. Good night. Good night, love.
No night, girl.
Thanks, Yvonne.
There you go. Send it back.
Hey, Dino, when you were gone, mate, right? You want to hear what Master Ron said about rugby league? Fucking disgusting, mate. I'm telling you, fucking wrong.
Let's hear it.
He said Wigan Warriors are a bag of shit. I don't know what he was talking about. I haven't got a clue.
It's for a whole load of sweaty men. It's for a whole load of sweaty men to grab each other around the bloody waist and everything and smell their crotches. Come on, let's be honest about this. Ugh.
Are you serious or what? Ban him.
I only said that Union was better. That's all I said.
Oh my God, that's even worse. My God, what have you been up to, you lot? Right.
Abusing your channel.
GB Auditor's in there, guys, as well. Please pay your respects to GB Auditor. He has a good
Oh,
channel.
big up GB on that.
Audit together. Hey, do you know what, GB? I don't know where you're from, whereabouts, but I only work with Claude. But I'm always willing to talk to someone about doing something, if you like. So my email address is on my on my channel. So, or London. Well, that's all right. I don't mind travelling. But yeah, get in touch. Best thing. So yeah, good night, Yvonne, and thanks for all your hard work. And we'll mention it on Friday. But I had the absolute privilege to meet Yvonne this week, and Paul Yeoman, the rubber.
Biker, do me a favour, brother.
Sorted, mate.
Look
It's
on the
done.
chat for me and get rid of that, man. Because I can do without that shit.
It's sorted, mate. I've done it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've just seen it. No worries, mate. Forgotten, already gone. Out of here. So yeah, mate.
I'm good, GB, man. I'm good.
Just get in touch. So, who's that? Sorry.
Yeah. I'm out of here, Dino, guys. Speak to you later, mate.
Oh,
no worries, John.
Look after
Take it
yourself,
easy,
you know.
Fusilier John. And if I said anything that upset you earlier in the evening, I apologise, but I wasn't meant anything to upset you.
Honestly, Smokey, it's been fine, mate. Honestly, it's been fine. Thank you very much. Thanks, Dino, for allowing me on, mate. Thank you in the chat. Like you in different comments. Well done. Good night. God bless everybody.
See you later.
Keep
John.
safe. Keep safe, John.
What a gentleman. Thanks very much, John.
He is a terrific blog.
You take care, mate. I'll catch
Don't
up.
forget, you know, this conversation tonight, you know, don't forget, John's 74, different generation, you know, seen many things, different things. He's moved on to today, and he agrees with a lot of things we say, Master on and things like that. So he's seen changes we haven't seen yet. But yeah, he always puts his input in, and it coincides with what everyone else is saying, because it's talked about respectfully, and it's debated properly on here. So thanks very much, guys, for being respectful to each other. The only way we move on from me.
Yeah.
You know?
The guy has.
So I was on a panel last night.
It's
There's
got
a
a
shit
wealth
show
of
in the end.
Yeah, good night, John. Thank you, mate. Thanks for all your support as well. It means a lot. It really does mean a lot. I miss you, libertarian minded. I'm sure you're Buzztex.
No, he's not.
Yeah,
Is he not? Who is he? Who is he? Who is he,
He
Tony?
used to be a libertarian auditor, I seem to remember. But then he changed his name to Libertarian Minded. He comes on my channel in the chat every day. One of the first to greet me.
If it is Buzztex, I don't mind.
It's not Buzztex.
No,
He's
it's
from
all right.
Manchester.
Liz Parker, I've got a bot backstage in private chat. I never read private chat.
I mean, I'm onto it, mate. Don't worry. It's not a bot. Don't you worry.
Is it someone that's had a bit too much to fucking drink, I think, to be honest.
Do you think that's who I think it is, who we think it is?
I know.
That's why I said, is it the clown?
It's not. No, it's not the clown.
Is it?
That right? The name that's there in the chat, mate. That's who it is.
Right. Private chat, you mean?
Yeah.
Right. I thought so for once.
Yeah.
Hey, James. James Patrick's been doing a lot of hard work tonight with these links, so check them out, guys. James, thank you, mate. You haven't called me baldy once tonight. Here we go.
I can beat any baldness that you're showing.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. Absolutely. Of course you can. I mean, look at the bloody state of it.
Proper. It's just missing a bit of shine.
Hey, drove past Atherton the other day with Plod, and we was on our way to West Yorkshire, and I went, see that sign, Atherton, said Atherton Lee. That's where Tony P lives, Atherton. And Plod went, oh.
Well, it's nice to get recognition, isn't it?
No, he did say, is it? I said, yeah. I said, we can pull in if you want. He went, nah. No, we was on a mission, mate, but no, I'll come and see you one day.
That's right.
Yeah.
We'll go for a pint at the Gardeners.
Yeah, as long as you're buying, no worries.
Of course I will, sir.
Jason,
You know, you need a mortgage to buy a pint these days, don't you?
not far off, mate. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. I would suggest to you there's a it was on SG's live last night. Look for when I was on the panel. Let me think, it was on the panel. Then you can just go forward until you get to the section. Myself, obviously SG, Vincent Vega was on there, mostly insects, and I think Andrew J was on there. But there's a video being shown, and it's from the government's own website statistics. You will be interested. It's a 12-minute video, I think it is, and it's showing some amazing statistics which have come out about people that have accepted, and it's coming out with the actual stats of what's been happening to the people that have accepted. And that's on the government's own website. Have a look.
Are we talking about the flu jobby or what? Because I'm a little bit, that's a little bit vague for me.
Yeah, it's about that.
Okay.
Yes.
Ron.
Right, okay.
The link
That's
up.
all I need to answer on.
I'll put the link. Hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you just forward wind it, I can't tell you how many. It's more likely about 2 hours into his live, because he did a massive live last night. I think it's around 2 hours in. But as long as you look for myself, Vincent Vega, mostly, and only Andrew J was on the panel at the time, and the video comes up, because it is Vincent who supplied the video. And yeah, you want to watch that, mate. It's a fucking eye-opener. It'll be an eye-opener for a lot of people.
No worries, mate. Yeah.
It's to do with the government's own website.
Okay. If you
Just
can
a
get
question
that
for you, Ron. Was Andrew up all night last night by any chance?
It was still on this morning at 10:30.
Because I went on his live earlier, right? And I'm sure he was fucking steaming.
Well, I ended up going to bed. Well, myself and Maria Moon ended up going to bed at 11 a.m. this morning. That's what I mean. It was a long one on SG's. SG was still going live when I decided, damn it, I can't do this anymore. I've got to go to bed and get some sleep. I'm getting too old for it.
Yeah,
But
sorry, mate.
Called it a time at 12 hours, I think.
Oh man.
Yeah, James has put the link into the video. So, like Master On said, if you forward it through, where you see Master On, mostly insects, Vincent Vega on the screen, and it's round about that
with
time.
Andrew J.
Andrew J as well. So if you know, when you get to that time, you'll see the panel. Then take it from there. So do you know what, James? Thanks for your hard work tonight.
Good night. Now's tea.
Just above you, Gavin Lesbian, just above the link, just above your comment. Robert, brilliant. Thank you. Are you saying good night? Good night. Thanks for coming in.
Dead baby.
Excuse me. Can you go away, Plod, please?
Pardon?
Yeah.
To Plod or not to Plod. He
Oh,
gets on the nerves. Yeah, he's a pain. Guys, please check his channel out. We've all heard of him. In my opinion, he's one of the best auditors in the world. Prove me wrong. He's a great guy as well. I know we're mates, but I'm not just saying that. I think he really is, and you can prove me wrong if you want.
I think he's absolutely fucking brilliant, mate. He were in Leeds and he went past Ellen Road and he spent all of fucking 1 minute 14 seconds outside Ellen Road.
Excuse me. I've got a 5-minute video outside Ellen Road, and I spoke to the fire marshal.
Where is it?
I've not put it up yet.
Well, fucking shut up then. It's not to do with you until you put it up. So shut up. Plot went past Ellen Road, 1 minute 14 seconds. He says, this is for Bikereddie. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. He fucking did. 1 minute 14 seconds, a twat.
Right, well, I've got a 5-minute one for you, and I've mentioned you on it. So I'm going to put that up separate.
No, we'll
and
put
then
it up,
I'm going to do the Leeds one, what he did. And you will have exclusive footage of Plod with an interaction with this absolute dick. So I filmed that, and I tried to get a word in, so I couldn't. But you have got exclusive footage of how he interacts with.
Well, you put that video up mentioning me, mate, and we'll talk about it afterwards. Until it's up, you can't talk. So shut up.
Shall I put it? I might put it up on Out and About.
No,
just like an Out and About thing.
No, it's not part of that content, mate. It ain't.
Oh. Well, you haven't seen it yet, so how do you know?
Because it won't be. And I have seen
it. I'm going to put a vid up tomorrow, same place as where Plod went. And I filmed it. Anyway, it's not a bad video.
It won't be bad if it's outside Ellen Road, mate. It's about to be good. It's better than outside fucking Anfield.
Whoa, no, take it easy. Fucking hell, there's no need of that.
He's still in the chat, you idiot. Do you realise what you've just done?
I know. There you go.
Is that Tiggs? Mate, we're talking about anything and everything. We're having a laugh. We talked about war, the Ukraine, democracy and things like that. We've all done it respectfully and we've done it debate-wise. So if you want to join in, mate, no worries.
Can I just mention something to Alligator Software? Yeah, I've got the job. Starting on 45k in 6 months, it'll go up to 50. It's not bad.
And what is it, Tony?
Programming.
But it's not a fucking milkman, is it?
Well, how do I know what it is?
Male prostitute.
It's back in the games industry.
It's fucking coding again, mate. That's what he does.
How do I know?
Rents his body out. That's what he does.
It's actually the money you get for dogging.
Yeah.
Yes. Go on, Toe.
Tony, once a gamer, always a gamer, right, Tony?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, for fucking pole dancing, mate. That's what he's doing.
Do me a favour, go and work for fucking Activision and go tell him to fucking sort out Call of Duty, brother. Because it's shit.
I've worked for Activision and they are cockheads.
You know, fucking hell, work for Raven Software or something like that. Tell them their fucking Vanguard game is shocking.
Message in the back for you, Dino.
I can see it as well, Ron.
I used to like Mr. Ron. Great guy, gentleman, respectful. But you don't realise, guys, some of you, how nasty he is to me. He's as nasty as a bloody squirrel. Honestly.
See, he's
Right,
admitting
well,
it. He's admitting it. He beats up squirrels.
Right, Tiggs, listen, mate. I'll just say this to people. Myself and Tiggs got off on a bad start, and he's coming. Make him feel welcome. He's asked what it's about tonight. We've said it's the usual Dino stuff, just having a laugh, bit of a serious stuff. How we all doing? All that, bit of a mixture, why not? So, listen, mate, thanks for coming in. Thanks for your respect. And thanks for feeling chilled.
Yeah, Tiggs is a good lad. Really good lad. Very.
I mean, we had a fallout, and then he came on a couple of weeks after and just was totally respectful. And then, you know what I'm like, we move on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a bright young lad. He's well on top of some. I don't understand it, but he did a video on common law and everything. He's pretty well clued up.
Right.
Well,
if that's the
case,
I'm sure James, who's been working his absolute bollocks off tonight with links. If you've got Tiggs's link, James, or is that it?
Yeah, just put it up.
That one. Man Eats Figs.
Yeah, that's his link. That's his channel, mate.
All right. There you go. No worries. Cheers, mate. Glad we've sorted things out overnight. Brilliant. The way to go. Where's Sean Patterson? Anyone seen Sean Patterson? Not seen him for a bit.
Not seen him
in a while.
A couple of days ago.
I just hope he's all right, you know.
He's okay. He actually messages my wife often. And yeah, he's okay. Because we were concerned, because we'd not seen him for a week.
That is, no one's ever said that to me before.
What, that you hate squirrels?
No, just playing in my bed, you know. Thank you. Yeah, will do. Whatever spreads the word for you, mate. If it means something, if I think it can change people's perceptions, thoughts, whatever, in the right direction, mate, no worries. I'll share them for you. And we'll, you know, keep doing the right thing, whether people agree or disagree. You know, if you've got the right, you know, if you've got the right meaning, if you mean well, fair enough.
Right, guys, I'm going to call it a night because I got the painter coming early in the morning. So I'm going to go to bed and try and have an early night.
Smokey, I got painters in, have you, mate?
It wasn't a euphemism, mate. It wasn't a euphemism.
Right,
yeah, I got painters in tomorrow.
I'll see you later, mate.
Monkey, take care, mate. Look after yourself.
You take it easy, everybody. Keep safe. And, you know, just say hello to someone. It might change their day, you know what I mean? Just try and keep people happy. It's the best thing you can do.
Well, the only other thing I will say to you, Smokey, is buy yourself a plug, mate. And, you know, what you was talking about earlier on, you had a bit of a squiggy thing.
A what?
You had a little bit of a problem. So buy a plug, mate.
Oh, right. Yeah. With the bottom filled out my world. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you.
Get a plug.
Yeah, or the other way around, the world fell out my bottom. Either way. But, yeah, you know what's go.
Yes, mate.
Anyway, I'm going to go, right? Speak to you all soon. Please keep safe, and I'd love to speak to you all again. All right? Take it easy. Everybody in the chat, Take it easy. Thank you for listening. Thank you for having me on, Dino. As always.
And don't
And
we
it's
have to
been a
do one of your
pleasure
lives?
with.
Well, you
Oh,
have to do
I
one of
haven't
your
felt up
lives,
to it, to be
maybe.
honest, mate.
don't thank
Yeah.
Dino.
I haven't felt up to it.
Well, when you
When
are,
I do, I will throw one, though, all right?
Lovely, lovely.
On, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have got on because he didn't put fucking link up. I did.
I did. James just
Thank
put
you
the link
very
up
much.
on you tonight.
See you later, Smokey, mate. You take care, fella.
You take it easy, everybody. Please keep safe, and I'll speak to you all soon.
Bye,
And
mate.
you.
Good night,
soon,
everybody. Good
Smokey.
night.
Good
Bye,
night,
Smokey.
mate. Thanks for coming on, mate. Good to hear you again, and nice to know you're getting better.
It sounds a lot more positive, mate. It really
Oh, he
does.
sounds a lot better than last time. Thanks so much, mate. Great conversation, great debate, brilliant guy. So mellow, brilliant. Anyone who's come in, thanks very much indeed. Really appreciate it. Oh, I've left that one on. Smokey's channel link. Mark Unsworth, how you doing, mate? Great stuff. Neil Armstrong.
Yeah.
Neil Armstrong. Now,
Right.
the 118 is actually short for DS118, which is the NAS drive that he lives inside.
Right. Sorry, Tony. Sorry, man. Just go woof.
Network tap storage.
Oh, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there's room for 2 more. The one and only, and
Are you sure?
the pain in the ass. We've got Mark Kelly.
Sorry, mate. I could have gone asleep. I know what it's like for you now, Biker. Oh, Dino, get it off. Mark Kelly.
Yeah, wait. Check it out.
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Mate. Oh, fucking hell.
Got a pretty good idea who that is now. Dino.
Mine's only going to be a quick one, Dino. Can I just say, okay, good evening to everyone in the chat. Good evening to everyone on the panel. Most of all, good evening, Dino. Can I just say, Tony, the way that Dino made me sound, okay, about going past your ass, okay, and with what Biker said, it now makes me feel very bad, and I do regret I made the decision to take Dino to go and see Biker, when what I should have done was I should have been Biker off for that horrible comment that he made, okay, and then I had to go past that stadium, and I should have come and seen you instead, Tony.
Oh, that would have been
Okay,
nice,
so I do apologise for that.
No worries, man. You don't think I took anyone serious, do you?
Oh yeah, I know, but for me, okay, I now felt bad because I had to put myself through that torture, okay, and going to see him and then seeing that ground. So I do apologise to you.
No worries.
So, how is everyone? I hope you're all well. Most of all, I hope you're well, Dino.
Yeah, Dino, be very careful of Mark Kelly's that appear because he's using Mark Kelly's name and he's a palm bomber.
No, it's all right. I've had it about 4 weeks in a row now, and I feel like a complete fool. It was Sparky on Friday, and the week before that, who was it? Anyway, I'm gonna nip off for a minute.
The only way you can do it is what people are doing now is putting your face or somebody else's icon on full screen and let them speak, and then you'll know if it's Mark Kelly, Sparky, or somebody like that. Yeah, I already know who because he made a big fuck up on Sparky's.
Yeah,
I totally agree. Major fuck up.
That's been my thought, Eamon.
Right, Ian Hill, right, I'm just going to go back to your previous question, what you mentioned. I hope you're still in the chat. It weren't being ignored. I was doing other shit regarding that. What's just happened? Right? Yeah. No. If you go back to his other one, 11:26. It's a brilliant comment. So yeah, I did notice it, you know, and appreciate what you wrote there. Billy Bremner really wrote, yeah, in my book. I've got a few things to say about Billy Bremner.
You was in chat on Sparkers yesterday, weren't you, Biker? I think.
Yes, late afternoon.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll nip in. I'll just say
Yeah,
hello.
with Andrew, with Mark's icon, and tried to. Yeah, was you in it? Had Mark's icon, but what wasn't it? What Sparky did was put somebody on full screen, and the person tried to talk like Mark Kelly, but all of us turned and said, "That is not Mark Kelly. That's definitely not his voice." And you could tell it's a put-on voice. Myself. Oh no, wrong. That was another one. Yesterday, somebody come onto the panel with his icon, and obviously you can guess who the icon was behind it.
Actually, listen,
Yeah, I thought you meant it was me that come on and palm bombed him.
No. Yesterday, the Mark Kelly icon, but obviously it was the clown.
Dino, did I just say that right? Biker's the porn bomber.
Dino, I'm doing well, okay, mate.
No worries, Tony.
Biker, do you know the comment that you were talking about?
Thank you. Thank you for having me on.
Claude, hang on.
Thank you for having me on, Dino. Claude, wicked. I do really like your art. It's fantastic. Bikereddie, I think you're nuts. You're a great bloke. Master Ron always speaks common sense. Respect for that. Dino, of course, just an absolute diamond of a geezer. Really nice person.
I wouldn't go that far.
I'm going to say, Bikereddie, I think you're great, but you're nuts. And it's same sentence as Master Ron, you're brilliant.
I would.
Kick me
Yeah, no, I would as well, but I think, Tony, you should have said that Dino was a diamond in the rough.
Well, okay. He's a diamond in the rough for Wigan.
Yeah.
So anyway, good night, folks. Look after yourselves, and we'll see you again soon.
Yeah,
good night, Tony.
Take care, man.
Take it easy, people.
You too.
Right, Master Ron, the palm bomber you think it is, it isn't.
Wasn't?
Say the palm bomber you think it is, it isn't.
No. Well, oh right, you have got an inkling of. Oh.
Yes, I certainly have.
Yeah,
Email me. Email me.
Who was it? Someone put a comment in, and someone's already on the case. IP. Check the IP, yes, and
I've been on case for 3 weeks there, so I know it is.
Yeah, I know. It's just someone who's put in.
Did you read UK Transparency? Read UK Transparency's last message.
Yeah, good night, Tony. Thanks, mate. Right, why has it gone quiet?
Because we're all scrolling through fucking
Well,
chat.
you said for everyone to
right.
be quiet and wait for you.
Yeah. It's your fucking life, mate. You fucking lead.
All right, so you've got nothing to do with it then.
Apparently not.
All right, see ya.
Yeah, you're the diamond.
Yeah, I'm the diamond. He's a rough, isn't he? That's
Well,
it.
I'm not allowed to say nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know what, Tiggs? Me too. And Eamon said before, I do get an inkling for the Crinkle crew.
Yeah, there's a lot more. There's a lot more behind it. It's like,
Oh yeah.
well, I heard a slight rumor earlier about a certain somebody, and I know that myself, Dino, and I know Viker sort of had the conversation about where it's come out about somebody being a certain corn bomber, and yeah, I was quite surprised by it.
Anyway, who cares? Let's move on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, me too, mate, because this guy's obsessed with me for some reason on my channel, trying to bring it down and stuff like that. There was someone shady who came up last week, very weird, actually.
He thinks you're hot.
What?
He thinks you're hot, Dino.
Well, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I think though it's every live that I've been on now that at some point somebody's successfully done it or tried to do it. Every single live.
I've seen it 5 times now in as many days.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, Robert. I think Robert's last comment is absolutely bang on.
Good point, Matt.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Mike, cut in there, mate.
It's not like you, mate. Ignorant twat.
All right,
Robert, yeah, both.
Yeah, it takes. I've been doing a bit of digging for the last 3 weeks, and I think I may have pinpointed somebody. Let's put it that way. Right, you mentioned Crinkle. I don't know. Anybody's got the capability of doing it, but the person that's doing it has got a vendetta, and I think I found that person, or hopefully I found that person.
No worries, mate. I've never doubted you for 1 minute. We'll wait till tomorrow night's meeting. We'll talk. Guys, can you pay a lot of respect to Tiggs? Because he's coming here tonight, paid a lot of respect to us. After we fell out first time round, I really respect that from people who can move on straight away. Thank you very much, mate. And you're always welcome on as well, of course. Yeah, do you know what, mate? I get the same feeling, but like it's just been said, without evidence, we don't know. But I know people who can get evidence, so let's see who it might be or who it is. So cheers, Tiggs. Tiggsy. Nice one,
Right,
mate.
you take care, Tiggs. Take care, fella. Be good.
Right, Dino, I'm actually going to jump off because I've got another time tomorrow. Yep, I know, mate. So, yeah, do have a good evening. Do take it easy. But most of all, can I say it's the first time since we were all together the other day that we're actually on a live together like this. And can I say it was a real pleasure spending time with you, Dino. And most of all, it was a real pleasure meeting up with you, Biker.
No problem, mate. Pleasure, we're all mine.
No
Most
worries.
of all, it was most definitely fantastic meeting Cable Killer. And for you that don't know in the chat, Cable Killer is Biker's dog, aka Heidi.
Yeah, because she's choosing all the fucking cables.
So yeah,
And
so good night.
all of his rollies as well.
Oh, yeah.
She's called Chewbacca.
Yeah, it's fucking gone through some of them little shit.
Yeah. Well, hopefully she won't jump up and bite through his piss bag anyway.
Good joke.
She's getting bigger back there, fella.
Right, I will say good night to everyone in the chat. Okay, do have a lovely evening. Do take it easy or morning, whatever it is for you guys. And most of all, to you three guys on the panel, do have a good night as well.
See you later,
Next one,
Cocky.
mate.
You
Alright,
take care.
take
Take
it
care.
easy.
Yeah,
Take
see
care,
you later.
blood.
Talk to you soon, mate.
Yeah, see you
Until
tomorrow,
memory
mate.
is free.
Right, I have to say, you know, to plod or not to plod his channel, what he does, the way he works, he's brilliant. Simple as that. He's one of the best auditors in the world. Prove me wrong. So the last few videos, he's been with me. That's why he'll get thousands or more views.
Fuck right off. Can't say that.
Excuse me, was you there?
No, but he did a video for me, so that'll get thousands of
Well,
views.
I've done one for you, 5 minutes long.
No, yeah, but you posted it,
Not yet.
so it's not relevant. Not yet. It's not relevant. Shut up.
Chill, girls. Chill, girls.
If it wasn't relevant, it wouldn't be on my phone ready to
Well,
upload, would it?
Stop talking about fucking elephants. Just get it posted.
Right, okay. I'll send it to you in private.
You don't. I can see it on your
No,
channel.
I ain't showing that to a few people. No way.
Well, I'll fucking post it on your behalf then.
Oh, it shows Ellen Road football ground.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
I've seen
so
it.
I ain't showing that. All right.
I've watched it.
No, it's a good one because I actually spoke to the fire marshal who was, and he showed me his phone, and anyway, you'll see it. It's a good one.
It's bound to be outside Ellen Road. That'd be
It's a
good.
bit of a shit. I mean, it's a bit of a shit road in and out. It's that busy, you know.
Well, Ellen Road is.
Yeah, I know. I went past it.
No, you walked down it. You fucking drove on M601 at the side of it.
Yeah. I can't believe you did me that day. Oh my god.
Well, you fucking had up line and sinker that there, mate, weren't you?
Yeah, but I can't believe, right. Them two planned this thing for about 2 weeks.
3
weeks they planned for one moment, and they got it absolutely bang on.
We did. We certainly did, mate.
They're thinking, what the fuck's he on about?
Yeah. Fucking plod there. Says Bikey, your video is my lowest watched.
I'm not surprised, mate.
I don't give a fuck if it's lowest watched. That's still
Mine
a first.
No,
wait a minute. Right, he's got his highest watched videos. I'm his lowest watched videos, so they're both going to get talked about. There you go. End of. I still got famous through it because I'm the lowest watched video. There you go.
So there you go, mate. A bit like Leeds United themselves.
Pardon?
The league.
Pardon?
Forgot. No,
No,
hang on a minute. I've got to stick up for the North, and even though Plod he's a bit posh, have you noticed the way he speaks? Plod, back in hell. He's from down south. You know what I mean? Forgiven.
What, he talks like this, does he? All right, bugger. Oh, fucking hell. Does he really? I never got that from him.
Right, wait till you see this video. I'll put this video up tomorrow, right? And same place, and he's already put his bid up of the place, same place. But I'm filming him tomorrow on this video, as well as my own stuff. But you've got exclusive footage of him in action rather than behind the camera. He's a right twat. Tell you. But honestly, he's brilliant at what he does. He really is. He knows his stuff inside out. He really does.
But he's a right twat.
Yeah, he is. Still a right twat.
He is a twat.
Without a doubt, he's a twat.
fuck me, honestly, he knackers me out. No, he's actually a gentleman, and he's one of them, never stops. And he's permanently under treatment as well. Of course,
You reword that bit.
no, I'm not talking about the mental stuff. Yeah.
All right. We'll
as you all know, he walks for the stick and things like that. So, and he does that job so well. I have to admire him for that. You know what I mean? And he never stops. Billy, he does not stop, guys. In between his videos, he has to rest. If he didn't have to, he'd be out every day. And he right, when he came up here last week, all the areas we went to, and from him traveling from south to north and then back, it was over. I think it was round about 1,000 miles. So I keep saying it, when people think people are earning so much money on YouTube, how much money has he spent on fuel to do 1,000 miles, to do audits? So he's doing it for the cause, simple as that. And he studies hard at doing it as well. He has to learn the law to be able to say what he says to these people. So there's a lot more work that goes into an half-an-hour video than what you think.
I've educated him well, mate. Don't you worry.
Yeah, I know about that. So I can't say too much about it. I want to. It's not furthest on Biker. It's not. Because all I can say is you would not believe the amount of work Biker does behind the scenes, if you like. That's all I can say. If only I could say more.
No, it's fine, mate. No,
I can't, but you won't believe
it.
it.
Plod is absolutely brilliant, but what he does, he checks first before he does something. And it's absolutely astounding that he takes advice before he does something. Right, I'm just going to take a quick call.
No worries. What Biker meant by that was he don't just go out there and what it is, right? I think most of you know by now that we're good mates, and we've been mates for like a good 10 months. We've travelled to each other's and been out there and worked together and things like that. And we just get on like normal people. Now, he's been mentioned on national radio. America's caught hold of his videos and things like that. And I've said to him, Luke, keep your feet on the ground, right? Don't let it go to, and things like that. I said, Dino, I know, and shit like that. And he does. But he does work his bollocks off. But he studies so hard as well, the amount of reading that he does. And he's all about law. So that's his job. He goes out there, and it's all police. But I'm trying to drag him into, let's do some prisons and other places and that. And the other day we went to Bury. And believe it or not, there's an MI5 building not far from me. And we went to Bury. And we spent an hour there, and we walked all around it and back, and the gates and back, and all the way with cameras going. Set all the alarm lights off all the way around, but we didn't get one person coming out at all. And that was an MI5. How many of you people knew that there was an MI5 operations centre just north of Manchester? So we tried it, nothing.
There's quite a few all over the country, mate.
Yeah, but I'd on my doorstep, I'd not a clue. That was like, wow. Got there, nothing, but, yeah. So, but yeah, that's what he does. Like, if he comes up here, he'll phone me. He might phone me about half an hour away and say, I'm coming to yours. All right, where are you? About half an hour away. But he's got everything planned out. So it's like, we'll do this, and then tomorrow we'll do that. And I'm going, who said yeah, fucking, and this is what we're like. We have the banter and a good laugh. And we do fall out, to be honest, sometimes. Briefly.
All the time.
No, I mean,
You
well,
do,
probably.
fucking do all the time, and then you back up fucking instantaneously.
Yeah, that's it. We sort it out straight away.
You call him a twat, he calls you a twat, and he's a fucking southern twat, and you're a northern twat. Then he's a soft southern twat, and then you kiss and make up.
Yeah, that's just
what it's always
banter.
about.
That's just the banter. But when we really fall out, right? I keep saying to him, listen, don't talk to me like that. I'm not the fucking Met Police. And he backs off, you know. But no, it's very rare we have. We've said one or two things, and that is it. It's extremely strong. And there's it's not just, there's three of us, basically.
Right, where was it that you went to? Where's the place called? Where's that place you went to?
Leeds.
No.
MI5.
Begin with B.
Bury.
Oh, right, yeah. Bury.
Where was it?
Bury.
Bury.
No, did Dino say it?
Bury.
What's that? Try it again.
Bury.
Shall I say
Close. Say it again. Bury.
Oh, come on.
It's only got a few letters to it, mate. In Spanish. Bury.
Paul. It's Bury. Paul Yeoman. Paul Yeoman's from Bury. You're from down south anyway. How do you know how it's pronounced?
Because we speak English. Bury.
What?
Bury.
You said Bury. You said Bury.
Bury.
B-E-R-Y. How do you pronounce B-U-R? You don't even know how it's spelt, Master Ron, so go on, squirrel.
Bury.
It's not further.
We was in Bury.
I'll pronounce it better, me or Dino.
Say again.
I say I'll pronounce it better, me or you.
Me?
No, I said Bury. What do you say?
Bury.
There you go, lad.
Oh, he's getting it right now.
Paul Yeoman. Paul's from Bury.
Bury.
Paul, how'd you say Bury? Even
Bury.
though you're in the chat, we'll get your accent on it. B-R-Y. Bury. What's up with you? Fluke's in there. You're doing Fluke. It's not Bury, it's Bury, and it's not Bath either. It's Bath.
Bath.
Exactly, AD.
Bath.
It's not Bury, it's Bury. Bury. And it's not Barth, it's Bath. Who said Bath? I don't need a fucking bath. I thought you'd fucked off, Plod. Man. Mannequin.
Mannequin.
Go on.
It's pronounced mannequin.
You're right. It is mannequin.
It's not spelt that way, though, is it?
Yeah, but it's not pronounced that way either.
Doing it. It's mannequin.
Mate, say goose.
Who, me?
Well, no fucking else am I talking to? Goose.
Ask a posh southerner to say it.
Right,
Goose.
Ron, say goose.
Goose.
Dino, say goose.
Goose.
There you go.
Don't you laugh. I said it the same as you.
How many U's are in fucking goose?
Goose?
Yeah, how many U's are in goose?
None.
So why are you pronouncing them? Say it again.
I'm not. All right, and right. Say goo, as in gooey stuff. Say goo.
Go.
Right. G what? Double O.
Yeah.
Right. Put an SE on the end of it and say it fully.
Goose.
Thank you very much.
That's what I said. Goose.
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 I said.
But no, you pronounced it with a U.
Oh God, I haven't. Why would Christmas has gone? You've killed one, you've ate one, we've done
It
the
has.
ghosts.
Right. Christmas is gone. Right. On that note, I'm going to go as well. I'm fucked. Right.
Thank God for that.
Fuck it. I'm going to stay another hour now. You can bollocks. No, I'm going. Right. Everybody in the chat, I'm going to say good evening to you. Thanks for all your comments and input. Been appreciated. Plod. Fucking spam it, chat. You can fuck right off. Right. Master on. Good evening, fella. Take care. Hope your missus is a lot better. I've heard a coughing and sneezing in the background. So Maria, you take care, love. So,
yeah, she's just gone upstairs. But you and your wife, mate, lots of love to you both. Yeah.
Yeah. Cheers, fella. Appreciate that.
You're welcome, mate.
Right, Dino. I'll see you later. You twat. Be good, mate. So
Always that.
this is just for Yvonne, and I know she's not here, but Paul's here, so he can transfer this comment. Twat in a chat, signing off. Good night. Bye bye.
Good night, man. Thank you very much. Top guy. Oh, it's just me and Ron.
Yep. So come on then. Tell us. Think of a topic, and not a chocolate bar.
Right. While it's just me and you, I reckon we can get into something here. But just give me a minute, mate. Let me go back to listen, Plod. Just fucking do one, right? You do my head in sometimes. Connie Thunder, how you doing? Tortoise. James, thanks for all your hard work, mate. Bikereddie's channel link, guys. You'll see some lovely, lovely little short videos of Heidi. She's beautiful, a beautiful dog. Joe Black, what's it? You fuck off. How many t-shirts have you sold? None. Right. Thank you. Fluke, I think Fluke's in there somewhere. Next thing you know, these southerners will be saying there's no such thing as what's that? Striking. They haven't got a clue what that means, mate. Southerners. Charlie, how you doing? Right. Master Ron.
Yes.
What do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about?
Come on. You bring it up.
Well, I was thinking about what you brought up.
Which part? I'll speak a load of shit.
The puppet bit where people think people who are in charge now are actually in charge.
Yeah, well, I'll put it this way: if the last 2 years hasn't told you, then nothing ever bloody will. Because let's face it, they've been passing bills at wills. You know what I mean? Think about it. You know what I mean? They haven't had to vote or anything. They've just gone, oh, shall we slice this one out? Here you go. And everything. You know, all parties are speaking from the same hymn book and everything. Well, somebody's got to be in charge because them fuckers ain't.
Exactly. Maybe. I mean, I'm still going with the one world thing.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But then again, we could actually say who's above that. Who would an organisation like that? Yeah, Alti. Sorry, Master Ron. I must. Sorry, it's just a guy I've met. This guy, he actually recognised me in the town, and bought me a drink and things like that. And then we got talking, and we got a bit well, he got a bit personal with me and got things off his chest and things like that. And I know exactly what you mean. If you want to get in touch and have a chat or anything like that, whatever might make you feel, whatever. If you want to chat, you know I'm here. No worries. Sorry to hear that. Good night, mate. I'm sure you'll bug us all on Friday, like you do. Charlie, are you doing absolutely right? Not the whole world, just the people who program our lives, the way we think, etc. Don't forget, you've got your own mind. I don't know.
Night, Paul.
Bands, right, Charlie. Okay. Right, Paul's off as well. Paul Yeoman. Paul, thanks very much indeed. I met Paul this week and Yvonne, but we'll bring that up on Friday. It was great meeting you, mate, and thanks for the drink as well.
Oh, I've got one. Subject. Sometimes get into the subject, then somebody on a panel takes it somewhere else onto a tangent. But yeah, what do you think on this new thing of if you're on a train and you got to be careful where you fucking put your eyes now, where you're looking and everything? You know, what do you feel on that? Do you think it's... Well, how do you feel?
Well, it's not just the train. It's everywhere. It's just like you can't look at a child today. You can't look at... when I've been on the tube in the last year, albeit only a few times, but spent many hours on a tube, I couldn't believe the amount of people who wore a mask. Last summer, the heat. In fact, when it's not summer on the underground, it's hot. And I saw these people sweating and things like that. But yeah, people seem to be in their own world and they don't want to conversate or anything like that. There's no communication or anything. It feels like you sat with a load of mannequins, to be honest.
Myself, personally, did you see Mark Kelly done a very, very short video of the poster on this subject about the supposedly if a person feels that they're being stared at in a certain way, call the police, and the people will get basically call the police, and that person will be arrested for staring.
Really?
Well, yeah, it's on the in the London Underground. It's Sadiq Khan's brainchild. I put it as this is that he's a brownie scorer. He wants to make him sound hello, Fluke. He wants to make himself sound good, as if, oh, look at me, I'm another person got a little bit of power. Oh, listen to my idea and everything. Let's enforce this and what have you. Aren't I a good person? Bullshit. You're only talking bullshit. You're trying to make yourself sound as good as what you actually are. And that's how I look at it.
Say you can't stare at someone, does that mean you've only got a length of time? Like,
well,
you always look at someone, right? You can look
yeah.
at someone. It might be a glance, or it might be 2 seconds, or it might be, oh, I like your hat or your glasses. So you might get 3 or 4 or 5 seconds on that. So what do they class as stirring?
Exactly. See, we all know that if you, oh, I like the hat and the glasses, by the way.
Well, I don't know about the hat, the glasses.
Just look.
Luke,
but
how
yeah,
you doing, mate? Good to see you.
I looked up at my TV screen and I thought, hang on a minute. Yeah, but I think it's just another one of these politicians or whatever you want to call these people to make them sound as if they're doing something which is going to be good for everybody. You know what I mean? It is just one of their bullshit things which just I myself personally, I can't see how it can be enforced. I really do not know because anybody at any time, because that person looked at me for 5 seconds, I'm going to get that person arrested. That's basically it. It's how you perceive somebody looking at you. If somebody's going making sexual innuendos or something like that, then granted that's sexual harassment. But he's just put it down as, if you feel that you're being stared at, then call the police. It's like, hang on a minute, are you in fucking cuckoo land? Do you know what I mean? Or is this just to make yourself sound as if you're caring for the people? Fucking politics, isn't it?
It's crazy because just before Fluke speaks, I just want to say, I know it sounds a bit off wire this, but you get people who are epileptic, right?
Yes.
And they have a certain seizure. It's not even a seizure, but they have an epileptic condition which is called an absence. And all they do is kind of it looks like someone's daydreaming. And they could be looking at anything or a person and they're daydreaming. They don't even know they're doing it. Would that person get kicked for that? And that's a medical condition. I mean, staring at people.
Mm-hmm.
What do you class as stirring,
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
a natural human thing anyway. We all stir.
Mm-hmm.
So how can a person who might report you for stirring say that they don't stir?
Yeah.
Absolutely ridiculous. Fluke, how you doing, mate?
Hello, Fluke.
Hello, Master On. How you doing? Dino, thank you.
Yeah, all right, mate.
And thanks to everyone in the chat. I did some people put in some nice messages earlier, so thanks to everyone in the chat as well. So, just going back to this, I was going to do a crinkle impression, then that's why the baseball cap on backwards and my sunglasses on. And I was going to say in crinkle voice, I want to have a debate with Fluke Dog. Do you know what I mean? And, yeah, but obviously that's we've
He's still trying, mate. He's still trying.
Oh, well, bless his cotton socks. And actually, there's that present again. I keep forgetting where that present is. I've got a present for. Hang on, just going through my drawers. There's a present I've got for Crinkle because I don't want to make him feel bad. Do you know what I mean? Just in case he's backstage. Where's that present? Oh, there it is. There it is. There's your present, Crinkle.
You spoiled it for me, mate. I had the same present. Do you see how common these presents are?
I know. But then I've got the other one. I've got a second present, which is that one. There you go, you can't have too many presents for people you don't like. Do you know?
True.
Just going back to what Masteron was talking about the staring thing on the tube, and I saw that story and I just couldn't help but cringe about how bad this is getting, and it is and it isn't about like this is how it goes, right? So say I stare at a girl's bottom because she's got a really nice bottom, right? That would be sexist, right? But if a girl stares at a guy that's got a really nice bottom, that's not sexist.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? And it's like, and it comes down to interpretation. So if I don't know, so I'm looking at a girl that I think's a girl that might be a bloke. Do you know what I mean? I don't know in this world anymore. You know, is that transphobic? Do you know what I mean? Just how ridiculous is this going to get? And And the whole reason they're bringing this shit in is Sadiq Khan wants a big smack in the mouth, mate. And if he ever comes to my house, he'll get one. It's because politicians like that literally make everything illegal. You know, everything's got to be illegal or punishable by law. You know, that's communism. That's what it is. It's as simple as that. It's like you can't stare at someone. What if I've got my headphones in and I'm listening to the music and I'm looking in a certain direction? Does that make me staring?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's
what
about
if you're looking in a window and you get a reflection of someone like we do, and you're staring that window, looking at that person who's over there.
Yeah, it's absolutely nonsensical. And this is the whole point of it. The point of it being nonsensical is the fact that they can just accuse you of doing whatever they want to accuse you of.
Mm-hmm.
It's about making you guilty until you prove yourself innocent. That's communism. You know, this is the if you look at the bigger picture, this is what they want to bring in. They want to bring in a system of communism, right? A control state where everything you do could or could not be construed as criminal, you know, or punishable, you know, and that's the point. That's the point. The point is it leaves people in a situation where they don't know what they can and can't do anymore, because if I do this, it might be construed as that, and if I do that, it might be construed as this. Do you know what I mean? And that's the route we're going down. If we're not careful, you know, we're fucked basically, because that's the route they're going down. It's like without government control, you can't stare at somebody else's bottom, or you can't look at their sunglasses or their hat, like you said earlier, Dino. You know, I think to myself, oh, that guy's got some really cool sunglasses. Are you staring at me? Do you know what I mean? This is the mentality that we're going down, you know, and it's the mentality. It's not being. We're not introducing this. These so-called political parasites are introducing this, you know, and
So,
that's what they
I mean,
want. They want a system of control to the point where you can't fart unless they deem it legal or illegal, depending on where you fart, when you fart, how loud you fart. You know, that's where it's going.
Mm-hmm. So see that's see how I see it is that they want people to cover their mouths, and now they want people to walk like zombies with their heads down to the ground and what have you, and just, I don't know, autonomized, whatever way you want to call it, literally, you know, just walking through life, no communication whatsoever with anybody else.
Yeah.
Just
well,
go about and
someone in
that's
the
it.
chat. Someone in the chat.
The mask in your mouth, so they're
Yeah.
trying to stop you from speaking, which is freedom of speech. Forget the mask. They're doing that. I know they're saying don't look, don't speak, don't look. The next step down from staring is what? Simply looking at people.
This is a psychological.
Don't look at anyone.
This is purely psychological. Purely psychological, because this is about. It's like, well, if I stare at somebody, then you know I could get done for staring. If I say something, I can get done for saying something. If I post something on social media, I can get done for that. If I post on Facebook or Twitter or YouTube or whatever, I could get done for it. You know what I mean? It's about it's almost like a case of you have to now police yourself, because if you don't, the government's going to come and get you. You know what I mean? That's the route we're going down if we're not careful. And if trust me, over the last 2 years, we've seen enough of it, you know.
Yes.
And that's the route we're going down, and they want to take it down these routes. These people, I know I tried to sort of come in and listen to stuff earlier, but I was in and out with an internet connection on my phone for some weird reason. And someone was mentioning like who controls all of this, who orchestrates all of this, you know, and we do ourselves a disservice when we try to sort of pinpoint one. Is it the Rockefellers? Is it this? Is it the Rothschilds? Is it the Jesuits? Is it the Freemasons? Is it the Jews? Is it this? Is it that? That's not the point, you know. The point is it's a collective of all of those people working in conjunction at different levels. So whether they've got control of, say there's a certain group of people that are controlling the media organizations, and there's a certain group of people that are controlling the film industry or the newspapers or, you know, news outlets or websites or, you know, Facebook, Twitter, you know, Gab, BitChute, fucking Telegram, whatever it is. It's a collective. They don't work. There's not one entity that works on its own. It's a collective of these people working together to undermine your fundamental human rights. Because if you have no rights, you have no power. And that's what they know. Because if they can strip every human being on this planet of their rights, they know that they've got the power and the human beings don't have any power anymore. That's what it's about. And they use whatever mechanism they can. Lockstep is the answer to that question. Lockstep is where they get all the people in all the positions into certain key places, right? And they use lockstep, so everybody responds in a lockstep manner, i.e. they literally just go this, 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 and this, you know, and they all respond in the same way, just like over the last 2 years. Every government's responded in the same way. Every health department has responded in the same way. Every politician has responded in the same, whether they be left wing or right wing or liberal or green or whatever they are. They've all responded in the same way, because that's the whole point of lockstep. Lockstep is a way of literally getting people into positions in certain, I say positions of power, but also positions of influence. Like if you're a YouTuber or you know, a Twitter personality or an Instagram personality, you're operating in lockstep. You know, you're you're working into the same way, and that's how it works. That's what that lockstep document is all about. It's about making sure that people, and this came out in 2010, so that's 12 years ago. That's when that policy was brought in, and that's how they respond. They respond in a, and if you don't, you know, respond in the lockstep way that you're supposed to respond, then suddenly you're out of government. Suddenly you're out of power. Suddenly the next guy's taken over. You know, and it's just like, and it's replaced by someone that will respond to lockstep and in the lockstep way. You know, it's like, that's how it works. And I'm sorry if that's, I'm not sure if people got any questions about that, but you know, that's how it works, and that's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, I don't know if you can go further on that, Master, on the lockstep.
Well, I've never heard of the phrase, so for me to try to make a comment on it, I understood what Fluke was actually saying. Well, basically, it's like what we was talking about earlier on, is that, you know, a politician is a puppet, and they will always look for the puppet that will listen to them. So by Luke, what Fluke turned around and said, that if they will step in line, they don't want somebody who's going to start rocking the boat and saying, "Oh, hang on a minute." They want to be in control.
I did do a couple of videos with Mike at Bastion Radio when we did this lockstep stuff. So I don't know if you can see that, but scenario narratives.
Just keep it there a sec. Just put it on solo.
Scenario narratives. This is called lockstep, right? And this is the header of this, right? A world of tighter top-down government control and more authoritarian leadership with limited innovation and growing citizen pushback, right? This was published by a lady called Judith Rodin, president of the Rockefeller Foundation.
Right.
There's the whole document. And I've got all 110 pages all there, mate. I've read the whole fucking lot. there's not a lot I don't understand about these people, because they're not, the average Joe in the street wouldn't know that this was going on, you know. So it's incumbent on ourselves, like I do, and I don't expect people to do what I do, because I do a lot of, you know, researching and stuff like that, and spend a lot of time on it, and you know, and people don't have a lot of time to spend on it. But then when we're limited in the how that we can get that word out, then we really know we're being screwed, because if we don't have a platform where we can talk about what we want to talk about, then we don't have free speech anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And this goes back to the masks. The masks were introduced in during the slave trade. During the slave trade, slaves were told to wear masks, and it was nothing to do with their health. It was to do with the fact that it proved that they didn't have any rights. They didn't have the right to freedom of speech. That's where the mask wearing came from for COVID, because you were socially distanced, so you couldn't talk to each other. You couldn't go to the hairdressers, the barber shops, the restaurants, the bars, the nightclubs, and chit chat, and where everybody discusses ideas and what's going on in the world today, because you had to wear your masks and you had to stand apart, so you couldn't talk to each other. It was literally a physical version of restricting your right to freedom of speech. Whereas during the slave trade, they just made slaves wear masks just to prove that that person didn't have the right to speak freely, because that person was a slave and they didn't have any rights. That's where it came from.
Yeah, I can go with that. And now they're trying to close your eyes as well. Don't spook, don't sue. Next thing, don't smell.
Yeah, but you don't hear nothing,
Don't
see
hear.
nothing, say nothing.
Yes.
Well, turn it
Yeah,
off.
the monkeys, isn't it? Yeah, speak no evil, hear no evil, see no evil. Yeah. Don't listen to what we're doing. Don't speak and talk about what we're doing. Yeah,
Gosh.
yeah, that makes total sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's exactly what it is.
What
That's
they think of
exactly.
it. The thing is, guys, right, what the fuck are we going to do about it?
Stop fucking complying, for a start.
Yeah, that's the one, for one.
Because if this is the thing, is people don't realize how much power they have. Power lies without, at the risk of sounding like a 1970s sitcom, you know, you don't realize how much power you have until you start using that power.
Correct.
I've said this before. If at the beginning of COVID, for argument's sake, 62 million people in this country went, fuck you, we're not wearing masks, we're not social distancing, we're not doing nothing. We're doing nothing the government says, right? How would they enforce it? They can't, because there's only 125,000 coppers.
How do we get those people to, first of all, think that way and then do it?
That's a very difficult question to answer, because I can't re-educate somebody that's been spent, 18 years in the government school system and another 3 years at university to spend all of their money studying some bullshit psychology degree that still can't work out for themselves that they've been fucking duped from the off. How can me, you, or Master On, or anybody else change that person's mentality, because they've been so hardwired to think in the mentality of, we believe in government, and if I vote and just to vote a bit harder, it's very difficult in that sense. It's not a one word answer. It's not a one sentence answer to that question. I agree with the question you're asking, how do we do it? But it's a multi-level answer to that question.
Of course, I agree with that, but you've got to go into detail, and basics first, so at least we all know we're capable of thinking that way, and we can get it. We can get it if we want to, but for those who can't get it, we know they can, so we can try and educate that. It's, like I said before, it won't happen in our lifetime. We're the educators, so how do we make the next generation wake up? Well, that's also hard, because they're they're born into a different generation to us. It's very difficult, but at least we know as a starter that we've got our own minds to a certain degree and we can make things happen. So it's how we go about that, and that's going to take years of work to even get that process started.
I think the thing to do, what I would do in the immediate, if you like, literally something you can do tomorrow, something you can do next week, something you can do tomorrow, something you can do next Friday, is if you can impart all of this information that we've discussed on your channel, on Bastion Radio's channel, on Civil Disobedience's channel, you know, on various other channels over the last 2 years, you know, if you can try and impart this information onto somebody and they completely reject it, leave them alone, leave them to their own devices, move on to the next person. Don't waste your time with somebody. Don't bash your head against a brick wall with some statist fucking idiot that thinks you're a conspiracy theorist. Move on to the next person. Move on to somebody you can try and influence, that will try and look into the information, that will try and understand the way you think and your perspective on this whole situation. Because this is literally just a way of stripping everybody's civil rights away from them, to the point where you're literally a slave. You know, that's what it's about, you know. And don't waste your time with somebody bashing your head against a brick wall with these people. Once you come across someone like that will not fucking, I'm not saying they have to believe what you say, but you and I know what's right and what's wrong, right? And if you're banging your head against a brick wall with someone, leave them alone. Let them bang their head against their own brick wall for the rest of their lives. Move on to the next person, because don't waste your time with someone that won't understand what you're talking about and won't respect it. And then move on to someone that you can influence, that you can help, that you can draw into the community of freedom. Do you know what I mean? Because that's what it's about.
I agree, totally agree. And there's them who are totally shut off. They'll always be asleep. There are them who don't send off in. They're like, they just crack on with life, if you like. And then there are them who stay quiet. They know there's something going on, but it's like, I don't want to say anything. I'll just stay quiet on it. And then there are them who are fully awake. So the hardest job is for them to wake people up. So yeah, don't bash your head against, you know, and things like that. But how do we get people together who we know can be on the same wavelength, but are going through life as normal, because it'd be hard for them to get involved and try and make a change, because it's so hard to get out of their routine and things like that. It's so strong in the routine, the system we've got.
It is, and I think
how do you break people? People have got to break out of the system we're in.
Okay,
you know,
so we could. If the best way I can describe it is a percentage term, if you like. So say there's 60% of the people who are just completely shut off, completely agree whatever the TV says, completely agree whatever the government says. They wear their masks, they social distance, they do whatever they've got to do. Do you know what I mean? Then you've got 20% of the people who are sitting on the fence. They know something's wrong, yeah, and they just don't know how to, you know, express themselves or where to get the information and how to disseminate that information, yeah. And then say you've got another 20%, right, who are like myself and maybe Mike at Bastion Radio, yourself, Dino, Master On, plenty of people in the chat. I hate to preach to the converted, because that's what it feels like I'm doing sometimes, but you know, that's, you know, then there's that 20%. So what we need to get is the 20% people that are sitting on the fence to jump off the fence and start arguing the fucking point. Because without that 20%,
they could be a major key, you know.
Exactly. But then we have a system of Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and this and that and all these other major platforms that are now restricting the amount of information you can spread, because they want you to be one of the 60% of sheeple that just go along with whatever they're fucking told. And if you don't, you get banned from Twitter, you get banned from Facebook, you get banned from YouTube. That's the control system. These people have got everything organized in such a way that they can ban you from commenting on a fucking, a Sun newspaper article on the Sun's website, if you like. They can ban you from that.
And going back to the stirring thing, you can't even. I mean, what do you class as stirring? In other words, eventually it'd be.
It's misinformation or disinformation.
You can't even look at anyone.
It's misinformation or disinformation. Who judges? Who judges what is misinformation? What the fucking the bloody fact checkers? Those fuckers.
I was saying, Flu, earlier on. I don't know if you was listening, but it was interesting. And a guy called John Smith, great guy, came on, very decent, respectful, said his opinions, spoke his word. And we were talking about war and things like that, and the outcomes and why it happens and who's involved and all that kind of thing. And it was like, well, these guys fought for our freedom, and that was the bottom line, really. And I was thinking, well, what freedom's that? I mean, look at it now, and it like they did a great job, and there were people killed, and they died for freedom, and fair enough, but all in vain, because people actually think that worked out. And after that war, we've been in total freedom since. It's wrong.
No, it's
See, I wanted to jump on the panel, but obviously I couldn't at the time because of what he was saying. We live in a democracy, and I thought, hang on a minute, we don't live in a democratic country, not no longer. You know what I mean? We're having rights, and I thought, I wasn't rude. I was rude, but I wasn't rude. And I said, what rock have you been hiding under? You know what I mean? Because everything that like you said, my grandfather, your grandfather, and everything. You know what I mean? And that's the point which I was trying to make in the chat because I couldn't get on panel, was to turn around and say that they were fighting against tyranny and what have you. And if they were alive today, I'm sure that my granddad would look back and go, why did I have to fight for this? Because this isn't what I fought for. It was, it's for democracy and freedom, everything, and everything's being taken away. And I thought, where's this guy coming from? How is he seeing this as a democratic country or a democracy and everything, where they could just pass a bill on a whim?
Democracy.
Do you know when I said earlier they're always like 20, 30 years ahead, which I still believe they are. So in the last World War, right, Second World War, and people said, there's your freedom, we've won the war, you've got your freedom, we're in peacetime now. Well, that for me, that war was all done because of what we got today. So they fought for freedom and look what we've got today. So that's what they fought for. Because I think they planned this before the war. They got the war won, and they planned it for what we've got today. And that's how far ahead they are of us. That's my belief. I'm going to nip off for a minute. Auditor fraud, flute, fire away. You guys crack on. Just give me a couple of minutes.
Yeah, go on.
Thanks for your respect.
What I was going to say was, all wars are bankers' wars. The only people that make money out of war is bankers. That's it. Flat off, and corporations. That's the only two people that make money out of wars, right? They might convince you that you fought for your democracy and all these people died for their freedoms. Or imagine the amount of men, women, and children that died in the First World War and the Second World War to defend our democracy and all this bullshit, right? It's nonsense. It's crap. It's an absolute lie sold to the masses, and the masses suck it up. That's why they go out every November and they stand by their little flipping, thingy in the middle of the high street, and the local, you know, army come up there, and we all stand there and give a minute's silence for all these people that died for our freedoms, apparently. Yeah. Are they going to, the same people are going to do it this year again? They're going to do exactly the same. For what freedom? What freedom do we have over the last 2 fucking years? We've had an absolutely despotic government ruling by decree, like communists ruling by decree. And this November, everyone's going to go out on Remembrance Day with their stupid fucking poppies and all that bullshit, right? And professing their love for the people that died for the freedoms of this country. Really? What freedoms? What freedoms have we had over the last 2.5 fucking years? None. None. We've been ruled by a fucking kleptocracy, is what we've been ruled by. And for those people who don't know what a kleptocracy is, I'll give you a brief definition if you want me to. But this is the mentality that they take people down. They convince you that you went to wars to fight for your freedoms, and then you left the war and you got freedom. And then what exactly happened after the Second World War? Oh, the Cold War, a war that could never be resolved but never be fought. You know, it's exactly the two things that's perfect for these people. It's a war that doesn't involve bombs and this, that, and the other, and it doesn't involve people invading other people. It's just a psychological war. Oh, the Russians might do this, and the US might do that, and this is the psychological side of it. You know, how long did the Cold War last? Well into the 90s. You know, that was pretty much a 50-year psychological war on every citizen on the planet.
I have to agree with that. I really do.
Yeah.
And this is the problem. What we're living in is effectively what's called a kleptocracy, right? A kleptocracy, by its definition, is a government whose corrupt leaders, kleptocrats, use political power to appropriate wealth of the people and land that they govern, typically by embezzling and or misappropriating government funds at the expense of the wider population. Now, if that doesn't make you think about track and trace at £37 billion wasted in this country, that's a kleptocracy. That's exactly what it is. There is no democracy. Democracy is the illusion that you have freedom of choice. It's an illusion. Go back to George Carlin's quotes about democracy. It's the illusion that you have a choice. You don't have a choice. It's the kleptocracy, right? Or you start fighting against it. And you better start fighting quickly, or they're going to stick a big fat finger up your bottom and you'll never escape it. That's where it's coming from. Sorry.
No, honestly, Fluke, well said, mate. Honestly, I have to agree with most of that, for sure. Yeah, you've no freedom. There's no democracy. It's an illusion. You know, you have your TV programs, have your entertainment and things like that. It's just taking your mind off what's really going on. You know, you're under fear, you're under control, whether you like it or not.
And that's, well, you know, it's kind of, it's one of those things that.
And don't say you're not under fear, and don't say you're not under control, because you are.
You are, and that's what they're relying on. They're relying. Yeah. This is all about fear. It's all about control. Why is somebody advising? Somebody on the SAGE advisory committee advising a government whose sole fucking purpose or sole qualification in this life is behavioural science? If it's not about behaviour and governing your behaviour. So she's not a virologist. She's not a scientist. She's not a fucking, you know, a biochemist or some sort of, you know, medical person. It's a behavioural psychologist advising your government in what to do and what to say. You know, why is that? Why would there be somebody like that? And this is what I go back to. And this is when the statist mentality comes in. Oh, I voted Labour or I voted Conservative or whatever it is, right? Can you imagine going back before COVID and walking into your local Conservative office in your local town, your local Conservative, what do they call it? Conservative Party. I call it a word.
Shithouse.
Membership. Yeah, shithouse. Yeah, probably was the right word. Thank you for butting in there, Marstrong, because that's what it was.
That's all right, mate.
Can you imagine going in there before COVID and saying to them, hello, I'm going to make a quick speech. This is a brief speech. In 2 years' time, there's going to be a 40-year card-carrying member of the British Communist Party is going to be advising your Tory government in 2 years' time. They'd have laughed you out of that place. They'd have laughed you out of that place. And here we are now, 2 years later, and who have we got? Professor Susan Mitchie, a 40-year card-carrying member of the British Communist Party, advising a Tory government. If your statist mind isn't woken up by this point, you need to start fucking taking a long, hard look in the mirror.
No, Fluke, thanks so much for all that. Absolutely brilliant. Melly Simpson, anyone who's coming, thanks very much for coming in. Great debate here. Absolutely brilliant. Eyes, please open them. Awaken. It's very serious stuff what's going on. And it's getting worse. What do we do about it? I don't know. We
A
kind of
baseball bat, Zandy.
fear
Going
only
on,
comes,
say to people, wake up.
Connie, it doesn't just come from money, but I get what you mean by that. That's the controller of the material world, which is psychological, as we know. You know, people think more about things than people, and if only we thought more about what's going on and people themselves rather than things that we can buy. That is a major distraction, the material world. Mally, are you? Morning. Are you?
I'll just make another point as well quickly. It's just like
Where are you
I
from?
believe in hindsight. I watched a video a couple of weeks back, and after I watched the video, I scrolled down and read some of the comments. And one guy made a really good comment, and he was like, "I believe that the internet in of itself was a Trojan horse, right?" And what he meant by that was, it's again an element of trust. You know, it's like we had a. How am I going to explain this? Right. So there's an element of trust in the internet, right? You think you've got freedom of speech. Oh yeah, I can say what I want and go on Facebook and go on Twitter and da 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 and this, that, and the other, and you get into that mentality that this is freedom. That's it. We've got freedom to connect any information we want. I can look up any word I want. I can look up any phrase I want. I can look up any, laws that I want. I can do all of this stuff. Everything's freedom of information, basically, you know. And but if you look at it in hindsight, especially in what happens over the last couple of years, it's become like a Trojan horse, where you now live on Twitter. People live on Facebook. They live on social media. They do their banking online. They do their shopping online. They do their clothes shopping online. They literally live online. Now, if you imagine the World Economic Forum's cyber polygon, where there's this massive crash of the internet, which, surprise, surprise, they never predicted that, did they? And I'm sure it will happen. Once that all comes offline, and then you all have to go back online, there's only one way you're going to get back online. And that is if you've got a certain code or a PIN number or whatever it is that's tied to your digital currency, tied to your digital passport, tied to your digital phone and your QR codes and all the other bollocks, right? You ain't getting back online. Once you're offline, you're pretty much fucked. You can't buy food. You can't fucking book a railway ticket. You can't book an airline ticket. You can't do anything. You can't get onto social media. You can't get onto YouTube. You can't get onto Facebook. You can't get onto Twitter. You're fucked. You're out of the fucking, you're literally out of society. You're technologically out of society. That's the whole point of the Trojan horse that was the internet in the first place. And what do you catch with a net? You catch things in a net, internet. Yeah. What do you catch in a web? What does a spider catch in its web? It's prey, right? World Wide Web. So
That's a great point.
To a certain degree, that's why I think of things. And don't get me wrong, I didn't think about that until a few weeks ago when I saw that comment in one of those videos saying that the internet was a Trojan horse. It's the illusion of freedom, and everyone runs down that road of freedom. Oh, look, all this information I can get for nothing. And then suddenly that net just closes in on themselves and it's used against them.
Right. I think absolute brilliant speech by Fluke. Give it a break for a sec, Fluke. James,
I've got to go to the ladies' room, so I apologise.
No worries, mate.
Well, before you go,
I've got to.
Yeah,
hang on, let me just tie a knot. That worries me, mate. That's worrying me already.
Before you go, before you go, I've got to bounce off, but I will be listening to everything that's being said on the TV. But thanks for having me on there, Dino. Fluke, always a pleasure talking to you, mate. And I might be able to pop back if you're still on, but if not, wealth of knowledge. I really do like hearing you, Fluke. I really do. And auditor, haven't got to speak to you, but hopefully I'll do if I get to come back on. Yeah, but thanks for having us on, Dino. And the only other thing is, leave the fucking squirrels alone, you bully.
I just wanted to say quickly as well, mate. Every time I've come on any platform, any whether it's Dino's, mine, Mike's, or whoever, you've always been a brilliant bloke, mate, and it's really nice to talk to you as always. So thanks for
No, I like listening to people that can share information. I really do. I really, really do like to hear things. I'm trying to fill my head in. It's a lot to take in, you know what I mean? But it's well worth having knowledge. Knowledge is power, and that's what I say. Knowledge is power. Anyway, you guys take care, and if I get to come back on, great. If I don't, but I'll be watching. Take care, and I'll catch you later.
No worries, mate. Thanks very much for coming on. It's always a pleasure, mate. He's a right gentleman. He's been on for a while. I love to Maria Moon as well, mate. Thanks so much, Master Ron. Right, that was fantastic, Fluke. Thanks so much for all that. Guys, I hope you've taken notice.
Sorry, that was a lot of information to give out in one foul swoop. So
yeah,
I hope if anyone's got any questions, I'm going to try and plug into my mobile.
We can. Do you know what? I think one thing we should do, and I know what you like. It's like, let's get it out there, but let's take our time over these lives, and it'll be easy for people to soak in. I think, in my opinion, for me, I can soak it in a lot faster, but in order to get it across to more people, would be to take it a bit slower and let's take it over the weeks, over the lives, that way. But you've been brilliant, mate. Thanks so much. James.
You're welcome.
No, honestly, Fluke.
I'm just going to
Fluke's channel link, guys. That's Fluke's.
So I'm going to wet myself in a minute. Fluke's.
You've got Tiggs. You've got Smokies. James Patrick McDonough, thank you so much for all your hard work. Superb. Connie Ethan, if only you had a channel. He has got a channel, so check it out, because James has just put the link up for one.
I'm on BitChute and Odyssey as well, so if you want to come and
there you go. Fluke, you're a mod, aren't you, on here?
I don't know.
If you
I think it's probably criminal for you to have me as a mod now.
Yeah,
it's probably like staring at. If you have Fluke as a mod, it's like staring at somebody.
Excuse me, you've been looking at that screen for far too long. I'm going to sue you now. It's
Call the police.
ridiculous,
Call the
guys.
police. Fluke's been staring at me for 2 hours.
I mean, come on, we all know where it's just ridiculous. So, I mean, for me, it's always like it's the hardest thing to say, not to say, but to do. It's like, what shall we do about it? I mean, I want to do something about it, but I need to know what to do. How do we get this thing going? We can talk about it all day long, which is great. It's more than that. It's fantastic. We need to more than ever. But then, what's the action that we need to do? I think all we can do is pass on the information we have now onto the next generation and hope that they do something about it. I can't get further than that. But anyway, let's just change the subject for a minute. Auditor, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. You?
Oh, good to hear you. You all right?
Yeah. Are you? I take it you're not in West Yorkshire anymore.
No. No, I'm back home.
All right. Which stations did you go to?
Went to Leeds,
Yeah.
Ellen Road. Went to, I think it was, it came under Wakefield, but I think it's in Normanton. That one.
Yeah.
Huddersfield. And that were
Right.
brilliant. They were all like, and Pontefract. It were like, there were a fire station attached, one of them, and it was just
Yeah.
completely quiet. And I think, was that it? That could have been. Oh, yeah, that was it. And then we went to Bury, nothing. And so, yeah, but the best one was Leeds. So I'm going to put that up tomorrow. But yeah, it was all right. Enjoyed it.
Good.
Yeah, nothing bad, just decent stuff. Actually clocked an abandoned hospital in Huddersfield, the
Right.
original, and then they built these modern buildings onto it, which looked a bit ugly. And it was a Kirklees College.
Right.
And it was attached to this original hospital, and it looked a bit. So I was thinking, I wonder if that was like the nursing medical college, and it were attached to the real hospital, where
Yeah.
you could do a bit of training in the real hospital and all that. So it was all abandoned. I checked it out, and it could be worth a visit to that as well. So, and then there's a big tower on this hill just outside Huddersfield as well. I want to go to that as well. So,
Did you visit Biker?
yeah.
Good.
I was set up. I was set up. But yeah, honestly, that moment, it was brilliant for me. It took me about 3 or 4 seconds to realise what was going on. And then I think we spent about a good hour at least. And this were in Castleford, or just inside Castleford. And honestly, what a moment for me, with him being around for a long time and like doing a lot of good stuff for me and stuff like that. Like, it's quite emotional, really. So, yeah, dream come true for me, that. And then in the same week, no, the week after this, what day is it? Tuesday. Yeah, I met Paul and Yvonne, Yvonne Driver, So, brilliant week, yeah. But meeting up with Barker, that were like very special,
Good stuff.
Loved it. Loved every second of it. Like, but yeah, they got me. They planned it out, and I'll tell you what, you can't beat surprise, a nice surprise, you know. It's like, you know how everyone today, like, they know what they're getting for Christmas. And I suppose in the old days, it was like, oh, what's under that wrapper? You know, I don't really know what's in there. Like people today knew it was like that, you know. So, yeah, I was made up.
Good stuff.
Yeah. And going back to Yorkshire as well, I mean, that run over the motorway, and when Plod were driving, like, he'd never been over that way before. And we got to,
Did you get to the farmhouse?
yeah. And he was like, he said, I've only seen it on videos. He said, fucking hell. He says, I can't believe it. I said, and then we got to the summit bit. And I said, this is the highest, I'll tell you what I said. I said, it's the highest point in England. And he went, nah, fuck off. It's Scarfell Pike or something like that in Cumbria. And I went, I know it's the highest of something. And it's the highest motorway, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was a pleasure for him. He saw that. He ended up driving over the highest motorway in England and just going
Well,
through them moors, and then
Leeds.
like, sorry, man.
Yeah, Leeds Bradford Airport. That's the highest airport in England. Did you know
Oh,
that?
right.
Yeah.
There you go. Right. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of the flights get diverted to Manchester because of the winds and stuff like that.
Yeah.
When it's bad weather, they have to divert to Manchester.
Wow. There you go. So, yeah, Yorkshire's beautiful. Plod, when we went to Huddersfield, like coming from where he comes from, you know, down Surrey in there. Posh get, not. But no, he loved it, like, so he said, yeah, we're going back. No problem. So, yeah.
Did you stay over at Bikers or not?
No, like I said, it was just like an hour, and it were weird. Right, I'll tell you how it went, right? He came here, and we normally have a private, like, live together, and we do talk shop a lot, but we have a good laugh. And he came here, and I said, where we're going tomorrow? And he went, I think we'll go to Yorkshire. Like, I said, right, yeah. Whereabouts? He went, Leeds. I said, hang on a minute. Such a body, you know, lives around that area. Have you arranged it? He went, no. I said, hang on, what do you mean? He said, no, we'll go there, then we'll go there, and then we'll go there and go there. And we did. And then we're just off the junction, and it said Kippax and Leeds and something like that. I said, are you joking me? He lives literally down the road somewhere, and you've not even arranged it with him knowing you're coming up here and we're not far off the Pennines. It's within an hour, and you're saying we've not got enough time to meet him. Anyway, they planned it for 3 weeks, and so we got there, and he pulls in. I'm thinking, are you taking the piss? And he said, no, I'm meeting a friend. I've known him for years. He's lived in Yorkshire and all that. So he said, I'm meeting him outside a pub. And we went past a pub, drove up to nah, that's not it. Drove up to another. He went, nah, that's not it. And I went, but we drove past one bit early. He went, all right then, take a look. And we parked up, went in there, got me a coffee, sat outside on a bench, not knowing Biker had been sat there in his car watching all the time. And sat down. The next thing, Plod said to me, not have some morons in this town. And then next thing, he sat down outside of me, and I thought, fucking weird. And I went like that. And then it took me about 3 or 4 seconds for to realise who it were. stitch me up. Couldn't say it. But imagine that more. I mean, imagine the difference between me knowing I'd be meeting him and me sitting next to a right prick, plod or not to plod, right, conning me, saying, "Oh, we'll go there tomorrow," but yeah, we could have met up with him, but yeah, I'm busy. And after we've gone there, we'll go there as well. Not got enough time, with no time. So that happened, and it were down to the second. They planned it perfectly, and they got me. Because everyone knows Bike has been there around for me since day one. So imagine that for me, meeting someone like that without me knowing that. Talk about a nice surprise. You don't get many of them. Most
Yeah.
people know what's coming, and and his new dog as well, Heidi, as well at the same time.
Yeah.
No,
Good.
honestly, it was a fantastic moment, and then an hour. That's all it were, but it'll become more regular. Like it won't be the first and last time. So,
Yeah.
but what a humble guy, you know. So yeah, I was made up last week. I actually met up with 3 people who,
So, was it last week then you did you went over to Leeds then?
yeah,
Right. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah. I just wondered because obviously I'd seen the plod or not to plod. I thought it were last couple of days because obviously the videos have only just gone up.
yeah. Friday, Saturday. So Plod was here he's been here 45. So yeah, it was up to the weekend.
Yeah.
Friday, it could have been Friday, that one, but yeah. Yeah, I'll put the other version up tomorrow, the Leeds one, and then I'll put the Huddersfield one up. It's only fair I should, because the Huddersfield one, every single cop, they were just brilliant, just smiled, and So yeah, I'll put them up as well. But the Leeds one,
Yeah. I think auditing's sort of like peaked and it's on its way back out. That's my opinion now. It's peaked in last year. I think
yeah,
it's slowly coming to.
I can't disagree with that, to be honest with you, because just a slight giveaway. It's just at Leeds, right? I've never seen anything like it. It was constant traffic coming in and out of that station. Mostly coming out, going in, not as much, but still, it was constant. It was ridiculous, to be honest.
Yeah.
So there were maybe 3 interactions. Excuse me, 1 marked vehicle, 2 unmarked, out of about, there must have been well over 100 vehicles what came out that station and in, and I got all kind of mixtures, like a wave and a smile, things like that. Winding down of windows, what you're doing, and things like that. I've clipped parts out because it were like hanging around. So
Yeah.
I'll put you know what I mean. But all I picked up on was, and rightfully so, was someone using the phone while their engine were running. Plod picked up on this and that. So I've got footage of him and footage of myself speaking to this woman in a car, speaking on her phone with her engine running. So, but all in all, going to West Yorkshire, brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, like I said, I think auditing's sort of like peaked and it's slowly on its way back out now. I think you'll still
Yeah,
obviously
because
you still obviously get your audit in Britain and your famous ones doing it, but I think it's peaked and it's coming out now.
yeah, I said that on the video. I said they all know the score here.
Yeah.
You know, they do, don't they? Now it's like most of them do, but you always get the odd one who. Do you know what I mean? So, but yeah, I get you. Because they've all caught on to it now, the police and things like that. But you'll always get the one who comes out and think they can take over the situation and things like that. But yeah,
Normally the
Can
one
I
with
just
quick
make a
chat.
point? Can I make a point there quickly?
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, I don't know if you can hear me.
no, go on, Flute. No, you're all right.
Sorry, I didn't want to cut across there.
It's all right.
Hello.
Oh, it's 5G.
It's 5G. Well, it's here, but that's not me.
I'd like to just mention something, and this is not just to auditor for auditor, but to maybe some people in the comments as well. How is something going to fade off? Why do you think that auditing is going to fade off, right? When 4 years ago, when I was in Kent filming, right, I came across 2 police officers that utterly and completely respected my rights to take pictures in a public place, never even asked for my identification or anything like that, and even said that they would go back to the building that I was filming and educate the security guards to tell them that they had no rights to fucking come out and harass me and give me a load of shit, right? On the same very point, on the same very weekend that I was out auditing, I was arrested and handcuffed for 2.5 hours by the very same constabulary. Explain that to me if auditing isn't right or wrong anymore.
No,
Yes, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Some police are fucking getting the picture. They are getting the, and this is the whole point of auditing in the first place. If auditing is falling off, it's because we educated those fuck knuckles into our rights, not the other way around.
No, I won't go that far.
No. Go on then.
No.
What was your opinion of that? My question or my opinion there?
I just think because so many people are doing it now, they know the score, so they're not going to come out and engage, which probably Dino's probably found out over coming over to Leeds last week.
But then that's the whole point of auditing in the first place was to make sure that they stood up for our rights to do what we do.
Yeah, but there's people.
So either we won and they gave up, or you don't have a point.
No, there's people who do auditing not for the reason what you're saying. There's people who do it for a reaction to get views on YouTube and to make money.
That's true.
Well, but that's true, and there are people who are very provocative, you know, and provocative isn't a crime, so that's neither here nor there, right?
Yeah, but that's the reason why they've caught onto it so much.
And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with going out and making a fucking scene out of nothing, right? That's not. You go back through all of my auditing videos, and you'll never see me make a scene, right? I've had people constantly for the past 6 fucking years say, you just go out and stick a camera in someone's face, right? Do you know what I've said to those people? Every time they've said that to me, I've said to them, go through any of my audit videos, and if you see me stick a camera in someone's face, you let me know what video it was, and I'll take my whole YouTube channel down.
Every time I've had that comment, every single time I've had that comment, it's a case of it's them who stuck their face in my
camera. Exactly. Yeah. And this is
Don't
what
walk
I
up to a camera.
if you can prove that I've done something wrong in one of my videos, other than taking pictures from a public place, right? I'll take my YouTube channel down. And I've sworn by that. And not once in the last 6 years has anybody proven that I've ever done anything wrong or illegal or stuck my camera in somebody's face, right? Considering the fact that this camera here, which I use on a regular basis, right, can zoom in on a number plate from 250 yards. I don't need to stick my camera in somebody's face, right? So,
no,
Don't tell me
agree. I think
I agree with that. There's a lot of auditors out there are very provocative, very confrontational, and that's not my style. And everyone's got their own style of auditing. Do you know what I mean? Cat's like a different style of auditor from me. Maybe Live Free and Marty Blackburn are different types of auditors than I am. Do you know what I mean? And that's how you approach it. It's up to you. You know, it doesn't. You can't encapsulate a whole movement by saying it's on its way out and it's because of this and it's because of that. That's bullshit. That's utter nonsense.
It'll always change, adapt.
You know, if anything, it's like you could go down to Kent tomorrow and film where I filmed in Kent 4 years ago, and you'll get the same response from the police that I got. So have they learnt or have they not learnt? You know, don't say it's on its way out just because it's your opinion it's on the way out. The fact that you've probably never done an audit in your life is irrelevant. You know, you can have your opinion, but what I'm saying is, don't say it's on its way out and it's fading and it's gone and it's, you know, because it's nonsense. You know, if I was still physically capable of doing audits.
To be fair, he said it's peaked and it's on its way down. I don't think he said it's on it. Yeah, he might have said it. It's not on its way out.
I don't think standing up for your rights should ever peak and then disappear. Because if your rights peak and disappear, you never had them in the first place.
You don't need to do auditing to fight for your rights.
I'm a photographer, 35 years experience. Well, how many times do you think I'm going to go out of a camera and get harassed, whether it by security guards, police, fucking members of the public, anybody else who don't understand what I'm doing is perfectly legal and lawful, and they should stand up for my rights. That's the point.
Agreed.
Yeah, but there's like I said, 90% of auditors are not thinking of how you think.
Well, I don't. You know, if you're going to just do it for the sake of views and clicks and getting into trouble and getting handcuffed and getting carted off by the police, then you're a twat for doing it in the first place, because you're not coming at it from an intelligent way of coming at that situation. You know, if you go out and do it from a respectful position and a legal position and a professional position, do you know what I mean? Where why should I be harassed for my profession, right? When, you know, I could do that. All of the stuff that I've done, every audit that I've done, I could have done undercover and recorded covertly, and nobody would have known I was recording, right?
Right.
That's the point.
Can I just say, Fluke, nice one though, mate. SG, welcome. How are you doing?
Thank you. Yeah, made it late, but I got it.
5G, how you doing?
Yeah, you good, Fluke. Hello, auditor for auditor.
I'm good, mate. You?
Hello.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, not too bad.
It depends on the purpose of that auditor, right? Now, you know, is it to educate people? Is it to get views or anything like that? Well, for me, it's about educating people. So when you get people going out there doing audits, and look, you know what, we're mates, but when Plod goes out there, he recites the law to them and he does educate people. He educates the police. And he says to me many a time, that's why I go out there. I don't do it for views. I don't do it for I get them and blah, blah, blah. But I'm out there to make sure people respect human rights, don't infringe them, respect them, things like that. You've got to stand your ground. And that's what he does. He's not out there for, he'd do that despite YouTube.
The thing is, as well,
and I think that's the way to go about it. It can be a bit confrontational and things like that, but he would never. He's not in the same style as other auditors.
I think the other thing I'd like to mention to auditor for auditor is I can't force somebody to act like a cunt in front of my camera. That's up to them. It's not up to me, right? If somebody comes out and acts like a complete dick, whether that be a police officer, a security guard, a public official, a public servant, if they want to come out and act like a dick in front of my camera, that's on them. It's not on me. Yeah. I'm just standing there with a camera, which is not illegal, right? Their response to that camera and that perfectly legal exercise of my rights that I'm doing, right? It's on them if they act like a cock.
Exactly.
Right?
That's where you expose these people. You don't have to go in there.
You don't have to
Do you
go
know
in
what I
there and
mean? Because all,
antagonise
all
people
you're
in the
doing when
first
you
place.
do that is exposing yourself. If you're hanging around doing illegal activity, i.e. filming, photographing public buildings or whatever, and they come to you with their attitude and do you know what I mean? Then they're exposing themselves.
They make themselves the star of the show.
Yeah.
They're the ones that get you the views and the clicks and all the rest of it. It's not me. I'm not doing anything. All I'm doing is standing there in a public place with a camera. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah.
If they choose to act like a wank stain, right, then they go on YouTube looking like a wank stain. So don't you come back and tell me that I'm provocative and that I'm doing it for clicks and views. I'm not doing it for clicks and views. I've got videos on my channel, right, that have got less than 1,000 views. Do you know why? Because I included the word pass in the title, right? There was a company, an aerospace company in an industrial estate, who completely ignored me. I filmed everything, the whole of their building, all of their security gates, their signs, their front door, their back door, the whole 9 yards. They never said a dicky bird to me, right? Not a single dicky bird. Even security didn't come out and talk to me. And it was a complete pass. And I put it up, right? Now that video probably got only less than 1,000 views because I had the word pass in the title, right? These people passed the audit, right? So people are literally on YouTube looking for the confrontations. That's what they're looking for. They want to be entertained. And I don't do it like that. If I go to somewhere and they pass and they completely respect my rights and leave me alone, then that's fine. I'll still put that video up. If I get harassed and harangued and handcuffed and assaulted and battered by the police, then I'll put that video up as well. If I get a video where I've got two coppers that completely respect my rights and hold on to my rights and don't even question me and don't ask for my ID or anything like that, that goes up as well. Everything goes up. Everything I've ever videoed is on my channel.
Yeah, it's
regardless
just a case
of whether it's confrontation or not.
Yeah, just going out there and doing things legally and filming and staying in the right place and saying the right thing, and that's it. You don't have to go full force and try and cause an argument or try and cause a video that'll get you many views. We know people that are. I've done videos and they've got 700 views or whatever, cop shop, whatever. Like Luke said, if I'd have put something in the title, it might have got more interest or whatever, but it's not about that. You know what I mean? Good and bad for me. I won't just show the confrontational ones and leave out the.
And I think if you're an auditor of any respect, and don't get me wrong, like I said, I've been a photographer for 35 years. I never, in the 80s and 90s, when I was out filming and photographing, I never got harassed by police anywhere, regardless of whatever I was taking pictures of.
Yeah.
But it's all of a sudden, the last 10 years, everyone's getting harassed to the point where we had to go to the European Court of Human Rights to get Section 44 of the to be repealed. You know, that's how long. That's how it's taken that long to get a bunch of photographers to go into for Liberty to take up our Liberty, the human rights organization, who took up the cause of photographers who are being harassed by the Metropolitan Police on a daily basis under the Terrorism Act, to take it to the European Court of Human Rights, right, and have that Section 44 rescinded and replaced with Section 43, which now the police just abuse Section 43, and then for you to have the front to come on Audit for Auditor and say we're doing it for the sake of it. It's your rights we're standing up for. It's our rights. Yeah. It's Dino's rights. It's SG's rights. 5G's rights. You know, it's everybody's right to freedom to gather and disseminate information. Section 19 of the 1948 UN Convention on Human Rights that specifically says everybody, the first word of that paragraph, everybody has the freedom to gather and disseminate information regardless of borders. There is nothing more borderless than the internet. That's all I'm doing.
Right, Fluke. Listen, nice one, but you've had a lot of say, a lot of time.
Sorry, I know I banged
No,
on.
it's all right. It's all right, mate. You've been away for a long time, but thanks for what you've said. So every time you say something, it's always a good thinker for everyone. Please take it in, agree or disagree. Just please take it in. I think where AF came in was like it's reached its peak and it's going down. Fluke's coming, and it's right because you'll always get the corruption. You'll always the ones who recognise what's going on, fair enough. So yeah, it's gone up there, and loads of police now know it's happening. So it's like we're taking less notice of it and things like that. But you've still got corruption within that force. So you can turn up somewhere one day, it's quite smooth, and then the other day you get a corrupt officer coming out to you and giving you loads of shit. So it's still going on. It's not been cleared.
Can I just
It's not
mention
like
one thing
over because
Can I mention just one thing that I didn't touch on, which I should? And that was, I think a lot of people got into this auditing thing for the clicks and the views, and maybe they can make some money out of YouTube, right? Now they've found themselves in the court system and banged up in jail for 12 hours, and then they've got to fight another court system and blah, blah, blah. And suddenly they've fallen off the wayside because they think, I don't want to do this anymore because all I'm going to end up is in trouble. Do you know what I mean? So they've fallen by the wayside because they don't want to do it anymore. But if they did it in the right way in the first place, they wouldn't end up in a fucking prison cell. They wouldn't end up being arrested. They wouldn't end up in a fucking police station for 12 hours overnight. You know, that's
potentially, but not necessarily.
You
still get that toll.
Yeah. But you know, if you do it in the right way and you do it respectfully, just stand up for your rights. What have you got to lose? You've got nothing to lose.
yeah.
But you're right.
I mean, is there anything wrong with a member of the public filming a police station and an officer comes out and you say, "What's your opinion on one of your colleagues murdering and raping a young girl?" There's a firearms officer and off duty producing his warrant card to groom her into the back of his car and do all that. You don't say that, or you do, but all they're going to respond is, "I can't say anything about that."
I can't comment on that. So it's okay.
Yeah,
this is the funny thing. It's funny when
I've experienced the other side of that. Sorry, asking that question. But only to a couple of PCSOs.
Fluke, please. You've had a long say. Let SG have a say.
Yeah. If you don't know, I have done some auditing, but I don't put the videos up. So I've done it a little bit. Why? Well, I wasn't happy with my auditing videos in the first place. Like I did my first one, like what, 13 months ago nearly or something? Yeah, March last year. And I was very nice. I do have the video. I've played them on like live streams and that. But I was very nice and I still got section 43'd because they lied. So I said to myself, it doesn't really fucking matter how I am. If you get an asshole, he's an asshole. And I went away and I thought, you know, should I change my shit or not or what? And basically I went out and did a few, you know, handful of audits. But, you know, I'm still behind the whole thing, obviously. But I wanted to adapt things to do something new. And I think I'm slowly getting there. I'm not there yet. But I see a revolution because if I can think it, so can somebody else. I do see a revolution. We may be at a plateau, auditor for auditor, but I believe there are many plateaus. Everything adapts, everything changes. And I think the next plateau is going to be even more realistic and freedom showing.
I just think
another thing I wanted to say just quickly, Dino, is just going back to a point that SG said. It was like, it's not about, you know, there are certain ways you can do audits. You can be provocative. You can ask a police officer about, you know, why is it one of your officers, you know, sexually abused a child and got away with it or something like that. It's a very provocative thing to say. Now, but it's funny how a government servant doesn't have to answer your questions, but they expect you to answer their questions. Funny that, isn't it? Yeah. That's what you're standing up for. It's not just your rights to take pictures in a public place, but it's about exposing these people when they don't want to answer my questions, but they
just come in on
to answer their questions. Do you know what I mean? So where does the power lie? The power doesn't lie with them. It lies with me. I don't have to answer your questions. You're a public servant. You do have to answer my questions. That's
right,
the
what
point.
do you, AF?
Yeah. The reason why they won't give you a straight answer is, especially police officers and people who work for police, is because of PSD. If PSD can find anything on what a police officer or member of staff says, they'll have them in. That's why they will never give you an answer.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And it's just like, this is like where the law protects the government, but they expect you to answer questions. That's not how the law works. And this is the whole point. This is about the fundamental point. It's not just about photography. It's the fundamental point of teaching people about their rights. Because if you don't know your rights, the government will fucking violate you, right? The police will violate you. Security guards will violate you, right? And that's the point. It's not just about photography or the gathering and disseminating of information, the fact that we have a right to a free press in this country. You know, those are all fundamental rights that will be fundamentally violated, which has been proven over the last 2 years by this government and every other MP in that house of shit chambers that have violated everybody's rights for the last 2 fucking years. Because if people don't get to grips with the fact that they've got rights and they've got, you know, civil liberties and they've got everything, then if you don't exercise those rights, you will lose them. Rights are like muscles. If you don't lose them, you'll lose them.
Yeah.
Because they will take advantage of you. Governments around the world will take advantage of you if they can erode your fundamental rights. Because a person with no rights has no power. People with no rights have no power, right? And that's the fundamental point of auditing from my perspective.
Right. I'm going to wind down till 2 a.m. That's been long enough on auditing. Thank you very much. Someone's asked for a link, Mally Simpson. Right, I'll put that in. I'm going till 2 a.m, guys.
So there's no more auditing talk, or there is till 2?
I think we've probably done it, haven't we?
I
I think we've done it, haven't we? I think if we haven't covered auditing from various.
Well, can I have just a little say?
Of course.
Please, thank you. Well, yeah, I know. I really do believe it's going to change, and it's funny hearing what he said. Not funny, but it's funny in my own mind thinking about what Fluke said, that you know, it's our our right. It is our right to be able to film in public and disseminate that information to people with whatever medium you want, whether it be paper or whatever. You know, you stick it in the newspaper and people can like buy it or something. Who knows? Whatever you want. Shit, just write down what happened, you know, and it's a story. You do whatever you want as long as you're disseminating the information. And the minute we lose that, we are screwed. And they are trying to take it away. So I do believe if auditing doesn't change, then that plateau is all it's going to get to. But I do believe it's going to change. And what it comes down to is when you said it's legal, Fluke, I am saying to myself, no, it may be legal, but I'm more, it's lawful.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
that's
it's,
kind of
yeah.
the position I'm coming at it from. And you previously said something. I don't want to like try and give anything away, you know, but that's that's the change that's needed, you know, lawful as opposed to legal. The whole legal problem is against us, isn't it? Legal is against us. Lawful is for us. That's where our rights are.
It's like when I've said this a few times on other live streams where we've discussed auditing. They weren't necessarily in an auditing live stream, but auditing came up in the conversation. And it was like, well, you know, you got police officers saying you can't take pictures of, you know, number plates. You can't take pictures of this. You can't. Well, hang on a minute. Every dash cam in the country is taking pictures of number plates on a fucking daily basis, every fucking 60 frames per second. You know what I mean? Don't talk to me about that bullshit, because you're talking bollocks. Now, if a police officer came and said that to me, I would rip him a new arsehole, right?
On the most common thing
I
to
could
say
park
is
my car. Yeah, I could park my car outside of a police station and leave my dash cam running, and it will take number plates and photographs of everything until the battery runs out.
Yeah.
So, what are you going to do? Stop me having a dash cam?
The most common thing they say when you're filming outside is you're filming personal cars. And it's like, well, we can't.
The public cars.
They're not personal. Nobody's got a personal car.
No.
They're in public.
I'm saying that's what they say.
Oh yeah.
So they say you're filming personal cars, and then they say, don't stand there because cars might be coming out the barriers. So stand at the side. And them are the most two things I've ever heard of. When they come out.
This is the non. Right, okay. From a safety perspective, they.
I went to hang on, Fluke.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
I went to St Helens, and the car park is on it's about 2 foot with a small wall, 2 foot away from the pavement. So if you're walking past, you can't miss them, and you can walk right through. But all they ever say is, because you're doing everything legal by filming, is don't film personal cars, as if that's against the law. And it's not. But most people who are just filming, who are not auditing, would probably, who don't know the law, would automatically think, oh shit, what am I doing? I'm filming personal cars. And it's like Plod said on the last video, you don't own that plate. The DVLA does. It's not yours. So
and also on top of that,
don't film my personal reg. It's not your reg. The DVLA.
And what are the police doing with ANPR cameras if they're not filming personal vehicles every day? That's what they do for a living. It's okay. It's okay for the government to do it, but it's not okay for me to do it.
Well, what did you want to say on that?
Yeah, I think what they have an issue with is obviously if they're in a personal vehicle and they're coming out. I mean, this might sound a bit bizarre, but you think of all these private car parking companies who are in operation. They can get registered keeper details and things like that. It's quite easily. It's quite easily now. You can get it.
No, you can't.
You can.
No,
well, they can get a name and address.
Exactly. No, that's all they need.
No, you can't. You can't.
Yes,
there's only two ways to do. There's only two ways to do that. If you're a parking company, right, and you have to be affiliated to the DVLA, that's the only way you can get people's names, address to send them a parking fine or whatever it is, right? I can't be affiliated with the DVLA because I'm just a photographer and a freelance journalist and researcher. That doesn't qualify me to register with the DVLA as a company that would hold and distribute that information because they're liable under GDPR regulations. That's the difference that you're missing, right?
No,
that's
right?
No, it is right.
No.
Because
let me finish.
There's no way. So even if somebody parked outside of my house and blocked my driveway, right? If somebody parked outside my house and blocked my driveway and did it continuously, right? And I got photographic, and this is on the DVLA's website, photographic evidence that they continuously did that, I could then write to the DVLA, send them the information, and then the DVLA would consider sending me that person's private information, i.e. their name and address, so I can write them a letter saying, please stop parking over my driveway because you're being a cunt, right? That's the only difference. The only people that are allowed to have that information from the DVLA are companies that are accredited to the DVLA, right? So say B&Q hire Fluke's parking company to govern all their parking places around the UK. Then we then apply to the DVLA to be an affiliate of DVLA, to, if you like, to a certain degree. In fact, affiliate's probably not the right word, but and then that way they're allowed to share that information with us. But then we are then Fluke's parking company is now governed under GDPR regulations, so we can only share that information and acquire that information legally.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let me come in. So you're telling me you don't think that criminals' friends work for these companies and they'll pass information on?
No, but then how many police
So that's just-
officers? How many police officers?
No, let me finish.
You know,
That's just
you've
let me
watched.
finish.
Hang on, Fluke. You've had your
Yeah, go on.
say. Please let him respond.
So basically, what I've just said just blows everything out of water. What you've just said, because people.
But I'm not a criminal.
Yeah, but
Fluke,
how do they know
Fluke,
that?
please let
How
him
do they
finish.
not know that?
But it's not up to them to assume that I'm a criminal. I have to prove that I'm not. That's the point of legal.
Yeah, but how do they know that you're not?
I don't have to prove I'm not a criminal.
Yeah,
It's
but
up to
how
them
do
to
they know?
prove. They have to
No.
prove they have to have reasonable, articulable suspicion that I've committed a crime to prove that I'm a criminal. I don't have to prove my innocence. It's like a copper coming up to you, say to you, I reckon you burgled that shop the other day. So prove your innocence or I'm going to take you to court. What sort of bullshit is that? Where
No,
are
you go
coming
to
from
court
with that
to them to prove your guilt.
They have to prove that I'm guilty of a crime with reasonable suspicion and evidence to be presented by a court, and then I go in front of a jury of my peers and they decide whether I'm guilty or not. Not some twat on the street with a couple of badges and 6 fucking weeks in the Academy of Policing who couldn't know a law if it was shoved up his arse.
You're going off in a different direction. That's not what I said.
Let's
go back to the number plates then, because that's where we started.
Yeah, so you're telling me that criminals don't know people who work for those legitimate companies and they don't pay them to get them information.
Right, okay. Here's another one for you, right? How many police officers every year get done for misuse of the PNC, the Police National Computer Database?
Enough.
Over 300 a year. So don't talk to me about criminals when you've got police officers, supposedly public servants, abusing the Police National Database that I don't want my name stuck on because I don't trust those fuckers. Answer that.
Well, that's going to happen, isn't it? Just
it's going to happen. So it's okay if the government lets it happen, but if criminals do it, then it's not acceptable.
No, there's corruption everywhere.
Yeah, I agree. Corruption everywhere.
So just deal with it.
But I don't have to give up my rights to deal with their corruption, do I?
Why should you deal with the corruption? Yeah.
Because you're never going to eradicate it.
Well, there is something called accountability.
The thing is, everything I do is lawful, legal, whichever way you want to look at it, right? What I'm doing is not illegal. So I shouldn't have to prove my innocence to anybody. It's up to them to prove my guilt. I don't go to court on the basis that
I'm getting the impression that you're saying we may as well give in or pack it in.
Well,
because there's no point.
Are you ever going to eradicate it, Dino? Let's be honest. Deep down.
No.
So there you go.
The power of it. But I just think it's still worth highlighting the fact that there are many tyrants out there who shouldn't be in that job. And if it takes one person on one day to film someone who's, all you're doing is filming legally, and this person comes to you and becomes tyrannical against you because of a power streak, and that's what happens.
Can I
In
just make a
fact,
point there?
security for me are worse than bloody police.
Yeah, can I
Security,
make a point there? I'll make
I
2
can't
points there. One
stand
about
them. And you must have seen that from my videos.
yeah, and
When it
that's
comes to
the thing.
security,
It's like
whoa.
what Auditor for Auditor said there is complete compliance. It's like, what's the point of doing it because you'll never eradicate it? Well, if you don't do something to try and eradicate it, you never will eradicate
That's a
it.
fair point,
So
mate. You've
it's
got to admit
pointless,
that because
pointless holding your
even
hands up
ones,
going, oh, I'll never stop this police corruption. I might as well just walk away and just ignore it.
yeah.
You know,
I
or
mean,
I can just keep highlighting it, you know,
yeah,
and
I
showing
mean,
people and educating people that
yeah,
this
I mean,
corruption exists.
before it all happened, like you said earlier, it peaked and all that. Yeah, I agree with that to an extent. So yeah, it started off like that, came from America. So it started off over here and it went up and up and up and up. And you're saying it's going down and down. I can agree with that to some respect because I've been to stations and it's like you get that feeling. It's like they know what's going on, you know. They're going to leave you alone because they know what auditing's about now. Because they had the NPCC, they had the memo out. I can read it out to you right now. So they should be well aware of this memo. Most of them aren't, and they should be. It's a very basic, simple half-an-hour training session for them. A lot of them don't even know what it's about. A lot of them say, "Oh yeah, I've heard of it," but so there are still people in there. For me, if the police should do it by the book, they should all know about this and ignore every auditor, but they don't. So the ones who don't, they get exposed. Some of them shouldn't be in the job. So as long as it carries on,
None of them should be in the job, in my eyes. They should be doing the job they were meant to do, which would be a peace officer, a keeper of the peace, and that's it.
Well, hang on a minute. That's what the police should be.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. Don't forget the public are the police,
Mm-hmm.
and the
Exactly.
police are the public, right? And the only person who said the person who originated that was the founder of the Met Police,
John Peel.
A bit weird, really, how it's gone kind of the other way around.
I think the other thing
that's the only use police are. Sorry, it is the only use police are because at the moment all they are is cash. Bill creators, yeah, to take the money from us and to put us in prison and so forth.
Mickey
take
Mouse,
our
thank you very
freedom
much
away.
I think the other thing is, it's like if I was in a physical position to go out and carry on auditing as of tomorrow, then I'd still go out and do it, and I'd do it my way. I wouldn't do it, say, I don't know, Marty Blackborough's way or Live Free's way or Auditing Britain's way. You know, whoever's way. Everyone's got their own choice to do it how they want to do it. You know,
yeah.
I would still do it my way, and my way is to just literally stand up for my rights and hope that they are respected. And if they're not, then I'll expose the person that's not respecting my rights because they swore an oath, a fundamental oath, when they took the office of constable to respect our fundamental human rights. And we have a fundamental human right to gather and disseminate information regardless of borders. And everybody has the right to do it. You don't have to be the BBC or Channel 4 or Channel 5 or
at the end of the day, as long as we're doing it legally and you know, they will expose themselves. I've always said that you don't need to antagonise. You don't need to forward it that way. It's not about the views, is it?
It's about
I could
them.
do a video and expose someone and get 500 views, where if it was someone else with the same.
And this is the funny thing. This is where
go about it in a different approach.
This is
they might get 50,000 views with the same situation. But I'm not about that. I'd rather have a laugh with these coppers. Do you know what I mean?
And this is the
then
thing.
if you try and do that, it looks even worse on them.
It does.
And you're a member of the public to try and have a laugh with them, like a relationship, police public, and they turn against you, then you're fucked. You've exposed yourself. When I'm trying to be friendly and have the relationship you want to have with the public, like you say you do,
you know, and you're
And this
not
is the
giving
thing,
it
and
to us.
this
And
is
you're being an arsehole about it.
yeah, and these are the
You
two
know?
arguments where auditor frauditors argument falls flat on its face, right? The first audit I did in Kent was at Metropolitan Police's training base, and we got nothing but harassment, grief, security guards in our faces, police officers coming out, not identifying themselves, and all the rest of that bullshit. Never gave them no ID, never gave them fuck all, and they all fucked off back into their little pig pen, right? And that's what they got. They got the shit they deserved, right? Then 20 minutes later, the police called Metropolitan Police, called Kent Police. Kent Police came out. 2 officers from Kent Police came up and spoke to us, right? They were completely respectful, asked what was going on. I explained the situation. They were completely respectful. And they were like, okay, fine, no, you crack on. You know, you're not doing anything wrong. We'll go up there and have a word with the security guards, right? The police officer walked back to his car. They got in their cars. And then he jumped out again. He said to me, and this was his words, verbatim, right? He said, I think I already know the answer to this question, but have you guys got your identification on you? And I went, nope, and I'm not giving you any. And he went, fine, no problem, and laughed, jumped back in his car and fucked off, right? Now, that video, although it was a complete pass, had over 250,000 views in 2 weeks.
Wow.
Right? Now, that is a complete and utter pass, right? So that's where auditor frauditor and people like him, that's where your argument breaks down. Because you can still have a viral video of 2 coppers doing the right thing.
I agree.
No, I agree as well.
But there is over 130,000 officers in the UK, isn't there?
Yeah,
How
I'm
many
not
of those
saying
do
they're
you
all
think
going to be
are?
brilliant or anything like that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that you can highlight the good and the bad, you know, and it's no different whether it's security guards, public servants, whatever it is, da, da, da. And about 2 or 3 years, no, probably longer than that, about 4 years ago, I managed to get hold of a PDF file for, it was either Securitas or G4S, I can't remember. And it lists all the stuff to do with photography on you know, and this is the protocol for security guards, right? They're supposed to take the date they see the photographer, the time they saw the photographer, a brief description of the photographer, and then report it to their security manager, right? At no point in their training does it say, go and harass the photographer, stick your hand over his camera, grab him, try and turn his camera off, tell him to do this, tell him to do it. None of that
Hit
bullshit.
his camera.
You know, exactly. All that shit, right? Then the woman who was in charge of, I think it was Securitas. It's not G4S. I'm pretty sure it was Securitas. She was the chairman of Securitas at the time, and she listed her fucking hobbies as horse riding and photography. You couldn't make this shit up. I even sent her an email saying, will you please fucking import on your fucking subordinates with their stupid fucking high-vis jackets on and their high sense of, you know, moral responsibility because they're wearing a high-vis jacket and a security badge to stop harassing photographers. You're a fucking photographer. She never got back to me, strangely enough.
I'm sure you remember, Fluke. You might know Dino, but about 10 years ago, it might be 11 years ago now, maybe 12. But I'm trying to think, Telegraph, someone like that, some news outlet like that. There was like a photographer in London, and he was filming the Gherkin. And while he was filming, it's on YouTube, but it's on the official news outlets YouTube. Anyway, he was filming. He filmed it from far away, and then he got closer. And when he got closer, the security came out, and they were like, "Oi, what are you doing? Can't do this. You can't film the bottom of this building." He's like, "Well, can I film the top?" He's like, "Well, yeah, you can film the top, but you can't film the bottom. I mean, you know, it's a security risk. Blah blah blah. All this." And this is 12 years ago, which links exactly in with what you were saying earlier. It's been about that freaking long since all that shit started.
This is the nonsensical thing. It's like when the IRA bombed the city of London. I don't know if you remember that. It's back in the don't quote me. I think it was late 80s, early 90s, or whatever it was. They did a bomb at the city of in the city of London, and they bombed a building there. and there was a secondary explosion, I believe, that went off. And what happened was, one of the people that died on that day, there was 3 people that died on that day. 2 of them were owners of a local confectionery store that died, right? And the third one was a photographer that went down to film, right? And he was told by the police not to go down there. And he said basically, you know, in pretty English, fuck off, I'm going down there anyway. He went down there and filmed it, and he got killed by the secondary explosion.
Well,
so, you know, he had absolutely every right to be there, and his life is in his own hands. He doesn't have to do what anybody else says. If I think that there's a, you know, I'm going to evaluate that risk. If somebody said that half a building's blown up, and I can go down there and take pictures, or I think, no, fuck that for a game of soldiers, I'm not going down there. Do you know what I mean? Then, you know, that's my decision. You know, I'm in charge of my own life. Nobody else is in charge of my life, you know? And if I want to go down there and take pictures, I'll go down there. And if I have to risk my own life to do it, I'll risk my own life to do it, you know? One of the favourite photographs I've ever taken in my life was a bulb shot on a motorway, where a friend of mine, a mate of mine, gave me a lift down there, and there was a lay-by, and we parked up in the lay-by, stuck the hazards on, and because I wanted a really busy traffic shot, we had to go down there during the rush hour. And he was like, "Mate, what are you doing? You're fucking nuts. You know what are you doing?" I said, "I really want this shot. I really want this shot." So I had to run across 3 lanes of traffic during the rush hour, hop onto the whatever you call it, the bit in the middle.
Central reservation.
Central reservation was the word I was thinking for. Thank you, SG, 5G, sorry. And set up my tripod, put the camera on there, set it all up. And this was back in the day where it was film. There was no digital then. It was film. Set up everything, put it into the, F22, get everything set up, hit the bulb button, sat there, did nothing for a whole minute while this thing was shooting a bulb shot, you know. As soon as it clicked off and the shutter clicked off, I thought, right, turn off the camera. Don't know what I've taken. Hopefully it's exactly what I'm looking at, but I had to run across 3 lanes of traffic again, without trying to get squashed. Jump back in the car. My mate's going to me, "You're fucking mental." Do you know what I mean? So we drove back off at home. The next day I went to the photographic place, put my film in, put it on a 1 hour, turnaround rather than a 4 hour turnaround. So I was desperate to find this picture. And it came out brilliant. One of the best photos I ever took. And I risked my life to take that picture. For what? I'd not earned a penny out of taking that picture, but I still did it.
The love of it. Right, I'm going to wind it down. Right, I did say 2 a.m. Fluke, Friday, no worries. Okay, and we'll keep it cool. Brilliant tonight, even though you do pap on.
What, me? Pap on? How dare you?
Yes, you. No,
I can never get a word in with Dino, though.
Honestly, it's good. It's good to have you back on, and we can all cope to a degree. But seriously, nice one, mate. Thanks for bringing up those topics. SG, I'm sorry, mate. You're a late nighter. And
I know I'm a late comer.
I know you should
have been late there anyway.
But please come in earlier on Friday.
I can hope. Yeah.
Apparently, I've heard on the grapevine that SG's wife is delighted that he's a late comer.
Yeah, if only she knew.
See, this is part of it. Honestly, guys, thanks very much indeed. I'll see you on Friday, right?
Right. Just thanks to everyone in the chat, and Dino, thanks again for having me on. I appreciate it, and I do apologise if I get a bit wound up sometimes. But
we know what you're like.
We're passionate about this, and it's my rights, and I'm just passionate about it. So,
absolutely, mate. We know that. We know that, and I'll tell you off next time. And then you shut up.
Okay, mate. SG, it's lovely to speak to you again, mate. Keep in touch, yeah?
Yeah, no worries, mate. Thanks for coming on. Nice.
Take care, everyone. Look after yourselves.
Cheers, guys. Give your respects to Fluke, guys. Nice one.
Yeah, thanks everyone in the chat. James Patrick. Oh, and Master on. And, well, everyone. Peace.
No worries. Thanks, SG. Sorry, Fluke. I'll get rid of that one. There you go. Right, that's the end. Oh, I hate it when we're in good flow and things like that. We could carry it on all night, just like 5G does. I can't do that. But it's been a brilliant night, respectful. I just want to give a massive special thank you to Yvonne Driver and Paul Yeoman. Right? Brilliant people. And tonight, James Patrick McDonough has absolutely worked his ass off putting them links up there. James, I can't believe it. Thank you so much. Brilliant. And Master Ron's been on. I have to give respect to Auditor for Auditor because, I don't know. He's anti-auditing. I'm not an auditor. But I think he's respectful, he's polite, and he has his say, and he's got every right to do so. We talk about freedom of speech. He's allowed that, of course he is. But James, thank you, honestly. It means a lot. Tone Dial, I think you're a new name, but thank you very much. I'll go back a bit. Nastaronovich, I didn't know you were still in there. I just ignore you. Connie Thunder. I'm just walking away, okay. James Owens, police or a corporation, look at done. Yeah, James, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Robert Peel, yeah. The police are the public. The public are the police. Absolutely, don't forget that, guys. Mickey Mouse got worried about you. But thanks for that donation. Thank you. Please come on Friday, guys, and we'll have another good chat, a good laugh, some good topics. Do you know what? It got a bit serious tonight, didn't it? Eamon McCann, thanks very much, mate. Right, so yeah, mega special thanks to Paul and Yvonne, Eamon McCann, James Patrick McDonough, to Plodder, oh God, yeah, him. And last but not least, Bikereddie for being brilliant on my channel. Loads of other guests who've been on for a while, SG, Master on, loads of people. Thanks so much, guys. So please join me on Friday. Massive respect and much love. He's doing great. Thank you.